Yeah, big up to each and everyone, you know. Yeah, man. My apologies for the late start. You don't know it going on. I have to respect the ones them time, especially in the Sunday or two, because we know say there are many things that ones and ones could have been doing, and them are checking. So let me deal with the formalities there. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Just type a nine. You don't know the code, Just type a nine if you're hearing me clearly. So at least we know, say, yeah, we can move forward. You get what me I say? Yeah, me say my heart to drop a nine quick and fast, So me just want to make certain, say everything good. Me say Hannibal, me say Ever Bless, me say Oral. All right, not say 90, I just say it there. Sealer. You get what me I say? So, yeah, man, when me go through the formalities and big up, who forget big up, You get what me I said? To those who are seeing, yeah, man, dead D. Big up yourself, man. Well, easy, people. When you see dead D, you just know say dead D, and I saw dead D with the thing still. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, big up dead D. Always a interact. You don't know it going on. Ones and ones might find the comments them a bit off topic sometimes, but you don't know, man. Dead D always a interact and a deal with the thing. So big up for that Dead D. Big up Carla. Big up Janima Music. Big up LTR. Big up Ever Bless. You get what me I say? Big up official Jandea. Ife Music. Big up Sweet P. Big up DJ Gadget. Big up, Um, Maat Root, big up. Oral Donaldson, big up. Island Spice, big up. Mood Man, big up. You don't know the thing go. You get what me I say? As you guys can see, yeah, we have some topics in our thumbnail. Yeah, man, we have the Black Jesus. Cause you don't know it going on. Yeah. We're gonna reason upon that. Um Christmas and Kwanza. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Should black people burn out the Christmas and celebrate the Kwanza? Me know so a lot of people might not be familiar with the Kwanzaa thing. And some people might be recently introduced to it a couple of years ago. Cause sometimes we just say, here what? We burn out the Christmas thing, but we are support the Kwanzaa. So me definitely want to reason upon that because them say it's the festive season or it's that time of the year. So we just a reasoning for create the awareness there. You know. Also, me definitely want to talk about black Hebrew Israelites because yeah man, I think that's a very important conversation that we need to have, because we see a lot of our black brothers, and when we say black, get too technical, you don't know it go. You get what I say? All of the Moorish science people them not get too technical and say black means dead in law and blah blah blah. We are talking about, yeah man, people, yeah man, from the African diaspora, so to speak. So that me I talk about black people. You get what I say? Yeah man, and then me also the one make a little talk on Yahweh. Cause you don't know it going on. The volcano deity. Yeah. Yahweh where the Hebrew Israelite them deal with them something there. Yeah. So enough ones and ones might not know so it's a volcano deity, but yeah, man, to all the ones and ones, them, Hebrew Israelites, everybody, Yeah, the link is pinned, so feel free to check in. 5 topics we have. You get what me I say? So ones and ones can feel free to choose a topic and expound on. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So as me say, me kind of like the interaction. I appreciate the interaction from the chat. And I also appreciate the contributions from ones and ones who will join the panel. Yeah, man, this channel is definitely for information purposes where we can exchange ideas and stimulate critical thinking because I think that is needed in this time. You don't know it go. I am here to, make you think and question things, ask questions, and then now you can go on the journey to quote unquote seeking the answers. Because at the end of the day, yeah, man, self knowledge and self identity is very important. Self revelation is very important. That's why them always say that's the three missing keys. Yeah. And we can even quote all the Bible and say, unto you is given the keys to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but unto them it is not. So you don't know it go. Some of us, yeah man, we have the potential to unlock the intuitive side so we can decipher information and understand, what is truly being conveyed and not just to scratch the surface and regurgitate the mundane and superficial things. You get what me I say? So big up man, Tishima Dunkley, big up, Michelle Clark, bless upon herself. So yeah man, make we start off on even the Christmas vibrations now. Because it go, it's that time of the year and people embrace this time of the year. And like us from the Caribbean or in the diaspora, yeah man, we kind of overstand the cultural aspect of it because due to slavery, we know say these traditional practices were somewhat superimposed on black people. You get what me I say? We know say when Christmas time come, yeah man, we sing all heap of carols, and we know say yeah, December the 25th, and we sing Mary's boy child Jesus Christ was born on Christmas Day. You get what me I say? So we kind of embrace the Christmas thing from a religious perspective. As a matter of fact, I think Christmas Day, right? Christmas Day is the holiest, you get what me I say, time in a Christianity in addition to the Easter vibrations there. You get what me I say? You know how it go because Christians say December the 25th is the birth. But what's funny about that is that no one, from the religious side of things has never ever, questioned the validity of a December 25th being the birth of a Jesus. And we understand how religion operates. It suppresses our critical thinking, it suppresses or inhibits our cognitive faculties. So we just accept things to be so, no questions asked. And I think that's applicable to Christmas. But in recent times, man, yeah, man, enough ones and ones are becoming quote unquote woke. So enough people are step away from the Christmas and I deal with the kwanza thing. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So I just right there. And please remember, people, just hit the like button on your way in. Yeah, man, we appreciate that. And also to support the channel, if you appreciate the content, yeah, man, you can also drop a subscription. The last time I checked, yeah, man, it was like about 410 subscribers. So, yeah, man, we have to celebrate, yeah, the 400 subscribers. Greatly appreciate every single one that subscribe to the channel. You get what me I say? Because you don't know how it go. This channel is geared to interacting and, reasoning with the ones and ones them. So people can ask them questions in the chat and we will respond as best as we can. Or them can just hit the StreamYard link and check in and share them views and things. Yeah, man, big up in a Dory. You don't know it going on. So God real? Well, Dory, so you'd have to tell me which God you thought though. Because remember, say, in the Bible, you had what? 72 names. 72 names for God, right? In a Judaism, I think it's 108, right? And in the Quran, 99. So all of them that equates to 9, I don't know what go on there, so, but I whole heap of God's not the Bible, man. And that's why me not talk about Yahweh. Well, Emmanuel simply means God with us, or with us, God, You get what me I say? So that was just one name. You get what me I say? Yeah. So a whole heap of gods in the Bible, man. Whole heap. I know one. Remember you have Yahweh, and you have Elohim, right? Yeah, man. And then you have Emmanuel, you have El Shaddai. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. And all them something there. So a whole heap of name, whole heap of characteristics, and people from a biblical perspective will say, oh, there are 72 names for God in the Bible, but they're all referring to the same entity. Yeah, that's not the case because the names are different in meaning and different in their nature. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Yeah, Dory, you know it go, man. Shortening for Jehovah, I know say Jehovah really ties back to Yahweh. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, big up in the ever blessed. You know the thing go. So a Sunday, and we just have a little religious reasoning. You get what me I say? Enough respect to the ones and ones who check in yesterday with the musical reasoning there. Yeah, man, got a very good feedback. That stream gone over 1,000 views, almost 1,200 natural organic views. You get what me I say? Respect for that. No drama, no back and forth, no bagga. You get what me I say? So we still get the support and we appreciate that. So even ones and ones who are listening to think on the play forward, yeah man, greatly appreciate the support as always. We see ones and ones who are listening to play forward, them drop in a couple questions more time. You get what me I say? Yeah man, I respond accordingly. So enough respect as always, to each and every one where I support the channel and the reasoning. So, yeah, man, a Sunday, and as me I say, we are all a little reasoning with the purpose of, stimulating critical thinking, pretty much activating the curious side. Because it go. It's good to ask these questions. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So at least we can see if we can establish a scientific answer. And you don't know it go still. People have to start question things. But also, I respect the fact that people do subscribe to a certain belief system and they have accepted it. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am not here to superimpose anything on anyone, nor am I here to tell you, say, this is the right way. You get what me I say? Because we know say right and wrong is relative. However, when it comes down to the truth though, people always say, well, there is three sides to the thing. My truth and your truth and the truth and things like that. I strongly think that truth is absolute. Truth is not subjective. You get what me I say? So when people will say, oh, I am speaking my truth and this is my truth, in actuality, no, truth is really absolute. You get what me I say? So it's either the truth or it's not. You get what me I say? It's not about my truth or your truth. So as me say, family, remember, ones and ones you don't know that go. You can drop on the questions as it relates to the aforementioned topics, and also feel free to join the link. So, make we start out with the Black Jesus settings now, because it dovetails into the Christmas and Kwanza as well. So, yeah, man, we can start out on the Black Jesus thing, right? And we know, say, yeah, man, with black people now. Well, not only with black people, because you had the great Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud and them people. If ones and ones are familiar with Carl Jung, or when I say Carl Jung, because the Jung start with a J, yeah, man, he was one of the great psychoanalysts, of our time. You don't know it go. And these people understand that images shape our reality. Them study that. So them know say here we go on now. You see when them talk about a Jesus being born on Christmas Day, yeah, them have to give you an image. You get what me I say? And what they actually did during that time was to actually tell black people, say, here we go on. A one blonde blue-eyed man named Jesus was born on Christmas Day. And we used to see in all of these little movies about Jesus, and we see the Ten Commandments, them and Ben Hur and all them something there. You get what me I say? So we kind of accept these things to say, well, wait, Moses a white man and Joshua a white man and Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Jesus, Joseph, everybody a European when we see the movies them. And me remember growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, in a Jehovah's Witness home. I've never been to a Kingdom Hall, but my mom was a Jehovah's Witness. So it go. All them Bibles there, man. When you look on the Bible stories them, and you look on all of the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, them, everybody are some European we see. You get what me I say? So you know how that go. We kind of accept those things to be so because it was more superimposed on us or what we were familiar with at the time, being in the West. So when it comes down to even Christmas time, we say, yeah, man, Jesus was born on the 25th. But where is the evidence for that? Where is the proof for that? No one has ever proven that. It is more like it has been accepted. You get what I say? As a matter of fact, at the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, there was no conversation about no 25th of December. You get what I say? As a matter of fact, there were times when the church banned the 25th of December, as being pagan, so to speak. So they must say, yo, them a burn out the 25th of December and them not deal with no 25th of December. I remember, I think in 1647 in England, yeah man, the church in England banned Christmas and said pagan. You get what I say? And in 1659, the Catholic Church as well too. Them said them are gonna ban Christmas because it's pagan. So the same Christmas now where the church will tell us, say, yeah man, it is the holiest time and it's the birth of Jesus and them things there. Yeah man, the church did ban it still in our real life, man. So it is something that was reinstated, yeah, because it polished off on them things there. So we are gonna reason about Christmas and we are gonna reason about certain practices, as them when call Christmas the Yuletide season, and we hear them say it all the while. But these words tend to fly over our heads. So when they say like Yuletide season, we just accept it and we never even say, wait, what go on this up? No one asks the question, what does the Yule means and stuff like that. Like, where does the Christmas tree come from with the whole, decorations and one star up on the peak of the pine tree and stuff like that? These things are very significant. You get what I say? Yeah, man, these things are very significant. The only problem is them kind of just them kind of just interpolate things and convolute things. In other words, them insert certain narratives into the story to hide a certain meaning, and they also twist things as well. Them convolute it to also hide a certain meaning to it. So these are things that we are here to really ask the questions and really have a discussion on it. Yes, so as to ensure that there is clarity. Yeah, man, from ones and ones. You get what I say? Yeah, Mr. James, I say, Jesus is the Son, not this Son, but the Sun. But James, what's the difference between Sun and Son though? I would love for you to tell me what is the difference because that's a good one. Jesus is the Sun, not the Son. So what's the difference between Sun and Son? I'll await your respectful response. Bless up James 101. You get what I say? Dory say Christmas a joke thing. Again now, Dory, that is subjective, not true. Because to the merchants, Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year. And we hear the songs them and we see the spending, just like how we know say on Black Friday, or yeah, on Black Friday, yeah, in America, people spend what them not have. We know say Christmas time as well is a time where people will spend even what them not have. You get what me I say? We see companies have done like a Christmas party and blah blah blah. And we see our Christmas cake too. You get what I say? With the Christmas cake. And enough ones and ones might not know, say, the tradition of the Christmas fruit cake started off in ancient Egypt, where on December the 25th, them region there, because that's the time of the winter solstice celebration, the Egyptians would put the fruit cake on the graves of their ancestors. You get what I say? To like quote unquote feed them in the afterlife. So even though we love the Christmas fruit cake, right? That tradition goes all the way back into ancient Egypt. Enough ones and ones might not know that still. But yeah, man, these are pagan traditions. These are pagan celebrations. And when I say pagan, it's important for us to have some clarity on that terminology, because people will say, oh, you're a pagan, and you kind of don't want anyone to really label you as that because it carries a negative connotation to it. But being a pagan in actuality is a good thing, because being a pagan simply means that you do not conform to organized religion. Simply means that, once you're a pagan, it just simply means you're not religious in the sense you conform to no organized religion. So, pagan, yeah, you mean say here go on now. You live your life and you not deal with no organized religion thing. So that's the definition of a pagan. So a pagan that means say you're evil. It simply means the Catholic Church or the church just look upon you and say, okay, he's not a believer, so he's a pagan. So once them label you as a pagan now, they can justify their actions. The big up in a scholar, you don't know it go. You get what me I say? Enough respect, family, for the check-in. Kenny Marshall, big up family. You don't know that go. So yeah, man. When it comes down to pagan, they will say pagan traditions. It simply means non-religious. You get what me I say? Them not deal with no organized religion. So I saw them call them pagan. But the church always call them pagan because they could always justify, yeah man, subjugating these people. So when them going to Africa, them call the black people them pagans and heathens and things like that. So they could justify subjugating them and superimposing these religious practices on them. You get what me I say? Remember to them use religion and say slavery was a necessary evil. That is what the church said. I remember said that a papal bull, the Pope them actually deal with for actually initiate slavery. You get what me I say? Joy Eubanks, big up sister. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So while we understand that these people who were practicing their organic spiritual traditions, they were called pagan by the church. You get what me I say? So the church kind of justify, yeah, man, subjugating them. You get what me I say? Big up, Robert. You don't know it going. You're the contrarian. So, me don't know it go. Yeah, man, feel free to check in as always, Robert, and just give us your point of view on it. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, Michelle, I say, I love the Xmas season because it's fun. But I am alarmed at all the people who embrace the religious element to a point they want to shove it down everyone else's throat. Well, you know how the 25th go, right? Throughout history, throughout history, throughout antiquity, um, the 21st of December, right? The winter solstice was celebrated all over the world because the reality is that, yeah, man, people used to study astrology, right? So, the movement of the sun and, the sun going through the 12 signs. You get what me I say? Just like how we know, say, in a Easter time, right, they make sure of Easter in the time of what? Aries. You get me? I say Aries is the ram. And that's why them call Jesus the Lamb of God. Because that's where the concept comes from. Because the ram also represents what? The sun in Aries. You get what me I say? And if we go back to the ancient Egyptian tradition, Ra was the depiction of the sun. And Ra was also the ram. You get what me I say? So it ties into the constellation of Aries. So you know it, God. Them say Jesus is the lamb. I must be washing the blood of the lamb. You know, if you look at all these various traditions from Egypt to Canaan, you know, to the Phoenicians, the Babylonians, all of them, yeah, man, they always celebrated the winter solstice from December 21st to the 25th. Just like how we celebrate the summer solstice on June 21st, and them say it's the longest day in the year. We know that December 21st is considered the shortest day of the year as well. So, you know, throughout antiquity, people would study these activities in, you know, the cosmos, so to speak. You get what me I say? And them know, so, all right, December 21st, yeah, man, that's the beginning of the winter solstice, especially in Europe as well, you know. You get what me I say? So a lot of these practices started out in in ancient Egypt, right? And you know, yeah, man, throughout antiquity, it goes over to Sumer, it goes over to Mesopotamia, and all these various people they have adopted, you know, these traditions, and it has become a way of life. Calvin Hancock, big up, you know, you get what me I say. Enough respect. Shenette Edwards, big up. Yeah, man. Blogger out, big up in the family. You don't know it, go. Respect as always. You get what me I say. Remember, people, we have 39 people in the building. Please remember to leave a like on the stream. And if you're new to the channel as well, yeah, man, please support the channel by leaving a subscription so that when we go live, you know, ones and ones can be aware and know, so yeah, man, we live and you can check in and reason and share on opinion. You get what me I say. So you don't know how that go. You understand what I say? So, yeah, man, these practices, when it comes down to the winter solstice settings, it was always about like the 21st of December, right? Them say what? The sun, the sun goes into the bowl of the earth for 3 days and is born again on the 25th. You get what me I say? Throughout the traditions, whether the Near East, and we talk about the Near East, we're talking about the quote unquote the Levant or the Fertile Crescent. That's the way, you know, historians will categorize it. You get what me I say? Yeah, when it comes down to Egypt and the Near East, these cultural practices were prevalent. You get what me I say? So the 25th was definitely you know, considered the birth of the SUN. That's just the reality, you know. You understand what I say? The SUN. So at the end of the day, yeah, man, there were many religious practices. However, Christianity, in its initial phase, considered the winter solstice and the 25th to be pagan rituals or pagan practices. However, they ended up incorporating it into their religious system because what they realized is that even the people that they conquered, they definitely had these practices. So the best way for them to adopt Christianity was to incorporate these pagan practices into Christianity. Just like Easter, right? Easter has nothing to do with Christianity. You get what me I say? Yeah. This Good Friday, you see the 40 days of Lenting? Yeah, man, ones and ones should look that up. It has nothing to do with Christianity. But Easter was considered to be the spring equinox. So you don't know it go or the spring solstice. You get what me I say? New life, rebirth, and stuff like that, you know, especially in the north, where we don't call in the west here. You know it go. Winter time. When it comes down to Easter time, it's springtime. So you don't know it go. The cold and the ice gone. So you know it go. You know, you will see the plants them a blossom now and the leaves them start grow back on the tree. Long story short, that is what Easter represented, new life. So you see them put the egg, you know, where we say, oh, yeah, man, the egg represent what? Oh, Easter egg. What does the egg represent? The egg represents what? Fertility, new life. You get what me I say? So the egg was symbolic. You know, you get what me I say? In a Jamaica now, we make the Easter bun, which is a conceptualization of the Easter bunny, because the bunny rabbit was synonymous with springtime. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, once everything start get green, you see the rabbits go round and round. And we also know that when it comes down to the rabbit, it was symbolic of like, you know, sex, in the sense that Easter time Yes, man. In a room, yeah, you used to have Easter Sunday where all of the females them go at the churches and they robe. You get me? I say, then call it the Easter bonnet. And them go on with them rituals and sex rituals and stuff like that. So these were pagan practices that were later incorporated into our religious belief. And there you go. We have Christmas and Easter as our two most holiest times in Christianity, when in actuality they have no origin in Christianity. You get what me I say? These were like adopted by Christianity. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So you know how that go. All right. Michelle said, I have a 39-year-old daughter and a 26-year-old son, and their dad and I never told them anything about Bible stories or and about a fat Santa coming down the chimney. Now, Michelle, you see, when it comes down to these things, right? When it comes down to even a Santa Claus, we have to really understand the significance of these things and these characters, because while on the mundane, superficial level, we look at it and say, oh, we're not go with this Santa thing. We're not go Santa in a red and white and this and that. Remember, Michelle, these practices goes back to antiquity, because um, in various ancient cultures, right? They recognize the giver of life or the gift of life. Because remember, the good thing about Santa, and we can also use anagrammatics and say Santa is Satan. And we know say some people love to play with the words there and play semantics and say Santa is Satan. But Santa is not Satan per se. Because the reality is that Santa always bring what? Gifts. Right? Notice that, Santa, the key thing about Santa is Santa always bring gifts. And when we go back to the ancient traditions, even go back all the way in ancient Egypt, right? They recognize the holy colostrum, because when the female have the baby on the same day, right when she have the baby, our body don't start producing breast milk right away. So therefore, her body produces a thing they call colostrum. And the mother would feed the child with the colostrum, because within the colostrum is all the nutrients from the mother that is supposed to be transmitted to the baby. You get what me I say? So the people in those times call it holy colostrum, because that is something that the brain produces, that the mother gives to the child. You get what me I say? And that's why it was called the gift of life, because she could not produce milk instantly, but her brain produced the colostrum, right? And it flake up on her breast, and she give the baby suck on the breast, get the colostrum and get all the nutrients from the mother. So they call it the holy colostrum, and they later say Saint Colostrum. You get what me I say? Because that which is holy was always called saint. You get what me I say? And that's where in a Europe them get Saint Colostrum or Saint Nicholas. The same Nicholas is the same colostrum. You get what me I say? So that is where we get the whole Saint Claus from. Saint Colostrum, Saint Nicholas, Saint Claus, Santa Claus. That is where we have it, because Santa Claus, one thing is for sure, he always brings gift. And what him always do? Come down the chimney, so to speak, because the holy colostrum that the mother has, it comes down from the brain, right? Down to the breast, and that's the gift of life for the newborn baby. So the whole Santa Claus thing, yes, while we can dismiss it and say, yo, that a foolishness, it is important for us to understand and understand the etymological origin of it. And know, say, here we go on. Every time we hear about Santa Claus, it a deal with the Saint Colostrum or the Holy Colostrum. You get what me I say? So yes, man, we can burn out Santa Claus and say, oh, this and that and whatever. But I think it's important for us to understand the concept and what it represents so we don't dismiss it and also miss the deeper, spiritual meaning to it or the biological meaning to it, because the thing about these concepts is that they were all in reference to the human anatomy and physiology. Just like how you know how it go. Christmas time come, we have the Christmas tree, right? What's the name of the Christmas tree? I just want to ask the chat one question, just to engage. Because you don't know it go. I'm me alone there right now, and we are going to hold the fort and freestyle off the dome. So I'm asking the chat, what's the name of the Christmas tree where we always chop down? You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Big up in a Lalibela. Esteemed one, the great Hierophant. Yeah, man. You don't know it go. Big up. Yeah, man. So I'm asking the chat, what's the name of the Christmas tree? All right. Missy official John Day Ife and my heart root said the pine tree. Correct. Thank you very much. Right? What does the pine tree represent? What does the pine tree represent? I'm going to ask that question there again. Indigenous movement, big up in a family. Yeah, man. Money Pro, big up in a indigenous. Yeah, man. One of these days in a family, if you check in. Yeah, man, I make we know what go on for the music and promote the thing in a family. Because we there, you're my brother for life in a family. So check in when you have time, indigenous. Yeah, man, you and Curtis are the ones and ones. On the check in and give you an update on the music and the projects them, and so the audience can be aware of it. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, bless up. So, yeah, man, the pine tree, yeah, man, sweet pea. Yeah, me respect the comment of the pine tree. And me see Money Pro said the piney gland. And me see official John Day Ifa I said the piney gland. Right, so the Christmas tree is the pine tree, right? And it represents what? The pine tree create what? Pine cones, not true? And if you look in at the church, look on the Catholic church, or even pastors in a cemeteries, look on the graves. What want to see? Want to see what? Want to see some depictions of what? The pine cone. When you look at these Catholic churches, want to see the pine cone. Why is it there is the pine cone? And these churches are symbols. What does the pine cone have to deal with Christianity? It goes back to the pine tree because the pine tree creates the pine cone, and the pine cone is in reference to your pineal gland, which is quote unquote the seat of the soul. You get what me I say? And you notice on top of the pine tree is the star. You get what me I say? Because that represents what? The sun, it represents illumination. Because remember, the sun is a star. You get what me I say? We can agree on that. You get what me I say? And when you talk about the pineal gland, you're talking about what? The first eye or the third eye. So in reality, right, the pine tree represents the pineal gland or the pine cone. And when you look at even the occult symbology, the pine cone always represented the pineal gland or supreme illumination, the seat of the soul, the third eye. That was mentioned in Matthew 6, verse 22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, then the whole body shall be full of light. So, the pineal gland, the pine cone, it represents the eye, the single eye. You get what me I say? And that's the reason why when it comes down to the winter solstice, yeah, man, them represent the pine tree and decorate it with ornaments and say, yeah, man, that's the Christmas tree. So, in reality, the Christmas tree is in reference to the pine cone or the pineal gland. You get what me I say? Big up, big up who Missy check in. Missy All Earth community. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Give thanks to the check-in. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So that is what it represents. So when we are talking about the Christmas tree, yeah, we're talking about the pine tree or the pine cone or the pineal gland. And we know so here we go on now. when it comes down to the three wise men, tell me about the three wise men, the people. Because you don't know it go. And me, they are hold the fort, and me just go and interact with the chat. You get what me I say? So the three wise men, more somebody tell me about the three wise men there. Who brought what? Gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Remember good enough. That them say. The three wise men. What did the three wise men represent? Because remember, none of this happened historically, but it is mythology. And when we say mythology, do not dismiss it to say, well, oh, it's a myth. So therefore, it has no value, it has no substance. No. Mythology is a way in which they convey hidden meanings. You get what me I say? Big up yourself, real man. You know the thing going on, family. Say, big up yourself, family. Yeah, man. So mythology was a way in which hidden meanings was conveyed. So when we say, oh, it is a myth, it simply means that it was a story that was written to convey a hidden meaning. Just like how we can say, when we hear the term allegory, it means that it's a story that conveys a deeper spiritual or deeper esoteric meaning. So when we hear about the three wise men, right? I don't see anybody tell me or even drop it and say, boy, what it really mean with the three wise men. Really legit. Big up. You get me? I said the three wise men represent the pineal, the pituitary, the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and the hypothalamus gland. Those were the three wise men who brought gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh to the Christ or the child or the son. You get what me I say? It all has to do with our anatomy and physiology. Because remember, say, the Bible always tell we say what? We are going to the land of milk and honey. And remember, say, right? The pineal gland secretes melatonin, and the pituitary gland, right, also secretes even serotonin. Although the pineal gland does secrete serotonin in the daytime, right, and melatonin in the nighttime, right? That is what they call the milk and the honey. So when they say you're going to the land of milk and honey, it is something that the brain produces. The pineal gland produces it. So even the colostrum or the same colostrum was considered what? Honey. You get what me I say? Because it had that gold texture to it. So then we'll say, well, yeah, man, the wise men brought gold. You get what me I say? So yeah, man, Michelle, the pine means the pineal gland. It's in reference to the pineal gland. It's in reference to the third eye. It's in reference to the seat of the soul. You get what me I say? And in Genesis chapter 31, verse 30, that is where Jacob saw God, right? And it says what? Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. So remember, the first reference of Peniel is in the book of Genesis when Jacob said him a wrestle with God, so to speak. These things did not happen literally, but they do convey a deeper spiritual meaning. And I think when it comes down to religion, we lose the deeper spiritual meanings because we have accepted the mundane, superficial meaning that the church will put on it, and it was by design. They deliberately put these things in front of our face so that we can dismiss them and say, yo, oh, that's a foolishness. So we don't even get to understand the quintessential nature of their meanings and what they represent to our anatomy and physiology. You get what me I say? Remember, say, when Jacob said he saw God face to face, you get what me I say? And my life is preserved. Genesis chapter 31, verse 30. Right? There and about. It was when Jacob wrestled with God. Or Christians will say Jacob wrestled with the angel. You get what I say? Yeah, man. And Jacob say what? He called the name of the place Pineal. I remember say that was where Jacob's name was changed from Jacob to Israel. Because remember say Israel represents what? The 12 tribes. What is funny about that? Jacob had 13 offsprings. You get what I say? But when we read about the Bible, we will hear about the 12 sons of Jacob because he had one daughter. So why them never say, oh, the 13 offsprings of Jacob should really be the 13 tribes? No, because there was one daughter, them just deal with the 12 sons. But in biblical chronology, that is very significant because it does tie into the 12 signs of the zodiac and the sun, sun, being the center. You get what I say? And that's the reason why Black Star Views Entertainment, big up yourself, you know. That's the reason why, right, when it comes down to the zodiac, the sun is always in the center, right? And Jesus, being what? The epitome of the sun, had the 12 disciples. So the number 12, is replete in the Bible for so many reasons because the number 12 does permeate matters celestial and divine. You get what I say? Especially as well, the 12 plus the sun, that's 13. But the number 12 was very important. You get what I say? So even Jacob and the 12 sons was also akin to the 12 signs of the zodiac and the sun being the center. You get what I say? So remember, say, the pineal gland where Jacob saw God also has what? 12 cranial nerves. And this is a scientific fact. This is not me just regurgitating something when I hear. You get what I say? The pineal gland has 12 cranial nerves, right? The sun is also a reflection of the pineal gland because them say the pineal gland is the seat of consciousness. You get what I say? Yeah, that is where the crown chakra is. And in biblical terminology, in Luke 17, verse 21, they call it the kingdom of heaven, right? Because they say in Luke 17, verse 21, them say what? The kingdom cometh not with observation, right? For they will not say here nor there, for the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom has to do with the crown chakra. That is where the kingdom is. So when Christians will say, well, you know what? Yeah, man, I'm waiting for the sweet by and by, and I'm waiting for God's kingdom on this earth and things like that. It was never intended to be interpreted that way. And that's why we are in this problem where people are saying, yo, here we go on. Me born the white Jesus. Even some Rastaman will say, them born the white Jesus, but them are deal with the black Jesus. Rastaman will say, Haile Selassie is Jesus as well. You get what I say? So, should we accept a black Jesus? Yeah. Me can agree, say, all right, yeah, man, the white Jesus thing, yeah, we not deal with that and blah, blah, blah. But what's the difference between a black Jesus and a white Jesus? Because if the characteristics are the same, right? Why should it matter? Yes, we understand, so we like to have our own things, and we like to identify with our own people and them things. We get that, But this whole Jesus thing, remember, according to the story, Jesus was born, well, the Christmas carol, them tell we say, Jesus was born on the 25th, but nowhere in the Bible does it specify of no Jesus born on the 25th. You get what I say? And we hear the Christmas carol them and we sing them and say, wild shepherd watch their flocks by night, right? They saw a bright, new shining star or the bright morning star. Because remember them saying, the wise men follow the bright morning star. You get what I say? It was a star that led them. But when we hear about shepherd watching over flocks, we are say, but wait, in a them place there, right? In a them place there. Um, December 25th, where you would have shepherds or watch flock in the winter time. But that wouldn't make no sense. You understand what I say? That wouldn't make no sense at all. So why is it that these carols are saying, while shepherds watch their flocks by night? Remember again, you see, when it comes on to metaphysics, right? Because the Bible is also a metaphysical book. And that's the reason why you have a metaphysical Bible dictionary that deciphers certain words and their meanings. And always remember, Jesus was called what? The good shepherd, right? And them always depict him with one ram, like early depictions of Jesus, even 500 years ago. The depictions of Jesus was one blonde-haired, blue-eyed man have one ram over his shoulder. These concepts are not new to Christianity because Christianity borrowed them from all of these ancient practices, pagan practices. And when I say pagan, even though it might carry a negative connotation to it, we should understand that it simply means people who did not conform to, the major organized religions. You get what I say? Yeah. So these pagan practices, right? You saw Bacchus. I think you had Bacchus who had the ram over his shoulder. You had depictions of Horus with the ram over his shoulder. You have many different Babylonian and Sumerian and Mesopotamian inscriptions that show you with this character with a ram over his shoulder. So I say that to say this. Jesus was depicted with the ram or the lamb. It started off as a ram because the ram represented what? Ra or the sun. The depiction of ram in ancient Egypt or Ra was a ram. So it was a ram-headed deity. You get what I say? So what you realize now is that Jesus was synonymous with the ram because the ram or the lamb represented the son. And that's why they call Jesus the Lamb of God or the Ram of God. And they say what? The Ram of God or Lamb of God taketh away the sins of the world. But that was in relation to Aries. Because the springtime means what? New life and rebirth and regeneration. So they are leaving out of the cold winter temperatures, right? And the dead, because winter, according to the European theology, winter time represented death. You get what I'm saying? Springtime represented new life and rebirth and resurrection, etc., etc. That's the reason why Jesus was always depicted holding the lamb or the ram, because the lamb or the ram represents Aries, which means rebirth and new life and things like that. So when you see these drawings and paintings, because remember say Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo and Machiavelli, all these guys, Galileo Galilei, they understood the esoteric meaning to these things. So what they did was to hide them even in their paintings, right? Who painted the Last Supper? Wasn't it Leonardo da Vinci or was it Michelangelo? Somebody tell me that. Yeah, man, you kind of enlighten me there, please. You get what me I say? Who painted the Last Supper? Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo? I think it's Leonardo da Vinci, You get what me I say? Leonardo da Vinci, right? Did the Last Supper. Or was it Michelangelo? Whichever one it was, right? Notice, Notice, right? 12 disciples, right? 6 on each side. Six, six and six, and quote unquote Jesus in the center of it. Notice where Judas was. You see Judas? Yeah, man. Judas was the eighth disciple because Judas represented Capricorn. Minister trying to tie in the astrology or astrotheology, so to speak, with these paintings. Judas, if you look at the Last Supper painting, Judas is the number 8 disciple. And Judas represented what? Scorpio. And Scorpio is the what? The betrayer. Because the scorpion stings with its tail. You get what I say? These painters understood these meanings. So what they did, they paint a Last Supper. So you look on it now, and you see the picture, and you don't have a clue, say, those 12 disciples, every single one represents a sign in the zodiac. And Jesus being the sun, being the center of the zodiac, where is he in that Last Supper picture? Right in the center. So I just say that to say this. Yeah, man, respect blogger out. Leonardo da Vinci, he painted the Last Supper, and he did it deliberately to convey hidden meanings because, quote unquote, Jesus was in the center. And we know say Jesus represent what? The sun. And that's why that character said, I am the light of the world, and things like that. You get what I say? So when we see these things, people, do not dismiss them. It's important for us to try to understand the deeper meaning to it. So while we must say, yeah, man, we are going to burn out a quote unquote Jesus and Christmas and things like that, I think it's important for us to understand the symbolic meanings as well. Yeah, me understand say Christmas time, when it come on to Yule, Yuletide. Because remember, Yule have to deal with them people, the Norse, them, right? The Vikings, them, and them people. The Scandinavians, them. So when you talk about like all Norway, Finland, and them people, the Scandinavians, them. Yeah, them celebrate Yule. And that's why them call it the Yuletide season. You get what me I say? So it was more of them, celebrating certain festivals. However, the winter solstice, which occurs on December 21st, right? For 3 days, they say the sun is in the bowel of the earth, and it resurrects on the 25th, so to speak. That's the whole concept of a Christmas. So Christmas, in reality, no have nothing to do with no Jesus per se, but it has a lot to do with the winter solstice, and all the various cultures embrace and have the similarity of the winter solstice. And we understand where we can trace the earliest form of its celebration goes back to ancient Egypt with Heru or Horus. You get what I say? Because that is where it originated from, like the winter solstice celebration. Yeah, it ties into that. So we should not really dismiss these things, right? But we should study them to understand their meaning and its significance. While we know the Christmas time is a time where, people will give and, family get together and stuff like that, let us embrace those moments. You get what I say? Don't just be like a Rasta man and say, yo, me a burn out Christmas and this and that. Like, be like a alchemist. You get what I say? Because when it comes down to alchemy, it's all about what? Turning metals into gold, right? Or in the Bible, Jesus turned water into wine, right? I remember say water represented life essence, right? And wine also represented spirit. So the transmutation that took place, remember them saying, it was the first miracle. The first miracle where Jesus go on with, according to the Bible. I remember, I said it before, and I'm going to make it unequivocally clear. The biblical stories were mythology. They were not historical events. They never occurred. What the authors did was to actually interpolate a couple historical figures into the Bible and some historical places so as to appeal to the fact that, yeah, man, these things are historical, but in actuality, they were designed to convey a certain meaning. All right, so Dory. So miracles are real. Dory, you would have to tell me what would be a miracle for you. You get what me I say? Because remember, Dory, there are many things that can be considered a miracle. And that's the reason why there were many people who were called the Christ or the Messiah, right? Jesus, quote unquote, wasn't the only one. So therefore, anyone who performed quote unquote miracles were called the Messiah or the Christ. Just like Cyrus the Great was, one of the first messiahs or Christ. You get what me I say? Because he was the one who he was from the Persian Empire, right? And when they conquered Babylon, yeah man, him quote unquote free up the Israelites and him tell Ezra say, here we go on. Yeah man, go and go build back the temple. You get what me I say? Go and rebuild the temple. So that was the first rebuilding of the temple by Cyrus the Great, who commissioned it. So he was considered a Messiah and a Christ. So when it comes down to miracles, Dory, there were some things that were called miracles because people never understood it, Dory. You get me I say? It's just like a chemistry teacher now, Dory. We in a first farm, and we are do our chemistry, Dory. And we see our chemistry teacher mix up certain portion, and we see a chemical reaction, and we say, wow, it's a miracle. Not knowing that it was a scientific experiment. You get me I say? Or it was a formula that was used to create the reaction there. So based on our ignorance, we say, wait, it's a miracle. You get what I say? So miracles can be subjective in the sense that if you don't understand the nature of it and what the results are, then you might say it's a miracle. But let's go back to the first miracle that Jesus did, so to speak, was to turn water into wine. Or say, water means life and wine represented spirit. So that was the transmutation that took place. It was so funny that the story said they were at the wedding in where? Canaan, right? It was a wedding and they had no wine. What does the wedding represent? The wedding represent what? The union of what? The male and the female, right? Or the masculine and the feminine. That wedding takes place within you as well. Because remember it saying, within us is what? Male and female. That's why it says in Genesis, male and female created he them and blessed them and called their name Adam. So in reality, Adam was created male and female. And we know so we have both what? Estrogen and testosterone. As men, we just know say what? We have more testosterone, so it makes us more masculine. And with the females, they have more estrogen, so it makes them more feminine. But in reality, right? In reality, we are both male and female in nature. So when it speaks about the wedding, it speaks about the union of the masculine and the feminine, right? And when it comes down to the masculine and the masculine was called what? Man, right? Or the male. And the feminine was called mother. And when you're talking about mother, you look at the etymological word, it goes to matter. Matter was matter. And the father represented what? Mind. So the union or the marriage at the wedding of Cana was between mind and matter, or the male and the female. That's how deep the esoteric meanings are. That's why the first miracle was the union of mind and matter. And that's why we will say what? Mind over matter or mind above matter. but the feminine principle always represented matter, while the masculine principle represented mind. And the solar principle as well means, the masculine, while the lunar principle represent the feminine. And we know how the lunar principle go. That's a deal with the moon, and it governs our emotions. You get what me I say? The solar principle, you don't know it go. It represents the masculine aspects. And that's the reason why all the solar deities throughout antiquity were masculine, and all the lunar deities were feminine. You get what me I say? Because when you deal with the masculine, you deal with mind, and when you deal with the feminine, you deal with matter. So the wedding at Cana, where the first miracle took place, was the union between mind and matter. Simple maths. Listen to me. You see, the Roman Catholic Church and even the Society of Jesus, or who them call the Jesuits, we are run the whole part church them in Jamaica and schools, right? KC and JC and the whole of them, right? Jesuits them, I run them schools there. These people, they know these things. But what them do? Them just feed the masses who are ignorant and gullible with the little shallow things, while behind the scenes, them understand certain things. You get what me I say? So that was the first miracle. We have 51 people in the building. Yeah, man, enough respect. 1 hour and 6 minutes going. Yeah, man, I'm me alone there. It's like the ones and ones I'm afraid to check in our. But it goes still, man. We there go and hold the ground same way. And I deal with a top of the dome reasoning. You get what me I say? So when we look at these things, man, these things have a deep esoteric meaning to it. You get what me I say? So yeah, man, the first miracle that we must do is what? Transmutation. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Mind above matter, or mind in synchronicity with matter. You get what me I say? So that was the first miracle. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, Dory, man. That good man, Dory, man. That good man. You know it go, man. We can always reason, man. Nothing wrong, man. Just drop on the questions, and we can just go and deal with the bill same way, say. You get what me I say? Because we know say the biblical reasoning more time. You know it go more time, Yeah, the ones and ones them will say, me not too to want blaspheme, or me not too to want ask no questions about certain things. So me good. Me stay in a chat and me just go and reason. Yeah, man, that good man do it, man. You know it go, man. You know say when they come onto the music and them something there, yeah, man. You don't know it go. Are you are the alien brain? So you don't know it go, man. We just have all our reasoning, so we can just enlighten the audience. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. As it relates to these things. So let's talk about a black Jesus. Should we accept a black Jesus? No. Why should we? No, because even though they know that images shape our reality, these images can also be superimposed on us to a point where we are convinced that they were historical. So, me not believe in a black Jesus. I don't think that we as a people should accept no character to say, well, they are Jesus, because Jesus was not a historical character. You get what me I say? But we understand the symbolic meaning of it, because it's important for us to remember there is one universal language. You get what me I say? There is one universal language, and that is the language of symbology. You get what me I say? Anywhere in the world, you see, certain signs, they mean the same and represent the same. That's the thing. You get what me I say? If you even look at even say Freemasonry, and even a brethren like Scara. Scara, big up yourself. You get what me I say? SD, big up. Give thanks to the check in. LTR. Yeah, man, big up. I'm gonna reach out to Scara, right? But let me just expound on this. What is your opinion on Cesar Borgia painting, depicting as Jesus? All right, it's important for us, as I said earlier, LTR, throughout history, throughout antiquity, all of these civilizations had a character who represented, or who was the epitome of the sun. You get what me I say? So the Cesar Borgia painting are something well late. You get what me I say? Remember before that, we can go to the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies, when they went into Egypt in 332 BC, right? Those were the Greeks, right? Through one brethren when them called Alexander the Great, right? Um, his son was, his father was King Philip of Macedon or whatever. So he was a Macedonian. Long story short, in 332 BC, the Greeks invaded Egypt, right? And they installed the Ptolemaic dynasty. Because right after his death, the three generals them decide to them carve up the whole place and say, you all over there, so me all over there, so me all over there. So it was three kingdoms. But long story short, they call it the Ptolemaic dynasty. Now, what they did in Egypt, right? They merged, they merged the cult of Osiris along with the cult of Apis, because Apis represented the bull and Osiris, represented Asar, or the resurrected one. You get what me I say? So what the Greeks did during the period of the Ptolemies, they merged Osiris and Apis and call it Serapis. You get what me I say? So that character, Serapis, was also depicted, you get what me I say, as, the epitome of the Son or the resurrected one. So this old painting of Cesar Borgia, right, it's nothing new. It's just true transmission later down in just deal with a painting there too. But before that, Serapis was the one who was worshipped as the Christ or the Savior. And as a matter of fact, the worshippers of Serapis were called Christians. That was the first mention of Christians, the worshippers of Serapis. So don't make them trick you and tell them, say, oh, Christianity started 2,000 years ago. Nonsense. You get what me I say? Because even in the Bible, in the book of Acts, it tells you that the first people were called Christians at Antioch. You get what me I say? And that's in reference to the Syriac, the Syriac Aramaic church. But the reality is that the first people who were called Christians way before Christianity were the worshippers of Serapis. You get what me I say? So the Cesar Borgia painting was just laid down. It means the same thing. You get what me I say? Then just give you one image and say, oh, this is a Jesus or whatever. But we should not accept it because the character was not historical. However, when they do these paintings, you realize, say what? They are conveying some hidden meaning. Sometimes you see them put the crown of thorns on the head, because the crown represents what? The sun, the corona. You get what me I say? Yeah, the corona. That's what the crown means. Because crown comes from the word corona. And corona and deal with what? The sun, same way. So you realize even with the Cesar Borgia paintings, you realize that you see the crown of thorns, and you will see the halo, and you will see even the heart being very conspicuous in the painting. Why them need to show Jesus' heart being that conspicuous? There is a reason for that, because when it comes down to spiritual development, one must use the heart to develop the mind, because the heart is always the mediator. The heart is where, they said judgment express itself from the heart center. That is where, the scale is. That is where Ma'at is, or the principles of Ma'at. And that's the reason why when you look at the seven chakras, the heart is number 4, because the heart is the mediator between the lower 3 and the higher 3. You get what I say? That's why the heart is always number 4 when you deal with the 7 seals the 7 life force energy centers are the 7 chakras. So, I mean, Cesar Borgia's painting, yeah, man. Remember, I said that these people were Masons. These people were deep into the occult, esoteric sciences at the time. So, don't get it twisted. They did these paintings because it conveyed a deep spiritual meaning to it. You get what me I say? Faith is believing in unverified thoughts. All religions are based on faith. When you have to live by faith is when you don't know. When knowledge is present, faith is not necessary. I agree with that, Michelle, because faith, you see faith again now too. Faith, the thing is that sometimes we conflate faith with doctrines and dogma. You get what me I say? Because in reality, from a spiritual perspective, faith means confidence. You get what me I say? When we believe in biblical stories that they are true, that is more of the doctrines and the dogma, us accepting these things to be true without any, empirical evidence. You get what me I say? But faith, when it comes down to spirituality, faith represents confidence because the opposite of faith is really doubt, And that's the reason why it goes back to the 12 disciples, right? When, quote unquote, let's look at the story of Jesus and the 12 disciples, them, right? When he asked the question and he said, who do you say I am? And the disciples were saying, some said you are Elisha, some said you are Elijah, some said you are Joshua, some said you are the reincarnation of the prophets. Peter was the one that said what? Thou art the Christ, Son of the living God. You get what me I say? And that was when Jesus said what? Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I shall build my church, and the gates of Hades, or when them say the grave, yeah man, shall not, have any challenge with it, so to speak. So Peter was the one to recognize the Christ within. So that's the reason why he was called the rock, because spiritual faith identifies the Christ within. And that's the reason why they call it the rock. Because at the end of the day, faith in reality means confidence. The absence of faith, is doubt, or you are not assured. So while in Christianity they do conflate faith as believing in the word of God being true, no, faith simply meant, having the confidence. And faith simply means mental confidence. So faith has a lot to do with having mental fortitude and mental confidence. However, unfortunately, it is misconstrued as, say, believing in religious doctrines and dogma. And that is where the confusion comes in. But when it comes down to faith, it's all about having the confidence to discern and to identify the Christ within, as Peter did. And that's the reason why, he was called the rock. Because if memory serves me right, his name before that was Simon. Right? Simon. I mean, I stand corrected still, You get what me I say? Yeah. So it was Simon, and then them say Peter. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So you don't know it go. I am Musa. Big up in a family. You don't know it go, Yeah, man. Respect as always. Please remember, family, we have all a little reasoning, so just hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, yeah, man, feel free to subscribe as well. And the link is pinned. The StreamYard link is pinned. Yeah, man. All the topics are there. We are here freestyling off the dome. Yeah, man. We have dropped some information. So ones and ones can also go and do their own research as well. You get what me I say? Because I'm not here to tell you, say, yeah, what? I saw this go, I must accept it. No. You should go out there and do your own research so you can verify these things. You get what me I say? Because as the Bible even say, unto you is given the keys. You get what me I say? To know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. But unto them it is not. You get what me I say? So at this right there, we kind of break down, we kind of just break down certain meanings of things. So when we see them, man, we don't really burn them out because now we understand, their nature. The nature of things is very important. You get what me I say? So when we hear the Jesus thing, we know say, yeah, it's not real, it's not historical, but it does convey a spiritual meaning because it go, Jesus represent the Son. And that's why in the book of Revelation, he said what? I am the bright morning star. And that was where he likened himself to Lucifer. You get what me I say? And people are say, wait, how is it that Jesus is calling himself the bright morning star? And in the book of Isaiah, Lucifer was also called the bright morning star. You get what me I say? Boy, Dory, yeah, man, you bail me out, brother. 1 hour, 21 minutes.
No, so really and truly, I just some questions we really have.
No, man, I
You
trouble.
understand?
Yeah, I trouble me, I trouble you, man. Because me, a man like this, not do worry. Me can just freestyle for the next 6 hours and just drop P and knowledge in a brother. When my head chip, I saw me flow, You get
Yeah,
what me
man,
I
you
say?
know,
But
man.
respect for the check-in still and go through with the questions, them.
Yeah,
We respect the
so
engagement.
yeah, one thing I always want to know, I always question, right? So
Yes.
them say, Jesus and God love everybody and love everybody equally. So if that is the case, then why is the Jews the chosen people and his favorite people, according to the same set of Christians?
Yeah, Dory. Repeat the question for me, please. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm saying, right? They always say that God love everybody, both Jews and Gentiles and everybody equally. But my thing is that if you create all people in your own image, why is it that you have a favorite?
Right, and according to the Bible, God does not love everyone. Not true. Because remember what he did to the Canaanites. Remember what he did to all the various tribes, right? He means to
Yep.
Moses say what? Kill them all and done. You get what me I say? Every little one, all the goat and the cow, them kill them all. So, when you look at the Bible, no, God never loved everybody at all. God was partisan, very partisan to the point where me don't know how Jacob and Esau. You remember that one there?
No, no, no.
Um, member said us, member said there was Abraham, right? But Dory, remember when we were young man, we used to sing a little song. The three little ones in one gin juice. The first little one was Abraham, and then we talk about Isaac and Jacob, right?
No, no,
Remember,
no.
say
Me not highly, me not religious like that.
word. All right, that's fine. So the first one was Abraham, right? And he was called Father Abraham, right? And his son was Isaac, and there was two twins by Isaac. One was called Jacob. No, there was Isaac and Esau. There was Isaac and Esau, right? I'm trying to remember the story good, I don't want to misinterpret nothing. Long story short is this, right? There was Isaac and Esau, and Esau was the one who was supposed to get the blessing, right? And them said because the father was blind, the mother make make Isaac carrying the food, go give Abraham, so him could have bless the person there.
Oh
So I
yeah, yeah.
want
Me
to
know the
know
story.
where was God for identify and say, hold on, it's not him to get the blessing, and Esau to get the blessing. You get what me I say? So I say that to say this, brother. God was so partisan that evil Isaac used craft to get the blessing. You get what me I say? So throughout biblical history, even though there are many gods in the Bible, these deities were very partisan. Even when you look at the whole story of the Israelites leaving out of Egypt, even though that never happened in history, you realize say what? God tell them say what? Yes, man. You shall worship no other God but me, and this land will be yours and for your inhabitants. You get what me I say? And you must go over there and kill off the Canaanites, them and them, something there. So, yeah, the God of the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, It was a different deity than in the New Testament. That's the reason why when it comes down to Judaism, and you look at the Pentateuch, you look at the Torah, you look at the Talmud, you look at the Tanakh, right? These people, in Judaism, they don't recognize the New Testament. First five
Yeah,
books,
yeah, yeah.
them deal with. You get what I say? Because
That's true.
during that time, that God, Yahweh, was a volcano deity. You get me? I say that's why Moses went onto a mountaintop and saw what? Burning bush, right? And that was Yahweh up there. If you look at the history of Yahweh, that was a volcano deity in Canaan. So the reality is that Yahweh is actually a Canaanite deity. Just like you have the word El. El, that was a Canaanite deity, which means God. You get what me I say? I say that to say this. A lot of these stories, right? They deliberately inserted these names of deities, right? So that they can be applicable to a certain narrative. So Yahweh was the volcano deity. Moses go up on the mountain, them say him see burning bush and him see fire, right? Long story short, when it came onto the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, it was destroyed with what? Brimstone and fire by Yahweh. You get what me I say? So this whole Yahweh thing, where the Hebrew Israelite them a deal with, is in relation to a volcano deity that, according to the biblical narrative, was very jealous, right? Got extremely angry, right? And even kill off some people, all kind of sitting that Yahweh they go on with. So it just shows you that that quote unquote deity was expressing even the 70 deadly sins. Yahweh was jealous, that a one. Yahweh was very partisan. Yahweh was very angry. Yahweh, you get me I say? That God was very partisan. So the conversation of God love all people, that was never the case in the Bible. Not one bit. The problem was the New Testament now, right, which was written in Greek, it speaks about a totally different God that says what? That even Jesus said, it is not the will of the Father that none of these little ones should perish. But
Yep.
in the Old Testament, oh my gosh, man, that the God, the brother, cross, angry, miserable, just a wipe out nations and destroy nations and strike down anybody. You get what me I say? Moses could not even enter the promised land because he was told to strike the rock 3 times. I think it was 3 times he was told to strike the rock because then they want water, and Yahweh tell him say, go and strike that rock 3 times, or must say, is it that 3 times or something like that? But long story short, Moses disobeyed and strike the rock, must say, either less or more times. I don't remember exactly, but the narrative was that Moses never followed the instructions. You get me, I say? As a result of that, Moses couldn't enter the promised land. So that shows that the God the name Yahweh never did a ramp. You get what me I say? When it comes down to
Yeah.
destroying other places, invading, he gave the Israelites carte blanche. Go over there, invade them, kill them off, and take away the women and the children, right? But don't spare the men. You get what me I say,
Okay,
Dory?
but yeah, man, we get what I say, but you touch on what would be my next question. Because when you read the Old Testament and you read the New Testament, the Old Testament you have where you have all a man have 1,000 wife. But then now when you come into the New Testament, they might tell us you must have one wife. So my thing is that them always talk about, and there's many other contradictions within the Bible, right? So how the New Testament now in line with the Old Testament. Because if I read even sections of Matthew, where Jesus was saying that he did not come to change anything, but he just come to fulfill it. But then, as you just pointed out, there were many differences within the Old and the New Testament. So where the New Testament really came from.
All right, so the authors of the New Testament, right? What we know about the writers of the New Testament are the gospel, so to speak. It was written in Greek. You get me? I said nobody knows who the authors are. That's funny. You get me? I said no one knows who
Mm-hmm.
wrote the Gospels. But what they know is that there's a lot of similarities where they're showing you that one person wrote all the four gospels, or one person wrote three of them. So you see the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there was no people like that who wrote the gospels. They just gave them those names. You get what I say? But the
Mm-hmm.
writers of the gospels, which was written in Greek, you kind of realize that's the reason why in Judaism they may recognize the New Testament. You get what I say? Because a lot of these teachings, especially even with Jesus, it goes against what? The entire Old Testament. Because remember, say, in John chapter 10, verse 31, right? Um, they actually, he actually, Jesus said, destroy this body, and in 3 days I will raise it up. He said that. And the priests, them know, which is the scribes and the Pharisees, they took up stone to stone him. And he said in John chapter 10, verse 31, he said, um, why do you stone me? And the scribes and Pharisees say, for the good deeds we stone thee not, but for thou being a man and calling himself God, because him said, destroy this body, and in 3 days I raise it up. When them hear that, yeah, them say, yeah, we're gonna stone you because you are say you're God. And them say, for the good deeds we stone thee not, but for thou being a man and calling himself God, yeah, we are gonna stone you. And that is when Jesus said, isn't it not written in your laws? Ye are gods, right? I said ye are gods. And if it's in your laws, the scripture cannot be broken. And that was in reference to Psalms 82, verse 5 to 8, or Psalms 82, verse 6, that says, ye are gods. So when Jesus now licked them with that story there in the book of Psalms, them couldn't go around it. So them couldn't stone him. So that's the reason why in Judaism they have never accepted Jesus as a Messiah, because he changed all the Mosaic law. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
Even though not to change it, but him say, I come not to change the laws, but to fulfill them. But all of those, their teachings, even on the Sabbath, he broke the Sabbath law, when he plucked the ears of corn. And they say, whoa, lo and behold, this man picks corn on the Sabbath and violates the Sabbath. Remember at that time, the punishment was death. If you even pluck corn on the Sabbath was death. So when they actually challenged him about the Sabbath, he said what? The Sabbath was made for man and man, not man for the Sabbath. In other words, he's saying that don't take the thing too literal, brother, and talk about say that want to stop the work and stop the things. Because when you look at the Sabbath, and even the teachings of Jesus on the Sabbath, the word Sabbath means seven, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And it says what? Keep the what holy?
I want to keep it
Keep
holy.
the
Keep
Sabbath
Sabbath
holy,
holy.
which means keep the seven holy. What is the seven? The seven seals, the seven life force energy centers, the seven quote unquote chakras. You get what I say? That's why I say keep the Sabbath holy, because the seven represent what? Quote unquote God resting in Genesis. And remember, say, once the Kundalini energy rises up through the spinal column and goes through the sixth seal, it's gonna rest at the crown chakra, which is the seven, and that's how the rest take place. So when them say the 7 days of creation or 6 days of creation and God rests on the seventh day, that was when they instituted the Sabbath, because they never understood the esoteric meaning to it. So they must say the Sabbath is a holy day and no work should go on because God rested. But if you look in nature, Dory, show me where on a Saturday the earth stands still. The sun stops shining. No breeze now blow. No bird now fly. No fruits now ripe. I would challenge anyone to show me on a Saturday. For all who said them a Sabbath, show me on a Saturday where there is a cessation of activities in nature. That's the only way you can justify your Sabbath. You get what me I say? Because if you don't
Yeah.
want to say, if you don't want to say God rest, and you mustn't do no work, Uno have to show me in a nature as well where nature pause. Because anytime nature pause for the Sabbath, the whole are we dead. Allah not tell Dory?
Yeah, that is true. And partially I grew up Seventh-day Adventist, and for me and the pastor always have several back and forth because every little church have them little thing where them believe in the way me question all the time. Whether them a New Testament church of God, any one of them, they have always have issue with anything, with at least one thing that they believe in. But here is my final question, right? So Christians are some of the first people to send people to hell, right? Especially sometimes in Jamaica, if you're at a different denomination, them think you don't go to hell. So my question now, with all these different religions around the world, what is the true religion, or is there even a need for religion? Because I believe that, listen, once you just live good, try to live peaceful with everybody, try to be as good as person as I can. I don't think life needs more than that from you. So I so the more I think about all these different, religions around the world, and is there a true religion, quote unquote, because Christians always talk about the true and living God.
Mm. Right. So remember, when you talk about God, right? Um, as me say, in the Bible there are 72 names for God, right? In the Talmud, right, or in Judaism, them have I think 108, and in Islam there's 99. You get what I say? Now, the reality is this now. All of these equate to the number nine, and the number nine ties into the letter I, and the letter I ties into the single I, which is the pineal gland, and that's why them say God is light. You get what I say? The Bible said God is, for the Lord thy God is a sun and a shield. You get what I say? Them say God is spirit. You get what I say? These are all characteristics of the divine. However, throughout antiquity, we always attribute characteristics of the universal intelligence and say, well, it is God. You get what I say? Because these cultures always had their deities and always had their religious practices. Just like, oh, come December 21st, right? You are going to have what? The winter solstice. These were festivals that were celebrated by these cultures because they understood about the sun going through the 12 signs of the zodiac. You get what I say? And the sun in Capricorn on December 21st. Because December 21st, now that's Capricorn start.
No, I'm not to follow them thing there,
All right. So when it comes
them
to zodiac
Sagittarius
science,
and them
yes.
something there.
December 21st, a Capricorn. You get what I say? And remember, say Capricorn is the what? The goat. The goat. You see, everybody talk about goat. That's Capricorn. And that's the
Mm.
reason why even Jesus was depicted with the goat, because that's the sun in Capricorn. Sometimes Jesus is depicted with the ram because that's the sun in Aries. But Jesus with the goat, right? Or even they move the goat to a sheep, but it still represents the sun in Capricorn. So all of the various cultures come December 21st, it's gonna be the shortest day of the year. So they all celebrate that. You get what I say? As the winter solstice. So the thing is this now: religion was invented by man. Can man exist without religion? Yes. Can religion exist without man? No. So religion needs man to exist. Man does not need religion to exist. That's where the problem lies, bro.
Totally. Because I was speaking to a Christian actually just last week, right? And I was questioning the existence of humans and everything, and even the Bible. And she was saying to me that, listen, all humans are here on earth and was created by God to serve Him. So my question to her was, so you're saying that some supreme being out there created somebody, created a bunch of people just to bow down and worship Him? What kind of life is that? Should I have my children now and tell them to bow down and worship me, like how I give them life? But a straight answer wasn't given. But
Right,
I find the
because
whole thing
you
weird.
know how Christianity, unfortunately, these people have no clue as to even what that Bible is. They don't. They get what me I say. So I mean, people speak from a dogmatic perspective, whereas they just accept whatever is told to them or fed to them. You know, they don't question anything at all. You get what me I say?
No,
Because
but
the reality is that just like how we as black people, well on, why do we need Jesus? We don't need Jesus. We don't.
but that's how we were cultured from we were a child.
Right,
Remember, I know.
right,
Yeah, pray beside you, bend kneel down and pray from before you can barely talk. So therefore, you grew up with that deep belief on the inside that there is God. You're praying to God and you believe everything in the Bible. And remember that they tell you, because I even hear, I think it was Michelle who spoke about faith. So like my thing is that the real thing is that if there's a God out there and all these things that occurred in the Bible really happened, why is it that do we need to have faith?
right,
You
right, right,
understand?
right.
Why we just need to close, lock our eyes and trust and believe that this thing is real. Where else in our lives do we apply that same thing? Just close our eyes and trust and believe that this is true. And that has always been my issue. But then again, I also, on the flip side, I will be like, okay, where does all of this come from? As in the earth and everything within it. Where does all of this manifest from? That's also a question I have.
Right, and that's a question where no one can give us an answer where we can say it is scientific, right? It is more like a working hypothesis. Just like how we know say Charles Darwin, right, created a working hypothesis where him say man evolved from Australopithecus to Homo sapien to Homo erectus to Cro-Magnon. You get what me I say? So he presented a working hypothesis, and it is accepted in academia as it relates to the evolution of man. So the reality is, brother, while we have found fossils that are millions of years of old, nobody can scientifically and empirically say, I saw that farm and I saw that go on. So it's more like working hypothesis. Now, me, I deal with the reality of life, though, Dory. Oh, me see life forward, where me see what? The child comes from the womb. The child comes from the woman, right? Life comes from the woman, and that's why in ancient Egypt, right, the woman, if you look at Isis, a picture of Isis or Aset, she have the throne upon her head. And in a Christianity, you hear them sing about the throne of God. Somewhere around the throne of God, right? Them sing that. When
Mm.
they're saying that, the woman represents the throne because the king comes through the woman. You get what me I say, family? So we know in this dispensation, we say what? In order for us to have salvation, we need to believe in Jesus Christ. Yeah. Are you guys hearing me? Yeah, man. Sorry about the interruption. Like Dory Goodly run gone. Just type a nine. Type a nine if you're hearing me in the chat. Please and thanks. Dory. No, man, do it, man. You can just check forward in, man. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Respect my heart, Ruth. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, do it. You can just check forward in, man. I know I'm not no crazy still, but yeah, man, family. My apologies to each and every one still because we have 54 people there listening to the reason, and Dory was asking some very good questions. So, yeah, man, I appreciated those questions being asked. Yeah, so you know how it goes. So, Dory, if time and space permits, man, check in and yeah, we can just continue. Yeah, yeah, Dory. So I'm not sure of what you were asking about. What you were asking about again?
Repeat for me. Just there
No,
again.
no, I
Already check
said I'm
out.
not sure what you were asking about again. I remember we were talking about the sister
Oh,
I tell you about, Jesus and stuff like that.
yeah, man. No, we were talking about the creation of life and this whole world where it comes from, and we
Right,
were saying that really and truly, scientifically or anything like that, nobody can really prove it. And if you check every religious context, basically, you get a different answer. You understand? So all of it is basically, in some sense, which I have always known,
right,
it's either speculation or you just go by faith that what you have been told is true. Because I don't subscribe to the evolution thing either.
right,
In
right, right. By Charles Darwin.
yeah, so it's you have all of that. But as I say, over the time,
Right,
religion has always proven to be division. It has caused many wars. That's why I know when even some people talk about what some people from some Arab countries are doing and calling it terrorism. I want them to remember that Christians usually go around and do their crusades and kill many people as well. So this has always been the history of religion. I understand that for some people it provides a level of discipline, but causes it also has its bad. You
The
understand? So
mindset. Yo, Imhotep, you gonna let the man say he don't believe in evolution and just let him slide like that?
yeah, so tell
but,
us
but
now,
hold
Robert.
on, but Robert, but hold on, but Robert, why does he need to believe in evolution though?
Because it's a fact.
Hold on, but hold on, no, but Robert, evolution is a theory, a working hypothesis, right? Can we
So
agree
was,
on that, bro?
yeah, so was gravity.
Right, that's fine. That's fine. So as long as it's a working hypothesis, it means that the empirical scientific data is not there to convince us that it's absolute. So
No,
someone present a thesis like Darwin, and him say, okay, we came from Cro-Magnon to Australopithecus to Homo erectus, Homo sapien, etc., etc., and we accepted that. So when me I say me can't force somebody to believe that. No,
well, we not.
Robert.
Come on, force is pushing it. Obviously, I don't mean force. I mean challenge. And
Right.
just for the record, evolution is a theory and a fact. Just for the record, just because something is a theory doesn't mean that it can't also be a fact. Well, go ahead.
No, no, no. Okay, so I will ask you the question though, right? All right. So if it's a fact, it means that it would have to be validated, right? With the use of empirical scientific evidence. So I'm gonna give you the floor and you can expound on that.
I mean, so unequivocal proof of evolution. All right. Oh, all right. So unequivocal proof. If you want like the smoking gun for why evolution is 100% a fact, the answer is transitional fossils. That's the answer. And in layman terms, basically what that means is we have already found the fossils, literally, like we have found multiple fossils that track the transition of an animal from one species to another. Like this has already been documented. And I can give you links on that per usual.
No, no, that's fine. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so that's the smoking gun. So now where I think a lot of us Caribbean people, where our first block where evolution comes from is that a lot of us think that evolution states that man came from monkey. And evolution absolutely does not state that man came from monkey. Charles Darwin doesn't think man came from monkey, and no respectable science thinks man came from monkey. Oh, that's all I wanted to say. I was hoping you had something to plug in.
Yeah, definitely. Now, what you said a while ago, how is that applicable to human evolution? Because yes, we can say, well, scientists have tracked the transition of all these, like how them say, dinosaurs and even mammoths and even animals that were extinct. Yeah, me understand that because them study them fossils and whatever. Now, when it comes down to humanity, now, where is that same parallel study? That they will say, okay, we have the empirical evidence to validate that human beings came from this and from that and from Homo erectus to Australopithecus to Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien,
Well,
etc., etc.
so the answer for that is transitional fossils. You know they have transitional fossils for humans as well, right?
From where?
From Africa.
Yeah,
You want me to
yes,
tell
so
you
yes, yes. So they
so
say,
the name is a name that I can never pronounce. I was googling it while you was talking. It's called
I think you might be referring to, you're talking about Dignish, right?
No, it's I feel like I heard you say it just now too. Australopithecus.
Right. So it's Australopithecus, right?
Yeah,
Australopithecus, right?
Australopithecus, and then there's some other word after that, Afrinese, whatever. But they have a whole bunch of pieces of that fossil, a whole bunch. They don't have the head, but they got the hip, the jaw, the arms, the legs, pieces of the spine, and they've been able to look at the DNA from it and see its connection to us. And also, just one more thing: humans are primates, so what that would be enough. That should be enough for you as well, because they have transitional fossils for other primates.
No, I do understand that, but to say that we should accept evolution as a fact, though, the remember, evolution is a concept, right?
Yeah, so all right. So the reason why evolution remains why evolution still falls in the category of theory and fact is because all of the mechanisms for evolution isn't fully understood yet. But just because all of the mechanisms are fully understood doesn't mean that the overall theory isn't still a fact. It's missing parts still. You know, like for example, we don't fully understand how mutations play a part in evolution, because there's different parts of evolution. There's natural selection, there's mutation,
Well,
and then there's
once we go to natural selection, that's Darwinism, right?
yeah, but mutation is also Darwinism.
Right, right,
Darwinism.
right, right.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
so
want
got you,
to talk
Robert,
too
got
much.
you.
No. I'm
I
talking too
remember
much. I want to hear.
once we go to Darwin, but Robert, respectfully, once we go back to Darwin, it is still a theory. I do understand that the study of these various skeletons and stuff like that can allow us to understand, like all of these what on there, Robert. I think somebody I try to um me think say somebody I try to spam the chat. You know what thing going on, Robert? YouTube streets, you get me I say, grimy,
Oh, that shit, the racist shit. Yeah, you know how they are, man. They can't control
No,
themselves.
it's like them I try to spam the chat. You get me I say?
Yeah, you know how that.
Yeah, them I try to spam the chat. So you know that go more time. That's how it going on. The system, the YouTube streets is a corrupt thing, brother. It's nasty. But that's why I kind of try to stay in my little lane and go on to my thing because me no in no rivalry with nobody and no problem with anyone at all. You get me I say? Let me see again. 1 second there, here, Robert.
Just block him, what it?
Right. But the funny thing is that it look like them actually use multiple accounts too. You get me I say? Yeah, Dory, are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, I hear about it. Look like I
Got you.
see him. It look like I the same.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, yeah, man, and moderators, uno have a range, right? And uno
Yes.
can use it too. Yeah, man, uno can hide them too, man. When you see trolls, Shows like that are like fake pages where you know so them deliberately try to spam the chat. Anytime you see somebody type the same thing, 4 or 5 times or 3 times or whatever, you know they're trying to spam the chat. Remember, said there are people here though, people like a dead D, you know, said dead D will just type some things, and me know say dead D that. So she have a wrench. You get what me I say? Yeah, because I don't know how dead deal with it. But anytime you see moderators who have a range, when you see people that try to spam the chat, same comment that type all 4 or 5 times, whatever. Yeah, man, hide them, man, because them kind of energy there. I don't really need that over here. You get what me I say? All right, watch this.
You want to become like you want me jump off and hide him, man. You're not hiding him right away.
But yeah, so yeah, evolution is a fact. It's a theory
Yeah,
and
but
also
but
a fact.
Robert, me have a question, right?
Yeah,
If
that's what I
if
was saying.
say 1,000 years from now,
Yeah.
they dug up a dog and a wolf, wouldn't they say that's evolution?
But that's where dogs came from, wolves.
See, same thing.
No, that's not the same thing.
No. I'm not talking about the same thing. You know, what I'm talking about is that I believe that they are probably what they are related. Yes, because they are from the same species in a sense. But I don't think they evolve one
All
evolved
right,
from the
so
other.
let me ask you a question. So, how do you explain the diversity of animals on the earth? Like, how do you explain the fact that there's a black bear, a brown bear, and a polar bear? How you explain that?
No, I can't explain it. I don't have a theory, to be honest. That's why I
So
was asking
for
Imhotep
10,
earlier.
and for $10,000, I said right now, $10,000. Give me your best explanation. What would you give me?
What did I give you for 10,000? Well, that would have to come back to who created this earth. And that is really my question, because I would just believe that everything was just created in a sense. I don't
Oh, so
believe
you
that
feel like
everything evolved from something.
so you feel like all of the animals were all of the varieties of animals were created at one time. Okay. So
Yeah,
okay,
I would believe it.
okay,
If
okay,
I was
okay.
forced to choose one.
No, that's cool. So let's challenge that a little bit more. Okay. So do you believe in dinosaurs?
No.
Okay. So
I don't know if the fossils are real or anything like that. I know that what we have been told, but I find it very convenient for everything just to go extinct. Even though I know that it's a possibility.
no, I respect it. Listen, it's nothing wrong with having a level of being critical and being skeptical, but you have to have a healthy level of skepticism and a healthy level of of criticism. So it's
Yeah,
nothing wrong
true.
with that. So with that being said, so what incentive do you think that the world would have to lie about the existence of dinosaurs?
Well, like for me, I just think that some stories people just make up just to create their own history in some sense, right? Because all these dinosaurs and all these fossils, they aren't found all around the world,
They are,
right?
they are, they are, they are. So for the record, so I'm from Guyana, right? I know I've said that many times on the show. I'm from Guyana, and many species of dinosaurs have been discovered in Guyana.
But
A
the
hundred.
funny thing is this, Robert,
Oh,
right?
okay. That's
When it
news
comes
to
down
me.
to oil, isn't it said that it's a result of the fossils? That's why they
You
call it
know that
fossil
Yes.
fuel.
you know that that was the that's actually not the case.
Then why they call it fossil fuel?
Because a fossil doesn't have to be dinosaurs. Fossils could also be so. All right. So to answer your question, most of the oil that we burn today comes from a period even before the dinosaurs, like the period when like life was mostly in the ocean and stuff like that.
Right,
Like
right,
like a microbial life and plant life, like those types of lives.
right.
Those are the things that ended up becoming fossil fuels. But those things also make fossils, so that answers your question as well.
Right, right,
Does
right,
it
right,
have to
right.
be
I,
the
I,
dinosaurs?
I agree with that. I agree with that. But for me, with the dinosaurs, right? I've seen where even T Rex or whatever, I've seen where they have collected their bones and kind of reconstruct them, right? And they are in museums. So on that basis, yes, I will respect that scientific data. You get what me I say? And I don't even think it's a big deal for me if I accept dinosaurs or not. You get what me I say? But
No,
when it comes down
but
to
me and you
humans,
come from a sorry, Imhotep, but me and you come from a more similar perspective. So
word,
that's why
word,
it's
word,
really
word.
not important to challenge you. I really want to challenge. I really want to challenge him right now because you
Okay,
know.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
got you. Yeah, man. The two hundred can build, then, man. Nothing
So
wrong.
so you
No,
say
no,
you don't.
for me, I am not really even questioning it, to be honest, because for me, whether dinosaurs are real, honestly, it's neither here or there
No,
for
it is.
me.
No, it can't be here nor there. You know why? Because it follows into my next question. Because look, all right. If so, all right. The reason why I say it matters is because I was going to ask you the animals
Mhm.
that existed in the past, they don't exist now. So where did the animals that exist now come from? And that will follow up with the dinosaur stuff. Like, when dinosaurs were
Okay,
supposedly
I get
here.
what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. So where did they
But
come from?
but the next thing is that just to expound as well, Robert. There is the law of correspondence. You get me? I said there are seven universal laws, or as you know, seven hermetic principles, right? You have mentalism, you have correspondence, you have gender, you have vibration, you have polarity, etc., etc. I say that to say this: when it comes down to correspondence, them say, "As above, so below." Right? The Bible says, "On earth as it is in heaven," or "in mind as it is in matter." Now, when you look at most of the animals on the earth, they are in the sea too, right? We have sea cow, we have sea horse. You get me? I say we have snakes in the
Yes.
sea and whatever, whatever. I
Every
mean, so it,
land
it even
animal
shows,
has a sea alternative copy.
right? So it even shows the correlation between the animals in the ocean and the animals on the land.
And
You
it
get what
is
I say?
said, and it is said that life began in the ocean. So you can see the correlation there as well.
Right, and it goes back to the Bible. Because the Bible says the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters in a Genesis. You get what me I say? Yeah, when the whole creation thing start, and if you go back to evil, if you even go back to the Sumerians' epic of creation or the Enuma Elish, right? Their creation story was with what? Was with Enlil and Enki. And Enki, who was the savior of humanity, was considered the fish deity. You get what me I say? And
So Imhotep.
he was actually in Chaldea. He was called Oannes of Chaldea, and he was a fish deity, right? He was called a water deity, and the same Oannes became Ionis in Greek, which translates to John the Baptist in the Bible. So it has show you the whole water connection as well, even right there. So all the way to John the Baptist in the Bible. You get what me I say? So yes, I agree that if you look at all the various cultures in antiquity, they speak about in Egypt, they speak about what? The overflowing of the Nile and all that stuff. You get what me I say? The Babylonians speak about the deluge. So water was always synonymous with their culture. You get what me I say? So looking at the same amount, we say, well, a lot of the animals who depend on the earth, them they in the sea. You
So
understand me?
so
I say?
wait,
So
so
it,
hold
it
on,
it
real
does
quick
show that connection, you know?
before I lose this train of thought. So going back to the dinosaur thing, this is why the dinosaur thing is important. Because the moment if you accept that dinosaurs are real, then you have to accept that evolution is real. And why? Because if you believe that dinosaurs is real, you don't think that humans were there. You don't think that dogs were there. You don't think that wolves were there when the dinosaurs were there. So where did they come from? Unless
Well,
God, unless God came after the dinosaurs and made everything else over again. And
But
most
but
people don't
yeah,
think that.
my thing is more to what Lalabella was even saying, that hey, probably it's not even the fact that evolution is not real. It's really and truly the fact that it cannot be thoroughly explained, right?
No, but
So,
just because
so
it
say
can't
for
be.
instance, human beings. Why haven't human beings continued to evolve?
But we are continuing to evolve. What are you talking about?
In
No,
what
I
way?
don't even mean. Okay, so I'll give you a perfect example. You ready?
Yeah, man, I'm listening.
All right. Your tailbone. That's one. Want me to give you some more?
No, you need
Um,
to go in further because I'm ignorant to that.
humans have a tailbone. It's indicative of our evolutionary past where we once actually had a tail attached to us. Now, not humans as me and you as we know it, but our ancient ancestors actually had tails.
No,
That's
but
why
how
we have.
long have we been as we know it now? How
Okay,
long have
so
we
that's a
been
good
this way?
question. That's a great question. So, based on the science, from what I remember, don't hold me to this. I might be off or on by like maybe a million years, but humanity as we know it is about 1 million to 2 million years old. Modern humans are about 100,000 years old. You know, I don't know if you might not accept this as a fact or not, but at one point there were multiple different species of humans that existed at one time, and we were different. We were humans, but we were different. Like you see how we have a black bear and a brown bear and a polar bear? That's how humans were too in variations as well.
So what? Some of them went extinct because
Yes,
all of us could not be developed could not
yes.
evolve in the same thing. Okay, okay,
That's
okay.
yeah. So
and
what
and
happened
and
was
and and also to
we
Dory, and big up to the chat as always. We might use some terminologies that the ones and ones might not be familiar with, but that's fine because when we even say haplogroups, right? We can also say that people, when you look at the various migration patterns, right? Especially like maybe during maybe like the Bronze Age or even the Ice Age and stuff like that. Based on the environment that they were in, it would definitely impact their skin tone and their genetics. You get what I say? So a black man who migrate from Africa and go live in Europe, after a certain time, he's going to evolve where his pigmentation is no longer there like that.
yeah, but after that's gonna take hundreds of thousands of years, like
Right,
not even
right, right, right.
so for example, Dory, I know you've always heard about the caveman, aka the Neanderthal. That is a
Yeah.
separate species of human that existed. They no longer exist now. What scientists think happened is that we are the hybrid of all of those species, or many of those species. If you look in the DNA of us, many of us have little pieces of DNA from the caveman. And there's also other subgroups there's a fossil that they found in China that they call the dragon, I think it's called the dragon man or something like that. It's just a nickname. That's not the actual name. But they found the fossil in China when they was building a highway, and when they carbon dated it and did the haplogroup testing on it, they realized that this was also another distinct human species. And they were different. Like some were tall, some were short, some had big brains, some had small brains, some were strong, some were not. Like literally, like how you see it in the cartoons.
Yeah, but
No, but
according to
my
evil,
question now.
like say, let's just say for the Hebrew Israelites them, right? According to them people, right? We all came from we are black people. We come from and them deal with the Ham, Shem, and Yafet thing. So them I say the whole away we're upon the earth, we are from Noah's seed. You get what me I say? So how can you challenge that now scientifically when you are talk to a Hebrew Israelite we really believe that?
Well,
Yeah, but
because
I
they
mean,
will say that the Earth is way younger than it actually is, so that's a good start. We could
No, but me
start
I
from
talk
there.
about like you trying to even convince someone who is conditioned to believe that all life start from somebody named Noah. Right after the flood, him and him,
Let
him,
me
him and
let
him,
me
him
sorry,
children,
Imhotep.
them and whatever.
Let me address Kenny first, real quick. Kenny,
Right.
No, actually, Mansa Musa, I enjoy people like Kenny. I want you to like try to catch me with the aha. I like that. All right. So to answer your question, the first animal comes from the ocean. That's the answer. And how did the first animal get to the ocean? The most popular theory is panspermia. Now go ahead, Imhotep. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, right? Like, even though, yeah, as scientific minds, we try to study and understand and accept, certain scientific certain scientific teachings, right? When someone is of a religious persuasion and a religious conviction, like a black man will say him is a Hebrew Israelite, right? He really believes that there was a deity named Yahweh that created heaven and earth. You get what me I say? And even that belief goes against a scientific conversation. Because if Yahweh, is spirit, how can the spiritual create the physical when in law it takes the physical to create the physical. So like when someone will believe in that, Robert, like how do you challenge them though?
I mean, I don't think it's difficult. It's so many flaws in those types of beliefs. I could just pick anything at random and attack it. Like, I don't know. Where you want me to start, bro? You want me to, the simple stuff. Who created God? Where did God come from?
Right, God, right?
Yes, where did God come from?
Are we talking about the name or the concept?
Well,
Because
the deity,
it's very broad. When we talk about God, it's a
the
very
deity,
broad thing.
the deity. The person's answer is going to be that God always existed, and they're gonna say, and then I'm going to say
Right,
the universe always existed, and then there we
right,
go. That's the
right,
breakdown right there. But I mean, we could talk about other stuff about like how Christianity didn't make it into like deep into Africa until well after the stories of the Levant and stuff like that. That would be a good start. And then I could talk about how old humans are, how old
right.
the earth is. How old is the earth? 5 billion years old.
Right.
We can talk
But
about stuff like that.
what about like the black Hebrew Israelites that say that we were the Hebrews who were in Africa and we were taken into the West, and the United States, Mississippi is ancient Egypt, and all them something, and them go to Deuteronomy 28, right, and talk about they will go to back to Egypt in ships and them something there. And they really believe that right now in the United States, they are in Egypt. So you get what me I say? Like, how do we just leave them people alone and know say here go on? I'm mad this I did now. One I say can't make no sense, because you really have people who are of that persuasion and say Mississippi is the Nile and all of them rubbish there. You get what I say? And they are in Egypt now and them something there. Black people really believe that, bro. And you really have black people who really believe say them come from over Israel part there, over the Levant part. And they are the true Hebrew Israelites. You get what I say?
I
So,
understand.
I'm just trying to understand, like, how could you even present a scientific reasoning to them, to challenge their belief system?
No, I get you. I get you. You know what it is? You just took me down a different road. I would have to probably go through, take a biblical approach with it and try to disprove them using the biblical text.
But the thing about the biblical text is that they are not historical. You get what I say?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yes,
But
that's right. But remember, they are going to try to go historical. Even though it's biblical, they're gonna stay. They're gonna try to say interconnect the biblical history with the historical accounts. You get what I say? And they can say, oh, but Cyrus is in the Bible and Cyrus was historical, and they can speak about a king named Ezekiah that was historical, right? Then can talk about Nebuchadnezzar that was historical. So what they will do, they will even talk about a Taharka, right? What they do, because these characters that are in the Bible, right, are historical. They think that the entire Bible is historical. So they really believe that the Bible is the word of God and everything in it is true. So they are speaking from the Bible being historical. You get what I say? So for you, for even approach them from a biblical perspective, it's like me feel say it's like you and them are gonna be on the same page there, so with the reasoning. You get what I say, Robert?
yeah, I'm listening to you, my brother. I'm over here getting caught up in the box, but I'm listening to you.
No, I'm just saying, right? For a Hebrew Israelite, they're gonna go to the Bible, but they're also trying to say that the Bible is historical. You get what I say? And they are gonna argue from that perspective of the Bible being a historical book. But I mean, like you being a scientific mind now, you not gonna argue that the Bible is historical. But they really believe that. So now, in order for you to challenge them scientifically, you would have to go outside the Bible, right?
Yeah, of course, because the Bible is a myth. You can't use a myth to prove a myth.
Right. But I become here. You say you don't start with the Bible with them still,
No, because I feel like people who are deep in the Bible, they don't trust science at all, even though they live off of science. Like we're talking right now because of science, not because of God. God didn't make this laptop. God didn't make the internet. God didn't
Word,
make StreamYard. God didn't make YouTube. This is all science. You feel me?
word,
So God
word.
bless science. You know what I'm saying? But people don't trust science, even though
No,
they
but
live.
Christians would say, Robert, that God inspired these people to create these things.
Right. Right.
Well,
So
God inspired them to make the nuclear bomb to drop on Hiroshima as well.
Yep, yeah, it's the
yeah,
will
of
of God.
course.
Yeah, can't question God works,
And,
but the reality
God
is that
inspired King Leopold to go to Africa and destroy 20 million African people for rubber. God inspired that as well.
because they sinned against God, and it ties into the whole Hebrew Israelite thing again. The Hebrew Israelite themselves, we sinned against God, so therefore these are the results for the transgression of sins. So all of this slavery thing, yeah, it was supposed to happen, right? And it is Deuteronomy chapter 28 being fulfilled.
Hey, but I
Black
want to
people
ask you
really
about that.
believe that.
Before I forget, I'm sorry. Let me ask you about that. The statement you had said earlier, you said that the church says that slavery was a necessary evil. I'm
Right.
inclined to agree with that. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Because the purpose of slavery, right, was to say that these people are heathens and pagans and uncivilized.
For sure. But
Right, right.
do you think that
And as such, then they need to be colonized so that they can be civilized. And for them to be civilized, it means that they are supposed to be Eurocentric
yeah,
and
but that's
accept
Western.
Eurocentric religious
Wait.
beliefs.
That's transatlantic Western slavery. That's not slavery. That's
No, but in the
Western
context,
slavery.
hold on, but Robert, in the context of when they said slavery was an unnecessary evil, it was in reference to the transatlantic slave trade. That was
Yes.
when the church
Yeah,
said
because the traditional
slavery
slavery you would
was
not
a
Yes.
call that
necessary
evil.
evil. So yeah, I was speaking in the context of the Atlantic slave trade. You get what I say? But we know that slavery,
Wait. But
yeah.
even in the transatlantic slave trade, I don't think that it was like a universal practice that was used. Like each country had different approaches.
But the ultimate goal was to have them being
Provide labor.
religious. No,
The
yeah, but
ultimate
yes,
goal was
but also to
financial.
convert them because remember, the
No,
Portuguese.
it was. I don't think it was to convert them.
But
No,
hold on. No. But remember, Robert, remember, right?
I know that they used
When
it to justify that. Listen, I
no,
know
but hold
Imhotep
on,
what
but
you're about
hold
to
on.
say.
Remember, right now in Africa, even with the Lemba people, you have the Lemba tribe, right? And they practice Judaism, and a lot of black people use the fact that there's a Lemba tribe who was in Africa for a couple of 100 years who were practicing Judaism. They are saying that, oh, Judaism started in Africa. No,
But it didn't.
remember, when the Portuguese went into West Africa, they also brought Judaism. I say that to say this. When the Portuguese went into Africa, they went with Judaism. When the British went in, they went with their religion as well. When Spain, everybody wanted to also what? Colonize the minds of the people. So they went with the religion. So the purpose as well was to have more Roman Catholic converts as well. Robert. The Catholic Church was more focused on them being Roman Catholics. The
Yeah, but you
business
gotta
people
understand too,
were
though, that
more focused on the
Imhotep,
human labor.
Imhotep. But you also gotta recognize too that like in those times, religion played multiple different roles. For example, people use religion as a tool for protection because if you converted to a religion, it protected you from being enslaved. It protected you from having to pay tax. It protected you from being killed. So religion back then had other applications as well. You know what I'm saying? And when they use Christianity as a way to try to keep the slaves as more obedient, not as a way to save their souls or to take them to heaven. That wasn't the main purpose. It was to keep them in order.
Yeah,
They
but
wasn't
how do
going to
you keep
teach
them in order though? Without the religion though, Robert? Can you
what
keep them in order without the religion?
the same way they do it right now with law and order, with laws and guns.
No, but it's different back then in the 14th
That's
century,
my point.
right?
No, but
Right.
that's my point. That
Good.
they
So
don't
I am
have
saying, Robert.
guns, so
Yeah,
they
but
use
my point
logic.
is, Robert, religious conversions back then. Remember, slavery, right? When we talk about slavery and human subjugation and the dehumanization, right? That
Yes,
occurred. That occurred. That type of slavery, that type of slavery occurred right after the expulsion of the Moors from Spain.
I
Even
disagree.
though, hold on, let me say this, bro. Remember, said the word slave come from the Slavs, right? And you have place where name what? You have
The
place
act
where name where you have place where name Slovakia, You get me? I
slaves
say?
existed before the word, though, Imhotep. I'm not
Yeah, but
disagreeing with
hold
you.
on,
You're right. That's
and
fine.
and that's the reason why I was specific and I said the dehumanization because slavery even existed in the times of the Babylonian Empire and the Persian Empire and things like that.
Probably
However,
even before then. Probably
right.
even
Oh,
before then.
however, it is not the same as it was then in the 14th century. And
Yes,
that's
I
why I
agree.
specifically said the dehumanization because slaves, even when the Muslims started to go into Spain in the 7th century, right? They forced Christians to convert to Islam, or if you didn't convert, they could legally enslave you, or you had to pay the jizya, which is an Islamic tax for being a Christian nonetheless. But their type of slavery was not no dehumanization or subjugation with chains and stuff like that. You get what
But
me I
but
say?
but look, Imhotep. But if you look at the Aztecs and Mayas, they had slavery too, and they had no connection to the Europeans.
Right. So I'm just saying, even though there was a later part, right, where we actually had the Arab slave trade, which was very inhumane.
But wait, let me make this point though. So let me explain why I said that I was inclined to agree. The reason why I said that is because, listen, if you really think about it, how else were the grand projects that was built back then going to be built if it wasn't from slavery? They didn't have money and consumerism as an incentive that they do today. They don't have fucking machines and robots and tractors and trailers and cranes to build shit. So how else do you think they was building shit back then? They was using fucking slaves. So
Hold on, where?
everywhere,
So hold on,
everywhere.
Okay, so let's look at the definition of slaves, right?
All right.
Right, and I think it's important for us to define a slave, right?
A
Five
person that's
thousand
owned
years
by
ago.
somebody else.
Hold on, Robert. I'm saying let us define a slave 4,000 years ago, and let's define a slave 600 years ago. Are they the same in definition and nature? Are you there, Robert?
Definition. I went and Googled it. I put it in the box. A person who is forced to work for and obey another and is considered to be their property. That's what a slave is.
Okay, but that's a modern definition, right?
But so you don't think that the people in ancient times that was forced to build shit in Mesopotamia, it wasn't the same concept? Of course it
Forced
was.
to hold on, forced to build what? There's no hold on.
Ziggurats.
Huh? No, those ziggurats. No, it was never proven that slave labor built no ziggurats,
Oh,
bro.
you're right. But you're right. So look, so
Yeah,
that's a
so
great
so
point. Hold on,
let's
hold on,
not
hold on, hold
let's
on. One
yeah,
second.
because yeah,
Oh, wait,
go
wait, wait. I'm gonna agree with you. That was a great point. And just like, and I'm gonna use Egypt to support what you just said. It
right.
was thought that slave labor was used to build the pyramids, but now it's
It's
more
it's
and more
it's it's a
evidence.
lie. It's a
Yeah,
lie.
more and more is showing that the people who did that were actually workers
Right. Because the
who
thing
the
is this,
pharaoh
right?
paid.
The thing is this, right? When it comes down to the pyramids in Egypt as well, they particularly push that narrative to support the Exodus narrative. You get
That's
what I'm
probably
saying?
true. That's
That's
probably true.
all they do. So they are trying to say, oh, slavery occurred in Egypt at the time. And yes, the Egyptians and Pharaoh was enslaving the people. But when the scientific studies are done and presented, it shows no evidence because
They
there
found
is no
scribes.
slavery in
They
Egypt like
found
that. You get what I'm
scribes.
saying?
No, there was no. That's you're wrong about that. There was absolutely slavery in
Hold
Egypt.
on. You didn't hear what I said. I said there was
Oh,
no slavery in Egypt like that.
what? So what were they doing
Hold
with
on.
the
What they
enemy?
are depicting, I'm saying the way they are depicting the slavery from a biblical narrative and the Israelites in Egypt and them being whipped and trained and all that stuff. You know, I'm saying that's not
Yeah,
what occurred in that time.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Right.
But the Egyptians definitely enslaved enemies. Every enslaving your enemies was common practice in ancient times.
Right. I agree, Robert. But
Yeah.
you know how they did it? They made them tributaries as well. They would even conquer states and they would not like colonize them like that. They would
Yeah,
make
but
them tributaries.
everyone had a different approach, though.
Right,
Come on,
right. So
like,
I'm just
come on.
saying the slavery then was different from even the slavery in Europe and the transatlantic slave trade
And that's
and the
fine, but
Arab
it was
slave
still
trade.
slavery, though. It was still slavery. You were still beholden to someone else.
Right. I agree.
Like,
It's the
all
same
right,
way
like I'll give
now.
you an example. Like, here's an example. What Genghis Khan was doing to his vassals and the people that he was subjugating, it was different from the British, but it was still enslavement. He still enslaved those people that he subjugated.
Right. Well on there, Robert. 1 second there. Hey, I'm Kenny Marshall. Mansa Musa. Yeah, man. Me feel say if you hit the link and square off, up here, so
And let me talk to
But bless up
Lalabella.
on yourself. Where's Robert?
Lalabella, how you gonna say? So look, yes, I agree that it's not the most ethical thing to say, but
Right.
the modern world as we know it is built on slavery. Listen, you got to understand that if the European world, unfortunately, that's where most of the landmark inventions that we use today come from. If the Europeans didn't have a surplus of resources that they exploited from all of the other countries, they wouldn't have had the time to sit around and come up with the shit that they did. If you in a constant survival mode where you worrying about crops and worrying about food constantly, you don't have time to worry about novel shit like coming up with engines and other fucking shit like that. That shit comes from surplus, and surplus only comes from exploitation. Well, mostly comes from exploitation.
Right. Mostly. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
mostly.
Right. But you see, all right. So let's just look at why my position is that the church, the Roman Catholic Church said slavery, are we talking about the transatlantic slave trade, was a necessary evil because remember they themselves, during the time that they were fighting with the Muslims, right? Or the Moors or whatever, even in Spain, even in Constantinople, that region there, right? Or places like Jerusalem, because that's so in the 11th and 10th century, that's so it did reach where they might fight over this. Now, these people, when it comes down to their enslavement or their control or subjugation, a lot of these people, when it comes down to even the Moors in Spain, they subjugated them. You get what I say? But like it wasn't like no shackle slavery kind of thing. You get what I say? In comparison to what the Europeans did during the transatlantic slave trade.
I mean, listen, I know what I said sounds fucked up, and it is fucked up. And I don't think that is right. I'm not saying that is right. It's still fucking wrong. But it's I'll give you a parallel. Let me give you. I love giving parallel examples. Let me give you a parallel example. All right. Remember not World War II. The Vietnam War, right? The Viet Cong, they was digging those tunnels, right? And they was going underground, right? And,
right.
And the tunnels was like a big problem because you can't bomb tunnels from the sky and the Kong will come out and kill people and run back in the tunnels, right? But the tunnels were so narrow.
Call it just to add, Robert. Let me say this real quick. It was predominantly called what, the Ho Chi Minh Trail, right?
Yeah,
right.
exactly. And these tunnels were because the Asians are typically smaller and Americans are typically taller, and that goes back to again slavery, resources, access to food. But because these tunnels were small, they had to send like smaller men in there, people who were like 5'5" and shit like that.
And these hoes and they call them
tunnel rats.
Right.
Tunnel rats.
Right. And them couldn't even go in a tunnel with the M16.
Handgun. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's like a handgun them going in a tunnel with, right.
So do you think anybody in their right mind wanted to go into those tunnels? Knowing that they got booby traps, snakes, bombs, this, that. Nobody in their right mind wanted to go down there. But somebody had to go down there though, right?
Yeah,
And many
because I
people,
mean, yeah, that's
and
right.
many people went down there not wanting to go down there and ended up dying. Correct?
Yeah, and the ones who made it out, they were given stars for bravery and
Yes, because that was
stuff
some
like
brave
that.
shit.
Yeah, because of the nature
So
of what they had to do. Yeah.
yeah, so the point, so listen to Lalibela, hear me. So the reason why I use that parallel is to say that, like, in life, dirty jobs need to be done. Nobody wants to do it, but somebody got to do it. You feel me?
But remember, Robert, right? There is a moral and ethical way to do it as well.
No
There is no problem in getting it
question.
done, huh?
I agree, Imhotep. I'm not
Word,
disagreeing with you. I'm
word,
not
word.
saying that slavery was morally right. Don't get that. I hope that's not what you got from what I'm saying. I said that it was like a necessary evil. That's what I said. It was evil, but it was necessary for the world as we know it. Capitalism would not exist without slavery. Okay? Capitalism as we know it would not exist without slavery. And the modern world as we know it would not exist without capitalism. Carl Benz didn't invent the first car because he thought it was cool. He invented it because he could make money off of it. You feel what I'm saying? So the greed of capitalism is why we have a computer, why we have Amazon, why we have all of this shit. It's
So
greed that
so
created this shit.
so my question is this now, right? When you had the Persian Empire, when you had even the Egyptians, right? The Egyptians who even conquered the entire region there of Palestine, right? Places like that, right? Um, the Egyptians did conquer it, and it ties into the biblical Megiddo, where they speak about the Battle of Kodesh or the Battle of Megiddo, right? That's a historical event with a pharaoh named Amos the Third, right? No, there was actually a pharaoh that fought against the kings of that region, right? I'm trying to remember if it was Amos the Third, right, or if it was damn, why am I forgetting that name now? It was that expelled. No, I think it was Amos the Third that expelled the Hyksos. But long story short, though, right? When it comes on to control, Egypt controlled that region there. The Sinai Peninsula was all a part of Egypt. Palestine was all controlled and under the influence of Egypt. You get what I'm saying?
Yo, wait, let me just plug something in. Did you know that the population of Egypt in 2000 BC was 35 million people? That's a lot of fucking people, man. I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. So well, it's the Lali Bella there you know. Big up Lali Bella. Big up to the ones and the ones who are checking. Let me just big up some people quick and fast there. Mansa Musa, Kenny Marshall, Colin Burton, big up. You get what me I say? I need that ticket. Big up. You don't know it go still. You get what me I say? So blessings to each and everyone with there. Go to Lali Bella.
Yeah, go ahead, Lalibela. Tell me why I'm wicked now. Go ahead.
I'm not that emotional, bro.
I'm just fucking with you. Come on, come on.
Yo, you here?
Hold
Yeah,
on,
what's
hold
good,
on.
brother?
Doris,
What's
I'm
good?
blocking in the chat. Doris, me blocking in the chat, bro.
Yeah, me can't type. It'll say you block me.
That's weird. Well, 1 second. All right.
You
Go
might
to
have
Lali Bella.
spammed. Maybe because you spammed it.
No,
If you
I didn't spam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Robert.
All right. Do you think, look, before you go, Lalibela, do you think that we would be where we're at today if it wasn't for slavery? Yes or no?
No, well, I
At least you being honest with it. I respect the honesty.
no, because no, I was going back to something that Sam Harris said, right? Where they asked him a question about morality and so forth, and they asked him if not derived from Judeo-Christian reasoning, would we have had morality?
No, well,
And
we would have morality. We
right,
would.
exactly. And I'm using that approach to argue that we would have eventually gotten here.
No, that's a false equivalent.
Here's why I disagree with you, right? The
No,
constructions.
hold on. 1 second, Lali Bella. Dory. I was going a while ago, brother.
I don't know. I was asking the question to Robert in terms of if the ends justify the means, would if he could
Wait,
do it
how many
all over again, would
No,
he
no,
do
no.
it all
Hold
over?
it on. No, I'm talking about like in the chat
And
because
then
you
and
good
then that's
now.
why
Look
and
me
then
up.
that Yeah, and then that text come up black for some reason. I don't know why it was in
Oh
red.
yeah, that's
But yeah,
that's
man, go
that's
ahead.
weird. That's weird. That's weird. But got you, Lalibela.
Yeah, Robert. We see edifices in Egypt that required more engineering, more precision than edifices in this epoch. And they didn't require chattel slavery or anything as or more severe to get to that end.
I
You
get
can't
you.
use you can't use forced labor to create precision at all.
No,
So
but you can't. They didn't use slavery to build that. We established that already. That the people who did that were craftsmen. They were
right. So,
skilled.
so with that being said, my argument is that chattel slavery was never necessary.
What?
It was
So
never necessary, bro.
all right. So do you think that England would be what it is right now if it wasn't for slavery?
I don't know. That's unfalsifiable. We don't know.
How is that even debatable? England has no resources. It's an island.
Bro,
Yeah,
it's
I agree
unfalsifiable.
with
But here's
you,
my
Robert,
argument.
that England would never be the England they are today, without slavery.
So here's my argument, Robert. To the extent that the means justify the ends, only the enslaved and their ancestors could arrive at that conclusion, not those who enslave those individuals and their ancestors. Clearly, we expect those who enslave individuals to say it is justified, but that's immoral and that's unethical.
Slavery is 110% immoral, and I'm never going to sit here and argue with you otherwise. So
Therefore,
trust
you
me, you don't
cannot
need
say
to
the
convince
means
that.
justify the ends then.
I said it was a necessary evil because without it, we wouldn't have the modern world wouldn't exist. Listen, the modern world that we know it, this modern world was crafted by the white man. The
Did we
white
need the
man
modern
made
world?
the European.
So
The
yeah.
white man has crafted the modern world as we know it.
Did we
The
need the
white
modern
man.
world, Robert? Did we need the
Huh?
modern world? Did we need the modern world?
2023.
Hold on, Robert. Did we need the modern world?
That's another argument. That's you
Well, but
splintering
he's
the
asking you that
conversation.
question though, so you can answer him
Yeah.
because you're saying
That's
that.
subjective. Do we need anything?
Okay,
So
Do we
you're
need
saying to
anything?
me that my ancestors
You know
them
what?
being
I'm gonna take that
raped-
back.
Hold on,
Yes,
bro.
we need the modern world. No. I'm gonna go back. Yes, we need the modern world.
I
Yes,
don't agree with you, bro. If
I
you're
disagree
saying
with you, and
if
I'm gonna
you're
explain
saying
to you why.
no,
hold
let
on, Robert.
Lalibela
Hold
finish
on for a
first,
second. Let me
Robert.
respond to a second, right? When you say it was a necessary evil, you're saying the means justify the end. In essence, you
Right,
support
Lalibela,
the
right.
enslavement of people.
Right. That's why I think it's a slippery slope
I got
position
you.
Robert is
It is
taking
a
here.
slippery slope, and I
Huh?
get it, and I'm not fighting against it. We
You're
just,
Right.
categorically
we just writing the
justifying the
theory. We just
enslavement of
talking
my
and fleshing
ancestors,
it out.
bro.
Now I'm gonna
You're
explain to you why it's still justified. The quality of life globally has only increased; it hasn't decreased.
Robert.
Life expectancy on the earth
So-
has only increased, not
So
decreased.
Lalibela. Hold
The
on, Robert.
global
So
population has only increased, not decreased. Go ahead.
all right, 1 second there, Robert. All right, so Lalibela, let us reason with Robert from the position of him just being a contrarian. All right?
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Right.
So here's what he's also saying. To the extent that Europeans saying we did something good for you Africans by civilizing you.
No, fuck
should be
them.
good.
No,
Hold on, bro.
fuck
Hold on, bro.
that. No.
Hold on, brother.
Robert, make Lalibela finish, man, and then
You're saying that we needed what we have today in this dispensation. You're saying it's good for everybody. And you made the executive decision to rape, pillage my ancestors so that we all could have this. We didn't have a say in it. You cannot morally or ethically frame that argument. You cannot. There's no moral justification.
yeah, and
And
that's
what
the
you
reason
thought
why
was
that's the reason why we have to approach it from a contrarian point of view. You get what I say? Because Robert knows that there is no moral justification. But at the same time, Europeans will argue Robert's position. Can we agree on that, Lalibela?
No, but hold on. Robert is going beyond arguing the Europeans' position or positing the Europeans' position. Robert is saying that it was a necessary evil. That's his position. He's not saying that's the Europeans' position. He's saying that's his position.
Yeah, but he has admitted that it's a slippery slope he has taken. because at the end of the day, he does not agree with it. You get what I say?
So how can you
But
subscribe to something that you don't agree with?
no, but what I'm saying, that's why we are saying we are reason like a contrarian in the context of a
No,
contrarian.
but wait, hold up. I never
Not
said
him accepting it to be so, but
I
him
don't
just opposite
accept.
the
Okay, clarify
argument.
yourself, Robert. Clarify
Yeah,
yourself.
listen, I don't think that the white man did black people a favor by enslaving us. That's not what I'm saying. But what I
Robert,
am saying,
Make him finish, Lalibela.
I don't mind you interrupting me. I don't have a problem
No,
with
no,
it.
but got you, Robert, man. It
No,
flow
let
better.
me.
I think this preamble needs to be said. Do you posit of your own volition that the enslavement, chattel slavery, was a necessary evil?
Kinda, yeah, a little bit.
All right, so
yeah.
there you have that, Imhotep.
All
Yeah,
right, but I thought he said it's a slippery slope and he
no,
knows
it
that
is.
and he
That's
does.
why I said
Hold
kinda
on.
because
Hold on,
again,
hold on, no, Robert. Robert, we're not gonna deal with no kinda, especially when we are dealing with matters like this. You get me? I say you have to go hold a position,
it's
brother.
not
We're not
black
gonna
and white.
kinda.
No, it's
We
not black
kinda
and white.
means kinda means you have straddle the fence. And we're not gonna straddle the fence with a matter of this nature.
It's
We have
not
to
black and
hold
white
a
for me. I'm
position.
sorry.
No, but hold on now. All right. Well, if it's not black and white for you, then you can't hold a position then.
All right,
Because it has to be a black and white position that is a principled position
I mean, I hear
based on
you.
morals and
Slavery
ethics.
is wrong. Listen, slavery is wrong.
Yeah,
Slavery
but you
is
just
wrong
say it's a necessary evil, so that's a flip-flopping thing.
because it's a necessary evil for the world,
Well,
for the
don't say
modern
it's
world
wrong
as we
then.
know it.
Yeah, but
Without
don't.
slavery, we would not have the world as we know it.
No,
And
but
listen,
hold on.
who
That's
knows?
hypothetical.
Would it
Hold
be
on.
better or
Hold
worse?
on. But hold on, Robert. Remember. It doesn't matter what technology is there now. They're not building no pyramids or ziggurats.
They
I say
could if
that to
they
say
wanted
this.
to. They could
Hold
build a
on,
pyramid tomorrow.
hold on. They have tried, a Japanese company, right? Some Japanese tried recently to replicate the step pyramid at Saqqara and couldn't do it. I say that to say this. Mankind was also as advanced and even more advanced then than even now as well. So you see all this technology and you are saying, wow, this is the greatest mankind has been, and as such, whatever occurred throughout history, the end justify the means.
There
No.
is no financial incentive to rebuild the pyramids. Let there be the first man to build a pyramid, you're gonna give him $1 trillion. I bet you the fucking pyramids will be rebuilt. There is
Hold
no
on,
incentive to build them.
hold on. People, I'm saying people fund these things, bro. They are
That's
called what?
fine, but there is
Research
not
and
enough.
governments fund them and all that shit. So it's not
I
about an
believe you.
incentive, it's about a study to at least can prove that mankind now can do it
Yes, but
as they
greed,
did 10,000 years ago or whatever.
Imhotep, greed is that's the main fuel for anything in this world. If you want something to be done, make the greedy make the greedy nigga get attention of it. That's how you get things done.
Robert, you regard greed as if it were virtue. Imhotep, I agree with everything you've said for the past 2 minutes,
Right.
categorically.
Right.
Robert, if Europeans were so convinced relative to the means and the ends, they should have enslaved themselves.
They did.
Hold on, let me finish my statement. They should have enslaved themselves only.
They did.
Only.
They tried to. They tried to.
No. They didn't try to only enslave themselves.
Of course they did. What did they do to the Irish? What did they do to each other? What are you talking about? Where did the Slavics come from? Where did the Slavics come from?
You're not
But
listening.
hold on. Remember, hold on. Robert,
I said they should have only.
Hold on, Robert. Make Lalibela finish and then, yeah, man, Yanim can.
Robert, I'm saying they should have only enslaved themselves, not others.
So initially they was only enslaving each other, but the white man is not as resilient as the other races.
Yeah,
so
but let me say this.
On.
Yeah, but let me say this because I hear you make mention of the Irish and the Slavics, right? But remember, before
they
them,
were indentured servants.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying before them, like Rome was in England, right? And Rome was carrying out slavery on these Celtic tribes or whatever. You get what I say? So even the Slavs and the Irish, that concept, they got that from the Romans.
But even if you look at the history of slavery, initially it wasn't a big part of the economy for most of those countries, but the demand just kept on growing because the countries had bigger and bigger ambitions, and they needed more and more money, and they got to pay more and more people, and they got to feed more and more people, so they need more and more labor.
Right, and that was when the castles became the urbanized areas because people would what? People would want to live near where the king castle is, and that is where they move from the feudal, countryside kind of environment to a more urbanized city thing, especially in Europe. You get me? I'm not talking in the Middle East and Africa because we know that in Babylon and Persia, them places they had their city states and whatever. But
All right,
in a Europe
Lalibela.
now,
Wait,
well, hold on,
Lalibela.
let me say this for Robert, right? In a Europe now, right, when they started to create these cities, that was when they needed more labor. So that is where, they started to, quote unquote, use the Slavs. As a matter of fact, the Slavs were also used in militaries as well. Slaves were even used to fight or serve in militaries as well. You get me? I said they were even used as mercenaries too. You get what me I say? So slavery, even back then, you have slaves who could fight as mercenaries in a real life. You understand what me I say? So the slavery back then was somewhat different than what it is now.
You're Robert. When the likes of John Locke and his people were fighting for, I think, oh, that's Robert. When John Locke was fighting for liberty for Europeans, at the same time, they were arguing that folks in sub-Saharan Africa were subhumans. Why didn't they use? Why didn't they employ chattel slavery in Europe?
What's that movie with the dude from Sylvester Stallone? The dude when he was Irish and they was not Irish, Swedish or whatever, and they was like fighting on the horses and shit. Braveheart.
No, that's Mel Gibson.
Yeah, Mel Gibson. Excuse me.
Right.
Oh yeah, and Braveheart. What was they fighting against? Because they didn't want to be enslaved.
That's the British versus the Irish.
Oh, okay. It was the Irish. Okay.
Yeah, that was the British though. That was with the British. Yeah, they were fighting for their independence though. So that was more like an independence fight with England.
So Lalibela, let me ask you a question. So if chattel slavery never happened, do you think the world would be more progressed? Do you think that the world would be more advanced or less advanced?
Progress and advancement is relative. If you notice,
yes or no?
No, hold on, brother. That's my preface. Hold on. If you notice, all of what they've done in the so-called industrialized age or the Renaissance period and so forth, they have actually created imbalance on Earth. And this is what we're having. A lot of the problems that we're having now. It's only now
the Earth
that
was never balanced.
Hold on, brother. You see, in Kemet, they were always cognizant of balance.
But that's one place.
Hold on. What? I'm sorry.
But that's one place.
Yeah, but hold on, Robert.
Hold on. Their modus operandi was different.
But Africa is the Garden of Eden. You can't compare Africa climate to the rest of the world.
But I understand that. But question, Robert, real quick. When you say the Earth is not balanced, what do you mean by that?
Resources are not equally distributed around the planet.
Okay.
Resources for human beings?
Period. Just everything.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I said balance, bro.
Well, balance would be equal distribution, no?
No, that's not what he meant about. No, he's not talking about the equal distribution of people on the earth. So just to say, if Africa have 1 billion, then South America have 1 billion too.
Huh? I wasn't talking about people. I said resources, like things like some places have more gold than other places. Some places have more oil than other places.
But remember that resources
have more water than other places.
Yeah, but resources are predicated on the need, right? By the population, right?
Yeah, well, items are not equally distributed on the planet. Is that right?
Got you.
Robert, what I'm saying is that folks in Kemet were always cognizant of eco-friendliness in everything that they did. Not the Europeans. They function with wanton disregard. And this is why we're having all these problems that we have today as far as pollution.
So you would have been okay with us still being in the Bronze Age if it meant that slavery never happened?
Perfectly okay with it.
Okay. I disagree with you on that.
And that's why it is subjective, right?
So you see, Imhotep, if the Europeans chattel slave themselves
Right.
to get to where we are, then they can say the means justify the end.
Right.
But
I get it. I get it. I get
they
it.
subhumanize others so they could exploit them profusely, rape, pillage, the worst inhumane things you could ever think of.
I get you, and
So
Lalibela,
the
and now they treat us like outdated farming equipment.
exactly.
I
So
get it.
no
I get
black
it.
man
I
should
get
ever
it.
even adjacently make the argument.
And they
Yeah,
use us
yeah,
like
I agree with
they
the
use the
Lalibela.
black.
I don't think to each their own, but I think there are some positions that should be absolute as it relates to us as a people. And that narrative of slavery being a necessary evil, I think our position in the against or the negative should be absolute. You get me? I say,
So
yeah.
again, slavery is wrong, but this world as we know it would not exist without slavery, and I just would not go back. I'm
No,
sorry, I
but
just
no, but
wouldn't.
but remember, Robert, your position is on a what? A hypothesis, bro. You get what me I say? So you are just saying all of this, all of that. Remember,
Which part of it is
remember. But hold on, now.
hypothetical?
Remember, now, Robert. We don't know what the world, especially the Western world, would have been without slavery, because we know there are places in the world that have not been touched by slavery, now have no impact with slavery. You
Name
get what me I
one.
say?
Name
Huh?
it. Name it for me. Name it for me.
If you even look at if you look at the Solomon, right? If you
And
go
what
to
and what did they
hold on,
develop there?
hold
What
on, bro,
wait, what did
hold
they
on, no.
develop in the
That's
Solomon
hold on,
Islands?
Robert, hold on. The Solomon Islands, right? Them never have no slavery like that, bro.
Yeah, and the islands off the coast of India too.
Right? They never
That's what
have.
you talking
They
about. Oh, that's what you
right.
talking about. Okay,
The
okay, okay.
Sentinelese people,
Yeah, the
them never.
Sentinelese people.
Right? Them
What?
never see
Wait,
that yet.
Imhotep. What did they develop on that island? They can't even fucking speak English. They're not
Okay,
English.
but hold
Not
on, but
English literally. Not English
Robert, hold
literally.
on,
They
but
don't even
Robert.
have a unified
No,
language.
but hold on, but Robert, you are making it look as if them people have any problem not speaking English or not living like us. These people are living a more organic life in a more organic environment in one with nature than us. But because we are westernized, we just feel say, yeah, we are the creme de la creme because we have a phone and with devices and we can talk on these streets and we in an environment where it's very modernized. But the people them good, them all right, them a live better than enough away.
They're not
No
living better
trouble.
than us. They're not living better than
But hold on now, but hold on. But how do you measure that in terms of say they are not living better than us?
access to medicine.
Hold on, but access to medicine would only be needed if you're sick or if there are diseases
But we
around.
all get sick.
But hold on, so hold on. When the big sea, they're all over the place. Where was it with the Sentinelese people and all them
Well,
people?
it didn't get there
Why? So how
because
it
they
get
don't have
everywhere else?
contact with people. Because they don't
Huh?
have contact with people. Because they don't have contact with people.
Okay, so that's my point. They don't need no medicine. Remember, say these
But that's
people are
not the
herbalists.
only time you
Hold
need
on, man.
medicine. That's one
Hold on.
example.
Yes, yes, but you presented that one.
No, you presented it. I didn't
No,
bring up the
you
big
said,
C. You
bro,
did.
bro, you said that they are in a disadvantaged position because they need medicine.
They don't have access to. Yeah, we
Right.
have
So hold on,
other
but when you say they
communities.
don't have access to medicine,
They
what
don't,
about but why would you say that when they always use the herbs?
bro. That's not you. That's bullshit medicine.
Oh no. Don't dismiss that like that, Robert. Don't do that. That's disingenuous. Don't do that. Because guess what? All of these cultures, right, that are considered primitive, always use herbs before there was pill and all them something there. No herbs them used to use, brother. Them used to use nature for heal. So they make it look like say a foolishness me attack, brother. In a real life, Robert, you know say herbs them used to use to heal. Them use certain things and
Yeah,
heal.
but that medicine was very limited. Like,
No,
bro, you
hold on,
acting
but
like
how is it?
hold up. Look,
Yeah.
I let you talk. Listen, you acting like if you get fucking stage 4 cancer, that you're gonna just chew up some herbs and the cancer's gonna go away. That's not how it works, Imhotep, and you know that.
I'm not saying that. I'm talking in the context of these people, right?
Yes, back then.
Hold on. So how them gonna have stage 4 cancer if them not consume all these process and the whole lifestyle
Imhotep,
and
that's
something?
not how Imhotep, that's not how cancer works.
But hold on,
Stop it.
man. But hold on, bro. I understand what you say because we all have red and white blood cells and cancerous cells. Me get that. But all them people here, notice with cancer in a brother, right? 50, 60 years ago, where was cancer being the number one killer upon the earth? 60
Listen,
years ago, Robert.
the
Show me
only
60
reason.
years ago, cancer being the number one killer on the earth.
Listen, the reason why cancer wasn't as common back then is because the lifespan was lower back then too. You know, you don't really start to become like your cancer risk doesn't really start to spike until you get to midlife. That's like 40 to 65. That's when your cancer rates start to spike. But most cancers don't really occur in people who are under 35 and shit like that.
Okay. So question now, right? So question now, right? Why is it that in places like India and China, right, the cancer rate, even though they are the two most populous countries in the world, their cancer rate is not as high as nowhere in the West?
Again, because I while you was talking, I was looking it up. So their cancer rates are rising, but to answer your question, is because Indians, their quality of life is increasing rapidly now too, as in they're living longer now. So they're living long enough to have cancer. Now, listen, you got to understand that their cancer is multifaceted. It's not just age. You know, as you know, it's environmental, it's genetic,
Right,
it's
right.
many
I get
different
that. I get
things.
that. I get that. I
So
get that.
like, let's not just act like it's one thing. You know what
No,
I'm
I
saying?
get that. I get
Yeah.
that, but I think you're saying that, well, because these people have no access to medicine, it's as if like, oh, they are uncivilized, or
Think
you
about it
know.
like this. Think about it like this. If the people on that island were living so good, Imhotep, the population would be a lot larger than it is. How many people you think live on the Sentinelese Islands? I think it's like 400, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go Google it.
Okay, well, but that's fine because they have been
And
living there.
no, I got it wrong. I got it wrong. It says it's between 50 and 200, and this is from the National Geographics.
Right,
Now,
and
listen, they've been on
remember,
that island for tens of thousands of years,
but
and they
hold
only
on.
got 50 to 200 people. Come
Yeah, but
on, bro.
Robert, remember saying, even the people who give us the source have never even been on the island, so you have
Of
to take it with a
course,
grain of
of
salt,
course,
right?
of course. But
Right, right.
they could still give healthy estimates based on the size
Um,
of the island and the amount of people that they've come in contact with, XYZ. There's different ways to come up with figures for
right, but
shit.
especially with the Sentinelese, yes, I understand that based on the size of the island, them can't say, oh, it's 100,000 people there because the landmass is so
Exactly,
small.
exactly,
But that
exactly.
50 to 100, they still, all right, we're taking with a grain of salt still. You get what I say? But I just say that to say this, Robert. Like right now, I think it better you go over the Hebrew Israelite side because them agree with you say slavery, yeah, them believe in a Deuteronomy 28 and say, yeah, man,
But I don't
slavery.
believe in
See, hold
slavery
on,
though,
man.
and the stuff
No,
is
but
wrong.
you are arguing for slavery being beneficial to humanity, or
It
in
was
particular to
beneficial
us.
to humanity.
Good. So me I say the Hebrew Israelite them say slavery was beneficial because our God had punished them. So you are justified the slavery thing too. So I don't see any different from them. The only thing is that you're an atheist and them very religious. But you are saying slavery. Without slavery, the world would not have been what it is now. We don't know that really. You get what I say? We don't know. That's not an absolute argument. That's a subjective argument. And I respect that argument, but it is not absolute. You get what I say? So
I
the
hear you.
reality, though, is that as it relates to slavery, no, I would not say the ends justify the means because me sure, Sir Robert, you can pull up all the data to show that black people are behind in everything, in science, in maths, in technology, engineering, everything.
Wait, but that wouldn't matter because black people see science is not a racial thing. Every single race has contributed to
No,
science,
but
so
hold on.
that's
No,
not
hold on.
relevant.
My point is, you can show the data to show black people are the poorest because we have less money.
Yes,
We are
yes,
less
yes.
educated. We are less this, less that. Everything. Where you compare us with the Europeans now, we are lagging. If you compare us with the Chinese or the Indians, we
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah,
behind.
yeah,
So
yeah.
how would you justify slavery being beneficial to us if
I
we
mean,
are
okay,
behind
so that's a
everybody
great
else?
point. That's a great point. Shout outs to that. That was a great point. So it's two answers to that. So the first answer is that even the poorest African today is, I don't know if I want to say that. I don't know if I want to say that.
All right, well, all right, fine. Because me no
All right,
want
I'm
to say
gonna
no
say it. I'm still
slippery
gonna say
slope,
it.
nothing.
I'm gonna still say it. I'm gonna still say it.
All right, hold on,
The
Robert. Before you
poorest
say it, let me
African
big
today
up.
is still
Hold
the
on,
poorest
Robert.
African today is probably living better than niggas was living 200 years ago in Africa, right?
All
That's
right,
one.
Let me say this real quick because anyway, gonna have to big up the chat more time. Big up Colin Burton. Yeah, man. Big up Blagger out. Only good karma all the way from over England. Big up, Give thanks to the check-in sister. You get what me I say? Let me see who else. Go more time, man. Mansa Musa. Yeah, man. Just go and hold it same way. You get what me I say? Yeah, self-made. Big up, man. You get what me I say? Go to Robert and finish what you say.
Sorry.
Robert, are you there?
No, I'm here. I was typing in the box. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I'm sorry. What was the last thing I said?
No,
I'm sorry.
you were talking about us being better off now than 200 years ago.
Oh,
Something
okay,
like that, right?
yeah. There we go. So yeah, the first one is that the average person today in Africa is probably living better than the average person was living in Africa 200 years ago. Because if you look at the lifespan in Africa 200 years ago, like malaria was wiping people out left and right back then. You know what I'm saying? So that's one. Two, because in 2024 we have the marvel known as globalization. The whole world is interconnected, so that means that things that are created in one place also benefit people in another place because the whole world is interconnected. It's not like back in the days where one country would have a resource and they would low-key control the monopoly of it, and you would have to have some special favoritism to have access to it. So and globalization is the evolution of capitalism, is a form of evolution in capitalism. So
All
and as I
right. So,
said, so
all
yeah, go
right.
ahead.
So let's look at globalization, right? And remember, when we talk about capitalism, we're talking about a system, right? It's more like an economic system, but it was always a system of dominance, right? To be dominant in terms of economics, right, Robert? Can we agree on that? That the system of capitalism is geared towards dominance. And we realize that capitalism has even been tied into Orientalism, where the West consider themselves superior, and the East and the quote unquote African nations are inferior, and as such, they must be dominated economically as well. But remember, with the Greeks and the Romans, they did practice a form of capitalism as well, no, Robert, because they went about, in order for them to grow their empire, they realized that they had to conquer other nations. You get what me I say? And have these nations rule over them so you can collect the taxes on them, something there, and the resources. So that was really an early part of capitalism in our way too. What do you think about that, Robert?
For sure, capitalism is all about exploitation.
Right.
Buy low, sell high. Manufacture for the lowest price possible, sell it for the highest price possible. Capitalism is about moving things from one place to another place, and that alone increasing its value. So yes, no question. But the riches of capital, once again, I don't want to be redundant, but
Right.
the riches of capitalism is what allowed Britain to become rich, France to become rich, Germany to become rich. It's not a coincidence that the richest countries in the world also happen to create the top 10 inventions that we probably rely on today as well.
Yeah, but you see,
Where did guns
remember.
come from?
Yeah, but
I know
remember.
gunpowder comes from China, but where did the gun come from? Europe. Where did the car come from? Europe. Where did the internet come
No,
from?
hold on,
White
Robert, hold
people.
on. No, I'm sorry about that gun part. That the gun was in Asia before it went to Europe. Remember, the same Chinese were making guns. The Chinese were making guns with the gunpowder way before the Europeans. Is when Marco Polo went over that side there and realized what was going on. At them time that the guns start coming to Europe. And that was even at that time when they could conquer even the Moors in Spain and kick them out. You get what me I say? Right after them fully armed themselves, because before that it was spear and shield and sword and certain farmer things we couldn't expel the Moors then. So the guns, yes, started off in Asia. in a China. When it comes down to Germany, right? Remember that all of these countries benefited from what? The enslavement of the African people and the raping of the resources. You get what I say? Because remember, I said Germany, Germany was in control of where? Namibia, right? Yeah, and them actually raped this to a point where they had to give them reparations. So all of these European countries were beneficiaries of slavery and the exploitation on the African continent. So that made them technologically more advanced too. I
For
remember say
sure. Yes.
a lot of
No.
the technologies, right? A lot of the technologies as well. They actually got them, in places like where the Near East and Egypt.
Yes, I'm not. Again, I am not arguing with you. But, it's like if you see someone else's idea, but you capitalize on it. That's what the white man did. But again, it took a level of access to be able to create these things. Access. Because if you're in survival mode, you don't have time to be thinking about how to make an engine, how to make a this and how to make it that. You worried about hunting and getting your next meal to feed your family. But when you have excesses, aka via exploitation of others, you put that burden onto other people. Now you have a free mind to think about other endeavors. That's all it is. It's simple math. It's simple maths.
Yeah, I agree with you. But let's not forget, brother, that Europe, yeah, man, Europe was in a state where, yeah, man, they never even have even a bathrooms and no proper
And yes,
irrigation
and Imhotep,
system and stuff like that.
Europe is a mostly barren continent. They had to exploit the resources to build up and build roads. The
Right,
Romans was building roads and all of that. Where the
right.
fuck was they got that technology from? Exploitation, slave labor. The Romans used slaves to build those roads. You know that.
Word, 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 word. All right, I see my brother Wise God in the building. So I don't know if you want to add to the builders yet or in just a go and wait. Wise God? All right, it look like him not ready yet still, Robert. So what I am saying though, Robert, right? When we look at Europe and its development, because we tend to say, all right, Europe is so fully developed that yeah, man, slavery was justifiable because they brought all this technology to us, and they brought civilization to us, and they brought all these good things to us. Because here we go on now. Notice, these people in Europe never had civilization or technology, got the civilization and technology from Africa through Egypt and Nubia and the Near East, then turn around and want to carry quote unquote civilization to quote unquote the same people and say that they're uncivilized.
Yeah.
The bro wise, just yeah man, just grab the mic and make we hear what you say the
More
family.
life,
Bless up.
brethren. How y'all doing, man? Bless
Yeah
up
man,
to the
respect for
brethren,
the
man.
check-in.
Respect. Thank you for sending me the link, man. I have really enjoyed myself the last time building with you
Word,
brothers
yeah,
on together.
yeah. That was a
You know,
great build. Yeah, that
man, it
more
was,
yeah, that was a
yeah,
solid build. Respect for that.
yeah. I just jumped in, so I don't want to, throw y'all off beat. I'm just gonna jump in where I could jump in there, bro.
Okay, so my brother here, Robert, he's saying that slavery was a necessary evil because of the benefits of it for black people.
Wait,
I think you
slavery.
just made that. You really kind of butchered my statement. I said slavery was a necessary evil for the world as we know it. The world as we know it would not exist without slavery. That's what I said. Like
I mean,
the
did
computer
Imhotep
wouldn't
contribute to that?
exist.
Whoa,
The,
Did Imhotep
the
contribute to that, bro?
computer wouldn't exist. The car wouldn't exist.
Okay.
Airplanes wouldn't
whoa,
exist.
whoa,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
wise.
did Imhotep do
All
whoa.
anything
right, so
different?
wise. I'm handing over the mic to you, family, so you can, share your perspective on that.
Are you suggesting that the innovative mind of the enslaved African is what it was guided by its enslavement? The innovative mind of the enslaved African was the one that created all of these innovative,
No, what's the
technologies.
black man's name that invented the car?
Let me finish my statement, my brother, if you don't mind. Um, if we saying that, because we know there is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of inventions that we see today, you know, it's a result of these earlier, you know, initial patents that was designed by enslaved Africans, right? So to say that, you know, the world wouldn't be what it is today is to insinuate that had the Africans not been enslaved, that they were not going to be able to create these innovative technologies to contribute to the larger civilization. And I want to get you, I want to
Did
get
you
an
name
understanding.
the black car? Oh, the black man who built the first car.
But that's not gonna do what I was saying, my brother. But if you want to tell me about it, that's cool. But I asked you a question. I don't think you really got a chance to answer.
Okay, yeah. So black people are creators. Black people have invented things, absolutely.
That's not
But
my question, my good brother. My question was, are you insinuating or are you saying that the enslaved African would not have been able to create the innovative technologies that they created had it wasn't for slavery? Or like, is that what you're saying?
I don't understand what you're asking.
All
You
right.
saying
So
that you
he's asking Robert, are you saying that was it not for slavery, right? The things that we as Africans have developed, right? Are you saying that it's all credit to slavery and the Europeans? I think that is where he's
No,
asking that
no, I'm
question.
not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. But what I
so
am
then
saying is that the top 10, probably the top 10 inventions of all time, probably were not created by black people or in Africa.
So,
it
so
was what
Robert,
we talk.
he's
Wow.
asking you if the path of, as I mentioned to you earlier, he's asking you if the path of raping, pillaging Africans, the only way for us to have gotten to this level of civilization.
And in fact, we are
Right.
behind due to 400 years of a lack of proper education of who we are. And even in the midst of that enslavement of the African, not just on the continent or we call the shores of North America, but also on the continent itself. But when we look at it primarily as it pertains to the shores of North Africa, we can constitute so many different innovative, you know, technologies and people that either was right in slavery when they created their patents or right outside of the quote unquote emancipation when these technologies and patents were stolen and made and these technologies was developed and has evolved since then. And we could go into plenty. All you gotta do is go to a Wikipedia search and look up the technology that was created during the days of slavery. You know what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with?
If
I'm
you're
gonna have
saying
to
my
run
brother,
away.
if you're
We
saying my
having
brother,
different.
if
We
you're
having
saying my brother,
completely different
if
conversations.
you're saying if you make the statement that slavery was a necessary evil, that because as a result of slavery that we can see the way that the modern world is today, and you made the statement that the world would not be as we know it today had it not been for slavery. That's what you're saying. And then when I question that, when I heard that, I thought about all of the amazing technologies that was created during the days of slavery and how they have had a large contribution on the world today as we know it. Now, when I heard that, I'm like, damn, are you saying that we wasn't in slavery, we wouldn't be able to create these things because the world
Yes,
would have
that's
been
what I'm
able.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
So
That's what
put
I'm
yourself
saying.
on the record.
That's
That's all I
exactly what
wanted
I'm
you to do
saying.
is put yourself on
I'm
the record.
saying that the modern world as we know it, computers, cell phones, the car, guns, rocket ships, none of that would exist if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade. And I'm going to repeat why I said it again because you just joined. Because before the wealth that was accumulated from the exploitation of the colonies is what allowed the Europeans the leisure to come up with the technological advances, aka the rocket ship was created by the Germans, the
Man, what
car
in
was
the
created.
wickedness?
Hold on, I didn't interrupt you. The car was invented by the white man, the internet was invented by the white man.
Brother, the car
I
was
won't
not
say the
created by
wheel.
no
I
white man. The
won't.
black man created the car.
I
The
won't
patent was
say the
stolen by Henry
wheel.
Ford, brother.
I wouldn't. Who told you that, bro? You
Well,
the
that's a
fact
Yeah,
that
fact.
but
you
just
think
let wise
the fact that you said that the car was invented by Henry Ford, that means that it almost disavows almost everything that you've said this whole time because it tells
Brother,
you
you
that
ain't
you
just say
don't
what I
know the
just
history.
you ain't just you
The
ain't hear what
car,
I said before that. I said that the car was created by a black man and the patent was stolen and then it was given
but Henry
to
Ford didn't invent the first car,
I
though.
did we talking about the first assembly line of the car line was done by
No,
Henry
but
Ford.
that came after. The first car was made in Germany by a dude named Carl Benz.
Robert, let me correct you.
I
The
know.
first internal combustion engine was made by Carl Benz, not the first car. The first internal combustion engine.
The first car. So who made the first car? I mean,
Don't
The first car was made 20, 30 years before Carl Benz made his internal combustion engine. So I get where you're coming from with Carl Benz. He didn't make the first car. The first cars weren't internal combustion engines.
But let me
So
hear.
I'm looking at it right here, and it
Hold on,
says
Robert.
1886. But okay.
All right, hold on,
No,
Robert. Let me hear
I
what
know exactly
Wise.
when it was.
Let me hear what Wise have to say in regards to what you said, Robert, because I know Wise was saying a couple of things. So I just want to hear what he has to say, and then you can respond, and then we have SD in the building. He can, say a thing or two as well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be long winded. And I respect the brother's perspective. Thank you for sharing your reason with me, brother. I don't come in no negative spirit. We just having a respectful,
Yeah, that's
positive
fine,
build.
Wise. We're
Yes, I.
good.
Yes, I. So, but no, brother, it just baffling. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that's a very, very bold statement to say. And I'm hearing you out, and I'm getting an understanding for your reason. For why you saying that, and I strongly disagree. And the reason why I disagree again is because when we think about the innovative technologies that was created by the African that has been, and the enslaved African for that matter, and the impact that those technologies have on the world that we see today, even the descendants of those slaves, to say that those things, is a byproduct of slavery itself is almost an attack on the intellectual and innovative capacity of our people. We have always been innovative. We have always created the greatest of civilizations. This has been done way before a word European was even thought of. What the one thing that slavery has had some impacts, and slavery has had there are certain results that the world is today as a result of slavery, but I don't think that those things are largely beneficial at all, especially when we look at just, European colonization as a whole. But that's all I really wanted to say in regards to that. I want to hear more about this brother's perspective because I find it quite intriguing to say the least.
Um, Robert,
I,
Yeah. So
I just
let me
want to
give
ask
you. Go ahead. Go
let's
ahead.
ask a quick question. Who is Sierra Patterson? Sierra Patterson.
I don't know.
Before anyone answer, let me say this real quick. Chat, please keep it respectful. Yeah, man, we're not gonna be disrespectful to anyone at all and call nobody not done or nothing like that. We don't do this over here, so. You get what me I
It's
say?
okay. I don't
Yeah.
mind. I don't mind. I
No,
don't
no,
Yeah,
no.
mind.
I'm
who's
not into that. I'm not into that because what is Robert? If they're not gonna click the link and tell you that to your face and then argue their position, so you can say, "Well, you're talking rubbish." Yeah, I don't want anyone disrespecting anyone on the panel to say them done. If you not clicking the link and I will a reasoning, please don't disrespect my guests. Have some
yep.
respect and we can disagree respectfully and keep the chat respectful. The
Yes, I.
moderators will have a wrench because we're supposed to remove any disrespectful comments. So anybody I call anybody dunce and illiterate and all kind of things like that, remove the comment. I'm not saying time them out or hide them, Remove any disrespectful comments. Got you SD. Because I think you
Yeah.
asked the question
Who
and they
is
were to answer.
Sierra
Which one was
Patterson?
it?
I want to. I don't know who that is. You can inform us though. I don't know who.
Okay, so Sierra Patterson is the guy that what do you call Henry Ford steal the patent from the first combustible engine.
Mm-hmm.
So
So these
believe that.
things when
That's
them people are telling us white man create this and the white them just add random stuff for brother. Not the gossip.
So
These
yeah,
hold
people
on.
but
never have no
according,
these people never have no reason of trying to create them things because where
They
there's
never
a black man
created
in the
nothing.
field and do the work. The black man is in
But
the field and do work, so I'm gonna try and find ways to make his job easier.
but but hold on, brother. Either way, right? Henry Ford didn't create the car, so that doesn't make Robert's argument new.
You see me?
Exactly.
Because
yeah,
remember, you
yeah,
might
Henry
Google
Ford
something,
didn't create the car.
and you see it come up and all of that. You can't follow
Oh,
Google something that's
no,
no deeper than that.
Right.
no. There's
Hold
pictures
on.
of him with the car in 1886. It looked like a bicycle, and he
Right.
named the
So
car. He named the car Mercedes after his daughter. It's well documented. I
look,
promise
look
you.
at all right,
I ain't talk to nobody. I ain't
how,
fucked with
how
nobody.
was it
I
possible
ain't did nothing.
for them to even get to speak? You know, it's just day to day me find out all of this.
No.
If it
But
wasn't for this black
but
woman, they would have gone away. But them claims to them got space anyway, or to the
hold on.
moon, however.
Let's stick to this one subject, this
Okay, so
one
who
concern,
invented
all
the
right?
first rocket ship? Who invented the
So
first rocket?
no, Robert, hold on, Robert. Let's just settle this. It matters not whether C.R. Patterson stole whatever from Henry Ford. That doesn't take away from Robert's argument that Carl Benz made the first internal combustion engine. Now, my argument for Robert as it relates to us not being here, if not for chattel slavery and so forth, I don't agree with that argument.
Yeah. That
Well, the
Yeah, I
proof
can't.
is in the pudding because we
No,
just
no.
used the Sentinelese Islanders. They had 20,000 years on an island with nobody bothering them, no one enslaving them. And what did they come up with? Spears. That's it.
But hold
Robert.
on, but hold on. What else do they need?
Let's use another example.
No, no,
Look at
no,
the
no,
Native
no, no. Hold on.
Americans. Look at
Hold
the
on.
Native
Hold
Americans.
on,
The
Robert.
Native
Robert.
Americans had
Robert.
5,000 years.
Robert, please. Let's stay at the Sentinelese people. What else do they need?
They need access to medicine.
Says who?
What?
Says
medicine.
Why?
who?
Why?
Says the
Bro,
desire.
stop, bro.
Says
Stop.
the says self-preservation. Says
Stop it, bro. Stop
self-preservation.
it. Stop it. Hold on. A people who have never been in contact with humanity all of a sudden needs access to medicine, bro.
Robert,
Stop
it's
being
like the mother
silly.
trying to bring them the
Stop
Bible.
being
No, Robert.
Imhotep, stop being silly. Now you sounding like them. Stop being
No,
silly.
bro. No, hold on. It's what you said.
So where does the flu come from? You think it comes from other people or you think
No,
it comes from
I'm
the
speaking
environment?
in particular to the Sentinelese people.
That's who I'm speaking about.
Good, and I'm
So you
saying
don't think the people on the Sentinelese Island still get the cold and the flu because they don't have access to
no,
people?
Them have a remedy, man. Them have
I'm
remedy
not
for that,
saying
brother.
that, but I'm saying
Robert.
just like in Jamaica we had herbal remedies for cold and flu. Clearly, these people have their herbal remedies because throughout
Yeah, man, have the remedy,
civilization,
brother.
bush
Robert.
people have always used bush remedies to
There
cure
is no
certain
cure
illnesses.
for the cold. There's no cure for influenza, and there's no cure for the common
Hold
cold.
on,
I'm
hold
not
on,
gonna
no,
argue
Robert.
hold
with
on,
you.
hold
I'm
on.
not
But Robert,
arguing with you about this.
yeah, but
Let's
Robert,
move the
that
convo along.
argument
There's
is
no cure.
hypothetical.
No,
Hold
no,
on,
hold
no.
on. Imhotep, you're not disputing what he's saying. You're not what he's saying about cure for influenza and cold. You're not disputing that.
No, I'm not disputing
Right.
that. All
Yes, I
I'm
don't know
saying
why he's
is
bringing
his
that up.
argument that he's talking about these people, the only thing they have is a spear after hundreds of years. And I'm asking him, what else do they need? And he's telling me about
Exactly.
medicine.
Exactly.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that the average lifespan of the Sentinelese is longer than the average lifespan of people who live in civilization?
That's
Of course.
immaterial.
I'm not sure, and that's hypothetical because nobody knows.
I asked you, do you
No,
think,
but
based
I'm
on
saying
your
I can't answer that
understanding,
because nobody knows.
based on your understanding of how this natural world works, do you think that the people who live on a remote island have a longer lifespan than the people who live in civilization? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. I do think
That's
that.
ridiculous.
Hold
That's
on,
ridiculous.
hold on. I do think that the Sentinelese people, right, living in their little island and a deal with the herbs and nature, yes, live longer than we were living at the West in the city life, of course.
That's rubbish.
I mean, hold on, hold on. Who is eating all these processed foods and all them rubbish? And all the
We,
pollution and them something there. All these
we still
poisons, all
live
these
longer.
toxins. Hold
We
on,
still
man.
live longer.
Hold on. Hold on. May I ask you, are the Sentinelese people them, right? Eating all these poison and toxins and processed foods and food colorings and all that garbage, right?
They're still exposed to bacteria and viruses and
Well, but
diseases
that's
just like
fine.
us.
But hold on. Remember, said bacteria is always there. That's fine, bro. I'm
So
saying
that's why they
you are
need access
saying
to medicine.
no, but you
That's
are
why they
saying
need access to medicine.
hold on, Robert. You are trying to imply and insinuate that access to technology equates to a longer life.
It
But that is
absolutely
only
does.
applicable. Hold on, bro. That is only applicable in the field of medicine. That's a narrative in the field of medicine.
Now
What we
that's
are
the
saying is,
narrative of
hold on,
life.
hold on, bro. Hold on. No, and that narrative is based on Western studies because cultures are different. You have
But you see,
cultures who don't need medicine, who don't need light, who don't need no water in a pipe, who don't need no technology, and they are living a longer life, more healthy life.
yeah, man, and Robert, the way I see it, it's not about long life. It's about quality of life, fulfillment, right? Do you think living
Yeah,
long
yeah.
is automatic tantamount to fulfillment? Robert?
My fault. I was trying to put this chart up. Sorry, ask the question again. My bad.
I don't think the objective. I don't think living a long life is necessarily the objective for all, right? Most people want a fulfilled life.
I think that fulfill. Yeah, you're probably right. Like, as in, have kids, watch them grow up, type of shit.
And different things. And if those folks believe in reincarnation and having certain, like I said, different mission, different modus operandi, like you're saying, right? Having children and so forth, living harmoniously with nature, that is more of a fulfillment for them.
All right. So look,
So-
wait. Sorry, I'm sorry. Imhotep, make the comment disappear for a second. I want you to look at this chart, Lalibela and Imhotep.
Yeah. I mean, it's on the screen.
All right. So this is life expectancy, right? The average life expectancy by continent, right? And it goes from 1770 to 2018. What's the first thing you notice about this chart?
You mean the spike in life expectancy with the industrialization of the world?
Well, for starters, Africans had the lowest life expectancy, and they still do to this day. Let's start with that.
Where the
You expect them to tell you better than that?
Hold on.
Do you think that there's a coincidence? Go ahead.
No, hold on, Robert. Quick question, because let's look at the years, right?
where they started?
And this is 1770. We're looking at Robert. Are you there?
He's there.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. I'm here.
So hold on. These dates, is this 1770 we actually start at?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about the peak of colonialism and the disease and malaria and smallpox and all that spread all over the place. The natives them in the natives them in America.
That's not the peak. That's not the peak.
No, hold on, no, but I'm talking about from the 1770, based on that diagram here. From the 1770, I would agree that the life expectancy of all the people that the Europeans colonized went drastically low. So continue though.
Yeah. Imhotep, he would have to show us 2 centuries prior, at least.
Right. Not 1770, Robert. When colonialism and imperialism and smallpox and malaria. Remember, the smallpox wiped out the whole of Europe. Malaria wiped out.
This is why you can't just go on Google and just Google them thing. You have to go deeper than this, brother.
Would you like me to give you the life expectancy from 13th century? 13th century is the Black Plague. So how far back would you like me to go?
No, show us Africa in the 13th century.
Yeah, man. Show us the 13th century. Yeah.
Show us sub-Saharan Africa in the 13th century.
Right. Because Europe was actually Europe was the one who had all the plagues, you know. Wickedly, you know, the bubonic plague and the all them, right? Smallpox and the all them. Malaria, all them sitting there.
Yeah.
So Europe really was the place where the virus did a kill off. But I am happy to not that 1770 the Robert, that can't cross it, brother. You get what I mean?
And then Robert, again, at the end of the day, man, it's not necessarily the length of life, it's the quality of life, the fulfillment of life.
Yeah, I agree with you.
For sure, that's fair. But again, I still think that the average European was having a higher quality of, maybe that's subjective because they had serfdom and they had serfdom and they had their own shit going on. But people in Africa was dying from malaria left and right, though. Even without slavery, malaria was wiping. What?
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not disputing. I'm asking you when. I need to get a window.
Right.
Oh, for forever. So for forever, to the point where Black people had to evolve the sickle cell trait in order to protect us from dying from malaria. That's how long we've been getting exposed to malaria, and it's been wiping us up.
All of them suffer from
Did you know that, right, Alabella? You know that people who have the sickle cell trait are immune to immune to malaria? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know I'm not mindful of that relationship.
Yeah. People who, because basically when you have the sickle cell trait, your blood cells are, I think it's sickle cell. I think it actually is full blown sickle cell. But essentially, because when you have sickle cell, the shapes of your red blood cells are different shapes. It's not circular. Right. And because of that, the malaria parasite can infect your red blood cells.
So why is it that more Black people? I know that more of us.
Because of malaria. Malaria is.
Why is it that more Black people? Why is it that more Black people don't have sickle cell traits than they currently do?
What do you only Black people have sickle cell?
No, more Black people, not only.
If you white people who have the sickle cell trait have a Black person in their ancestry.
I'm not disputing that, but I can't dispute.
No, but just check it out. I mean, listen, I might not be 110% right, but from what I remember, sickle cell anemia, and that trait is a feature of Africa, and it is something that we evolved as a defense to malaria, because malaria, the main epicenter is in Africa. It also exists in South America, but the epicenter is Africa.
So why don't more Black people have sickle cell traits, though?
I mean, I know a few people with the sickle cell trait.
No, I know a few too. But I'm gonna say why is it that?
Right. A few. No, that's That's a
that's
small
what
I mean,
margin.
I think that's a great question. I'm gonna sit here and go look up what percentage of Black people have the sickle cell trait versus sickle cell anemia, and maybe for all you know, it might be concentrated in a certain region of Africa. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. I
Yeah,
mean, I
man.
like the reason. I like the reason. I mean, it's like, but yeah, we need to verify the efficacy of some of these things, no doubt.
Yeah, man. The big up to Mark Moore, you know. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Respect for the check-in still. As me say,
10%. It says
yeah,
10%.
man. On just go on. On just go
10% of
on,
us.
keep it respectful and them something there. Respect for the support as always. Remember, to please just leave a like on the stream. And if you are new to the channel and you know you like the content and the reasoning, yeah, man, you can also subscribe to the channel and click all on the notification bell. Enough respect. Got you, Robert.
So, Robert, you're saying 10% of Black people have sickle cell or the trait?
Sickle cell. It said sickle cell anemia, so the trait is probably going to be higher. It says 1 in 12 or 1 in 11 Black people have sickle cell. But let me get the trait though.
And they said sickle cell came from malaria.
No,
Ro-
sickle cell is an adaptation to malaria. Yeah, it was 10% for the trait. Lalibella.
yeah, Mark
And
Moore,
yeah,
big up yourself.
and
Sorry,
I typed it in. I typed it in to be sure, and that was exactly what it is. It's an adaptation to malaria. People who have that shit, they're resistant to malaria. They won't die from it. If me and you get it, we're gonna die. But if they get it, they have a high chance of surviving without any
So,
medical treatment.
Robert, it's so funny. A homegirl of mine who has sickle cell just sent me a message.
Yeah,
Ah,
man. Please
that
remember.
was Jesus talking.
Please remember, you know, the link is pinned. The link is pinned to anyone who want to join the panel, you know. That's
Yeah,
why I
man.
have to respect my panelists. Because what's this now? My panelists, then will check in and then will, you know, drop them reasoning and we can, you know, we can reason and, yeah, man, we can disagree and that's how it go. You get what me I say? So
Yeah,
that's
man.
right there, you know. So the link is pinned. Yeah, man. Anyone who wants to join the panel, yeah, man, just hit the StreamYard link at the top and just check in, man, and we can reason. You understand me? I say. But
Yeah.
guys, when I finish though, I really wanted to touch a little bit on the kwanza. You get what me I say?
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah. I wanted to hear you guys' perspective on it. You know.
Kwanzaa was
Yeah.
created by the CIA, FBI. But before we switch to that though, before we switch to that though, I wanted to focus on some more of those inventions because I want everyone in the chats to hate me before the night is out. I'm working on this one. So let's talk about some more of the inventions, the top 10 inventions. Lalibella, what would you say if you had to name? I'll make it easy. 5. Give me 5 of the top 5 inventions of humanity of all time. Give me your top 5. I want all of y'all to give me your top 5.
I mean, I think it's relative, brother.
Yeah, that's relative to you. Give me your top 5.
You see, here's why it's difficult. Because what probably is the most important invention in humanity,
Right.
more than like it existed before I was born.
Yeah, like writing and stuff like that.
Or the
those are
most invention.
foundational
Hold
stuff.
on. Or the most important invention in a certain area might not be the same thing in a certain area as well.
Yep.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's
But I
fair.
guess we're gonna talk about. I mean, if capital and making money is the most important thing to you, then clearly electricity, the automobile. I mean, any of those kind of things would make more sense to you, right? Where,
But to the world, bro, it's not a coincidence that the global population has quadrupled in just 100. Yo, before 1900, what was the world population, Lalibella?
I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, though. So when you say these
What do
things,
you
I'm saying
mean?
to
It's
myself,
more. The more
scarce
people that
resource,
exist,
right?
the more chances for things to be created. More brains, more people thinking, more people coming up with shit, more people solving problems. What do you mean? We benefit from that.
I don't see none of that, any of that being necessarily good or bad.
Why do you think New York City was seen at one point as the capital of the world? It's because it had a bunch of people from all over the world all congregating in one small place. This is why inventions and things are being created here.
And these are all European notions, though, bro. I don't know
That's
if
a fact. That's a great point, but we live in a capitalist world, and that's European, so it is what it is.
I know, but I'm not capitalism. I'm not one who praises capitalism, though.
But the thing is this, though, you know.
I don't praise capitalism.
Hold on 1 second, Robert. before the United States, right, became the melting pot of the world per se, it was really you had Egypt and you actually had Ethiopia as well. That there were a lot of Europeans that were in these countries. You have the Africans, you have the Arabs, you have the Greeks, you have the Romans. You get me? I say, yeah, you have Europeans, the Turkish, them. So these countries were melting pots as well, too, before the United States, even Ethiopia.
Come
A
on,
black
real
man
talk.
did not invent the light bulb. I just want to put that out there. Please stop spreading that misinformation. He
so
contributed to the light bulb, but he
Was it
did
the
not invent the light bulb.
so
was it the
so
filament
um
that
so
he
so hold
invented?
on. So did you expect him to be credited with it as an invention?
I mean, Black George Washington Carver is credited with inventions.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, remember, especially at that time and the nature of the technology, they didn't want to credit black people with anything at all.
That's
They don't
fair,
even want to tell you. All
but
right, so look at this now. All right,
Louis
do you
Latimer
hear?
did create the light bulb.
All right, so do you hear anyone talking about a Benjamin Banneker?
But I know who that is.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, tell us from your understanding what he did in terms of building and whatever. Go to Robert.
If
He's
I'm not
googling it.
mistaken, he was involved in like clocks and shit like that. Like, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he make like clocks and stuff like that?
Well, he is known for building the White House and designing the whole, Washington setting
He's an
setup.
architect. He's an architect.
Right,
But
that
if I'm
great
not mistaken, he
right,
was a
right.
clock. Because back then clocks was a big deal. It's not like now everything is digital. Back then, the people who crafted the gears for clocks, that was like a big deal. So if I'm not mistaken, that was like something that he was known for.
Yeah, but talking about inventions, right? Weren't the Egyptians the first to create the first batteries? Like them find battery in Egypt and them find it in even Sumer too.
I've seen that. I've seen that. I don't know.
Right.
I think it's unconclusive, though. I think that's unconclusive.
No, hold on, Robert. We understand Orientalism and we understand racism as well, when they come on to history and them something there, So yes, those things are inconclusive. But if it was a European civilization, it would have been confirmed and accepted in academia.
But I'm not shooting it down, though. I'm not saying that is not possible.
No, but it is. It is. In the first batteries, right, were in Egypt and then in Mesopotamia as well. And I say that to say this. If they were the first to make these batteries, it means that they understood electromagnetic frequencies and they understood how the electrical aspect of things work. So yes, we might say,
what were they using that for? So what were they using it for? What were they using it for? Let's assume that they had a battery. What were they using it for? Like, what's your theory? What's your guess?
I mean, I was just thinking of they were generating some form of power for some reason. I'm not sure. But my point is just to say that without the study of electricity, there could have been no light bulb invention. So at the end of the day, yes, them are credit a white man for say, yes, he made the light bulb. But at the end of the day, electricity was invented in Egypt and in Mesopotamia. So at the end of the day, that led to the study of that, which led to the invention of the light bulb. So at them things I'm talking about, bro.
I mean, all right, that's all right. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. That might be possible, but I'm not. I could give you other inventions. So, who invented penicillin?
The Germans.
All right.
And guess what?
That penicillin?
Hold on. And guess what? And you can Google, because I know you Google, you don't know it go. Listen to me. You can Google about the German experiments in Namibia on the black people. How the German doctors, all of them, they studied and experimented on the same people in Namibia. So up until recently, they had to give them reparations for that. So a lot of their findings,
I believe that, but no,
a lot of their findings where we can have penicillin is a result of them experimenting on black people while they were even alive.
No question. And I agree with you. Many humans had to suffer for
Right.
us to enjoy what we enjoy today. Much like slavery. Many people had to suffer for us to enjoy the things that we have today. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's good. It's fucked up that the people in Namibia had to suffer for me to have penicillin. I used penicillin before. If I didn't have it, I'd have probably died. So it's unfortunate that people had to suffer, but many people benefit from the sufferation of a few. It is what it is.
But yeah, but the thing is, again, now you see, yes, we can say this invention was this man invented this and this man invented that. But again, now the context are sure we say the man will invent penicillin, fine. Yeah, one German, fine. One white man, fine. But the context is key, because if he never did an experiment on the black people in Namibia, he wouldn't even couldn't come up with that. So
all right, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Who invented the printing press?
The Johann Gutenberg.
Throw his nationality out there. It's important.
I think he's a German too.
Here we go. Yes, a German.
Yeah.
Yes, again, another
white
man.
But remember, but hold
now,
on.
Would you argue? I'm gonna let you talk.
But hold on.
Would you argue with me that the printing press wasn't a very important technology?
No, but hold on. Who created writing and the paper?
Right. No, you're right. You're right.
Writing and the paper. So guess what going on?
The Chinese.
Right. So what's this now? What's the importance of a printing press without the paper?
No, that's a fair argument.
Right. So I'm just saying sometimes we can just say, yeah, man, Johann Gutenberg and one German, and him invent the printing press, but at the same time,
that's a great argument. You could throw that in here and say paper. Paper is one of the most important inventions too. I would agree with that as well.
Right. So he had to study how to even apply the paper and them something there and the ink.
Listen, what we talk about, I only talk about it because we brothers. I wouldn't go around a white man and say slavery was a necessary evil. I don't need to embolden them any more than they already emboldened. But if we have a conversation amongst brothers, we're gonna entertain different ideas. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Real. And that is good for healthy conversations too,
Yeah.
You don't have to be a yes man or an echo chamber. So that's fine. But do you guys want to dovetail into the Kwanza reasoning that
whatever you want to do? Lalibela, why you got quiet? What happened?
Yeah, why is Lalibela quiet?
I'm listening, Robert.
So look, you've been quiet for like 10 minutes, so that means you agree with everything I said because you ain't interrupted.
All right, what's this now? 1 second, because you know what's going on. I have to big up my brother from Ghana, my brother Enoch Ajiye. Big up, man, all the way from over Ghana. Yeah, man, enough respect. You get what I say? From the African continent, I check into the reasoning. Greatly appreciate the support, Enoch. And make sure you share it with the friends over Ghana too, and tell them to like and subscribe, man, and check into so we can reason some things about Africa and Ghana with the ones them from the continent too. You get what I say? That would be a good build as well, Enoch. So
definitely.
Yeah, man, just to link up some of your African friends them. I want to check in, man, and we just reason, on things on the African continent or Ghana in particular. Big up Enoch. Go to Lalibela.
Yeah, Robert, what I did was send you a link with the chronology of who invented the automobile way before Carl Benz.
Yeah, well, I mean, the steam engine had to exist for the car to exist because that whole, like the gear shaft and all of that shit was predated by that. But the concept of having a engine where you could put oil in it and it makes something move, and like a small engine that can make something move, that's Carl Benz. He owns the patent for it. So who am I to argue against it?
And that's why I corrected you by saying he's known for the internal combustion engine. But eons ago when I first heard about it, people were usually saying it's Carl Benz. Really, a lot of people thought it was Henry Ford, which was baffling in and of itself.
No, but I got you though, because like the steam engine came out in like the 1700s. So I got you, like clearly, and it's the same concept. Instead of using water, they're using gas, though.
Right, and as far as Carl Benz and the name Mercedes, that name actually came from one of his customers. And then
I thought it was his daughter.
No. He ultimately gave it to his daughter, right? But that's where the name came from. One of his top customers.
Let me big up Bridget there, because Yeah, man. Me see our husband check in and him give me a little, like and thing and drop couple comments and them something there. So enough respect
Exactly.
enough, Bridget. Always appreciate the support. You hear that? Go through
Exactly.
Bella. Big up
Yeah,
Esther
man.
Spade as well, in the
Yeah,
house.
man. Salute to Bridget for bringing the family and they're not bringing
It's
hobby and
funny that
anything,
people think
Real
though that
talk.
because I don't like repeat the popular narrative that somehow makes me confused about my blackness. I contribute to the black cause in so many fucking ways, boy. I contribute my time, my labor, everything. So like,
Yeah,
trust me.
yeah.
Ain't
But
nothing over here
yeah,
anti-black.
yeah.
I'm
But
super anti-black.
I
I
understand
mean,
you, Robert.
I'm super pro-black. Excuse me. I'm
No,
super
no, and
pro-black.
I know that
Freudian
too, and I know
slip.
that too,
Excuse me.
and I do understand that even that position, while you hold it here, we just step on a little ends and a little reasoning, and that's fine. Because even in certain environments, you could not hold that position. You get what I say?
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. So I totally
But I'm
understand,
used
man.
to this though. I mean, listen, I'm godless. So you think I'm not used to this, bro?
Yeah, and it's
We
good
know
for
what it
healthy.
is.
It's
It's
good for
good. It
healthy
is good.
conversations as well when we disagree. Because watch this now. If you never posit that, probably we wouldn't even reason for around 40 minutes about it. And people are sharing perspective. So, yeah, man, as long as we are walk with the emotional intelligence, we just know some reasoning.
Hey,
You
so
get
let
what
me
I
throw
say?
a quick curveball out there. How many of you guys in the comments? So look, give me a 1 in the box if you don't think that dinosaurs are real. Give me a press 1 in the box if you don't think dinosaurs are real. Nobody?
Robert, you might want
No, man, them
to.
soon I got tight, man. You have to give them
Oh,
time,
okay. It was a
brother.
delay. It's a delay. Okay.
Yeah, Robert. Bridget is saying that she didn't realize you were black, so you may want to qualify your blackness. Go ahead.
All right, so me say Lord of Kingston check in, bless up family.
Yeah, bless up. Peace and blessings to everyone on the panel.
Yeah, man.
Enjoying the reason, and I just want to chime in. Now, Robert, I've been listening to you all this time, and I just want to ask a few questions, if you don't mind at this time.
Shoot. Rapid fire.
Are you black or are you white? I don't know you personally, my brother. Now, listen. Please,
No, but hold on, no, but him asked a valid question, Robert, to answer the man, no,
please
man.
do not take it personally, my brother. This is my
Right,
first
the man
time
asked a
hearing
question.
you,
I'm not
so I'm just
offended.
asking.
No, I'm not offended. I just thought it was hilarious. All right, I'm from my family comes from Guyana. That should answer your question right there.
Okay. So I've been listening to you elaborate on a lot of topics, and one of the things I notice you keep doing is like when you don't have the answer to a certain things, you keep jumping from one thing to the next. All right, let me share this with you. As far as invention, and you're talking about greatest invention, who invented the airplane?
The Wright brothers.
Uh, I know that's where you're gonna go, but go to
Slow
Lord of
down,
Kingston.
slow down. Who invented the submarines?
I don't know. You could tell me that one.
Yeah, it's not in Europe.
Who
It's not in
invented,
yeah.
listen, slow down. Who invented helicopters?
Go to Robert.
Oh, I don't know. Go ahead.
Right, it's
So
not
I'm
in
looking
Europe.
them up
Okay.
as you say them. So
No,
the
that's fine.
submarine
Just
is credited.
once you don't
The
know, that's why you
submarine
don't
is
know.
credited. The
Yes.
submarine is credited to Cornelius, a Dutchman. Go ahead.
Hold on. All right, but we
All
understand. But
right, all
Robert,
right, slow down, Robert. You telling me who is it credited to and
right,
who credited that information to that person?
right.
At times you got to look at who's
All
putting
right.
out the
Let's do them
information.
one by one. All right. Let's do them
All
one
right,
by one.
let me share this with you.
No, let's go back. Let's do them one
All
by
right, I'm
one.
trying to go back. Hear
Hold
me
on,
out, my
Robert.
brother.
Make
Hear
him.
me out, my
Yeah,
brother. Hear me out.
yeah. Just leave them one by one, them
Hear
general.
me out, my brother. Let's go back to Egypt,
Right,
okay?
right.
You know, in the pyramids of Egypt, there are drawings of submarines, helicopters, and all stuff like that that these
Facts,
so-called Europeans take credited for.
facts.
Let me ask you a question, Robert. You know what's a flying serpent?
Something that's not real.
All right. When you look at a plane that's flying in modern day today, 2023, what do you
Hold on.
notice?
Hold on. 1 second there. I see where Enoch is saying he's trying to join. Enoch, there's a StreamYard link at the top of the screen, right? Yeah, just hit the link and follow the instructions. Once you hit that link, right, I will know that you're in the studio, right? And you just click enter studio. So once you click the StreamYard link, right, and it says it's gonna tell you to enter the studio. You enter the studio, I'm gonna know you're here. So just follow the instructions, man. Go to Lord of Kingston.
Okay, Robert, you know what's a flying serpent?
No, a dragon, a flying dragon from China.
No. When you look at an airplane in this day and time, what do you notice?
It looks like a bird.
No, it doesn't. It's look like a snake. Take the wings off. What does it look like?
A snake. It looks like a hot dog.
Let's get real, my brother.
I am being real. A bird, a plane looks like a bird to me. It doesn't look like a
Take
snake.
the wings off. Take the wings off the plane and
But if
look
you
at
take the wings
the
off of
straight
it, it can't
structure.
fly. Honestly, my brother, I feel like you reaching. There was
See,
no,
you
we don't
listen,
have
listen
no
what I'm
pictures.
saying. Listen
There's no
what I'm
pictures in the
saying.
pyramids.
You're
There's no
saying,
pictures in the
you're
pyramids showing
saying,
airplanes
No, hold on,
flying.
you're
Robert.
saying,
Hold on, Robert.
you're saying
Robert,
I'm
hold on 1
reaching.
second. You guys, the two of you, yeah, man, the two of you can just go and deal with it, but just make we have the decorum where we don't overtalk each other. So,
Right.
Lord
That's
of
what I'm
Kingston
saying.
talk.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, make we allow Lord of Kingston to finish, and then Robert can take the mic.
When you take the wings off a plane, it look like a snake, which is a serpent. To you in this day and time, it looked like a plane, and you can't really see back then. You can't see the greatness of black people back then, how we created everything and everything that was stolen from us. And then these people take credit for everything that we did.
I just want to say this real quick, Lord of Kingston. Is Robert, this question is for you. Are you familiar with the Sumerian cylinder seals that are written in cuneiform? Because I see a comment
I
here
was, I,
saying,
I, I, I was about to go there.
right, because yeah, I knew where you were going based on the questions you were asking. You get what I'm saying? Because I am aware of what you were saying, and that's a valid argument. Now, he in Google said that pictures of planes and pyramid, and him don't get no response, Lara Kingston. Now he's in the chat
That's
saying,
not.
there,
First of all, that's
hold
not.
on,
First of all, that's an
hold
old
on,
ass argument.
hold
That's
on, brother,
super
hold on,
fucking old.
Robert.
There's nothing. That's
Robert,
not thought
decorum.
provoking at all.
Robert, let's have decorum, brother. Me, I go talk, and then you get the mic. I'm saying, I got type and said there is no plane on the pyramid. Me not think nobody has said it in a pyramid. The man said it in Egypt.
Yeah, there's no
Carved.
pictures of planes or rocket ships or
Hold
spaceships.
on, it's
in
carved in
Egypt.
stone in Egypt. Me don't know where
Nah,
you
that's not real.
move the
That's not
goalpost. I say there's no planes on the pyramids. But go to Robert.
That's not real. All of that. There's a human. I'm trying to think of the word. There's a human it's like a thing that they do in psychology when they show you ink blotches and they ask you, what do you see? And you be like, oh, I see a butterfly, I see a dog, I see a bird, I see a plane. Everyone will look at something and our minds will try to make sense out of it. It's kind of like when you was a kid. I don't know if this ever happened to you, but when I was a kid, back in the days when I used to live with my mama, we used to have a coat rack. And at night, I would look at the coat rack and it would have a jacket and a hat on it, and it would look like a person to me. And sometimes I would
question,
Yeah,
Robert,
look,
question.
I want to say one thing though. I want to say
Yeah,
this,
go to Lord Kingston.
and it's based on Robert reasoning. It's like nothing black people has ever done in this world, and it has never been credited to them. So he believed that black people never did nothing great in our history.
That's what you
Everything,
said.
everything that I've listened to you saying all this time I've been listening
You haven't
is
been
the
listening.
is the
Hold on,
European did
Robert.
this. Hold on, hold on.
You and him
Is
can
the
have a
European
dialogue.
did hold on. Is the European did this. The Germans came up with this, and all these European people or so-called Caucasian people came up with this, and you still do not know where they get it from.
So where did black people got it from?
You got to do your research. I'm not
Oh,
going to
I
do
know
your
I got
research
it.
for
So
you.
No,
you
but
have the
Robert,
burden.
but hold
You
on.
have the burden. You provided us the
All right,
statement, so
all
you
right.
have
So
the
this is a
burden to prove
healthy.
it.
All right,
Yeah.
this is a healthy conversation. Let me tell you why now. When Lord of Kingston came on, right? Him asked us some questions about submarines and planes and helicopter, right? Him asked you who invented the plane, and you say Wright brothers, right? He asked that question because is he's putting the argument that these submarines and helicopters and aeroplanes were actually carved in stone in Egypt and also in Sumer in cuneiform. And that's a
No,
fact. You are
no,
saying that these things are not so. So tell us
In
now,
incorrect.
Robert.
cuneiform is an early form of writing created by the Sumerians back in
That's right.
Sumeria, if you did
That's
not
right.
know that,
That's correct. And they wrote on cylinder seals.
which is modern day Baghdad.
Right. It's correct. 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 So I'm just saying, Robert. Even Western academia acknowledges that, bro.
With all due respect, you're lying.
So
Well, all right. Well, all
so
right. Well, got you now. Got you. Hold on. Now.
hold on.
Don't. Got you. Got
So
you. Got
No, I
you.
want to
Got
hear
you.
Lalabella. He's been so
no, no,
patient.
no,
Go ahead,
no,
Lalabella.
no. No. So Laura Kingston, right? I don't think Robert is making an anti-black argument. It is just by chance that he pointed out a few things that were invented by Europeans, but I don't think he's necessarily making an anti-black argument. I don't think that's a fair reasoning. And the burden,
I'm not necessarily saying that, but he's giving them all the credits.
he's
Well,
not. He's not, and I get your
Well. I
point.
mean, I think also Lord of Kingston. He takes a position of a contrarian all the time, right? And he is reasoning from that position as well. So I think it is good for a healthy conversation as well.
No. It's good because we
Lord,
all gonna have like different views and
Right,
different
right,
facts
right,
to go by.
right,
So it's good. It's a healthy reasoning to
right,
hear somebody else reasoning and their opinion and certain things. But if we're dealing with facts, let's stick to the facts and see. Because if you're dealing with history, and history is only two words, his story is who is telling the story.
right,
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 It's
right.
who
right,
is
So
telling
Laura,
the story. So if
right,
our story is not being told and our story has been blotted out, and these people then tell the story from their narrative, who are you gonna believe?
right. Laura Kingston, if you notice, right, when he provided a graphical reference to point to our life expectancy, right, automatically Imhotep and myself saw the 1770 start date, and we had issues with that.
right,
Um,
Lalibela, right.
right. But and then even when even when you asked Robert a particular question, you told him that he should do or whatever, somewhere along the line, you told him he should do the research. At that point, that burden was on you since you're making a claim. But this is very good discourse. Uh, I'm just
All right,
look,
so
pointing
look
out
here.
things.
let me ask this question.
Look,
Let
this
me
is
ask
my
this
look,
question. Let
wait,
me
wait,
ask
hold
this.
up, hold up. Look, this is my poopa and my mama. Do I get the black pass? Am I allowed to talk about black subjects without being considered an Oreo for the
Yeah,
box?
man, top
No,
man,
no, you good. No, you good. I'm just trolling. Yeah, I'm
No,
good.
but
Go ahead.
Robert,
yeah,
remember the
man.
Robert.
You
Robert,
can't
you
talk,
remember.
man. You can't talk,
Robert,
Robert,
yeah,
man.
you have to remember saying, once you pass it, then the argument there, it's gonna inevitably lead to them questioning. Not true.
Yeah,
I
let
just
me
say
ask
so.
this question. Let me ask this question, right? Do you believe that if we're dealing from a biblical perspective, right? And them say people used to live to see like 800 and something years old and them thing there. Do you believe that?
No,
Why not?
because it's not possible. The oldest a person could live is like 130, 140 max.
Okay, all right. So let me break this down to you now. You know, back in the early civilization, every season was counted as a year, right?
I don't believe that the Bible and that the religious texts are like actual like factual books. I think it's mostly myth. So like
That's
if you
why,
want
that's why, that's why, that's why I said to you, if we're dealing from a biblical perspective, every season was a year. So if
I
we're
believe
dealing
that the
with
earth I believe that the Earth is 5 million years old. I don't believe that the Earth is.
All right, it doesn't. You doesn't have to believe that, but let's stick to the point I'm trying to make. If if we're saying every season was a year and it's 4 seasons in 1 year as we know it, then in a 12-month span you'll be four instead of just one. So if you see where count, the numbers count differently back then and how the numbers count in this modern day and time. It's like a baby from the conception takes 9 months to come out of the womb, and then it takes another 12 months to become one. Why is that?
An elephant takes 13 months to come to birth. Why is that?
Well, but it take 13 months, but then after, if the baby comes out of the womb, then you have to start counting again from 1 to 12 to become one. Why is that? We deal with numbers now.
Is these the submarines that you guys are talking about that's on the pyramids? Is this what you talking about? Is this it, Imhotep? Because I'm trying to find it.
Lord of Kingston.
Yes.
Are those the submarines?
Yes.
Oh, but these got translated though. The hieroglyphs already been translated.
No, but
these hieroglyphs.
But you can see what you're seeing, right?
So hold on. Yes. So what is wrong there, Robert?
But it's not. It's translated and it's not submarine.
hold on. So when Napoleon in 1799 invaded Egypt, right? And then you had Champollion them go down there.
And find Rosetta Stone, yes. And find Rosetta Stone, yes.
Right. And them are decipher. So because hold on, you're saying that at that time, right? Them would not call this one submarine, Robert?
Wait, sorry. Ask again. You asked, would they or did they? Which one did you ask?
No, yeah, I'm saying in 1799 when France invaded Egypt through Napoleon, and then they started to pillage all of the artifacts, and Champollion them go down there, right? We go study the Medu Nature and decipher it through the Rosetta Stone and stuff like that. You get what I say? No, I'm saying, do you expect or did you expect them to call that the image they know one submarine, and that they want helicopter, and that they want plane? In 1799, in 1800.
That's not what I was expecting. No. That's not what I was saying or expecting.
But you said that they did not state it was submarine or helicopter.
No, that's not what I. So I thought it was.
All right. So you looking at this, Robert? You looking at these images? What would you call them?
What do you mean? Hieroglyphs?
No, I'm talking about these depictions, right?
Right.
You all right? Let's just put aside.
No. I got you.
Right.
So, for example, you talk. I wish if you could see my. Can you see my mouse? You can't see it, right?
No, man, you're good, man. But a full screen of that now.
No, I know. I wanted because I want to be able to point at the hieroglyphs. So you talking about the one that's in the middle, the second from the top, right? Is that one you talking about? Because that's the only one that's shaped like a ship. And then this one on the top left kind of looks like a helicopter.
Okay. So what about the one at the top right?
It looks like a yacht, I guess. But listen.
Okay. All right.
But listen. But listen though. And that's fair, right? And look, if you look at the bottom, they look like some little cars in Manhattan traffic too. Now, does that mean that they have cars in Manhattan traffic in ancient Egypt? No, nigga. And does that mean that any of those shapes are actually depicting those things that I just described? No.
No, hold on.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
I'm almost done. Our minds are trained to find patterns in places where patterns don't even exist.
Yeah, but Dory, Robert, hold on, Robert. You're not gonna use where they're down below and discredit everything where we discuss up top, yeah?
But listen.
Because I craft that. That's a Robert, man.
That's not a yacht, a plane, or a helicopter.
Hold on, man. But you say that looks like a helicopter. So let me say,
I agree that's with just you. Me being creative. Yeah,
no. Hold on, man. No, I agree. Hold on, man. No, Robert, I agree with your brother. And what Lord of Kingston has said is that there are some of these depictions that are easily identifiable. And you are agreeing, but then you are muddy up the waters now by saying some of them sitting there we can't even know what so and we are make up things. But let me hear what Lord of Kingston have said though.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this shit is fake.
All right, let me ask you a
No, no,
question. Let
no,
me
no, no.
ask you a
Hold on.
question.
Remember, you
Let
said
me
it's
let me.
fake in the first place. So are you wrong?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't be
I
surprised
don't
if
even. I don't even want to get in. I don't even want to get into all of that. So let me ask a question now. So the cuneiform writing that the Sumerians created back then. So you're saying that's fake too?
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Listen, Kingston. I'm a student of history, and I'm a student of science.
Yeah, but if you're a student of history, if you're a student of history, whose story are you a history historian of? It's who is
I
telling the story. The
I accept.
victors, or the victors is always the ones that tell the story. You never hear the story
I
from the people that loses.
I agree. And there,
Here's
listen,
my issue.
nothing
Here's
is
my issue with it.
absolute. Nothing is absolute in this world. We always have to accept that there is gonna be like we take
Right.
some
So
everything
so
on a
so so
certain
so the
level.
thing is we are sharing information because if you never had these information before and now I share it with you, so now you could at least take the chance to look into it and see if what I'm saying is
With all due
bullshit
respect,
or if
you haven't really convinced me much because the inventions that you mentioned, none of them are credited to black people.
Hold on
yeah,
for Robert.
because listen to what you just said. None of them are credited to black people. How many things that black people have created in this world since history that hasn't been
How
credited to us?
All
Fair
right, let me
point.
ask you. Let's
Question.
wait. Allow me test 10 seconds. How would Egyptians create submarines when Egyptians didn't even have copper? Like they literally only had copper. They didn't even have hard metals in
How
Egypt.
you mean? We
This
had
is a known.
everything. No,
This is a
listen,
known.
listen, listen, listen.
Egypt
Where
never
are
made
all?
it.
Let's slow down, slow
Sir,
down,
listen.
slow down,
I
slow
was
down,
complaining. You
slow
interrupted me,
down, slow
sir.
down, slow down, slow
I
down
was
for a
speaking.
second.
I
Hold
was
on,
Robert,
hold on,
slow
speaking.
hold
down
on,
You
for a
hold on,
second,
one
interrupted me,
second.
Robert.
sir.
Robert, slow
Guys,
down for
one
a second,
second.
Robert.
Yeah,
He
but
just
hold on a
interrupted
Slow
me
second.
down
while
for
I
a
was
second,
speaking.
Robert.
Hold on.
Robert, slow down for a second, Robert. Where all the natural resources come from in this world?
Not Africa.
All right, I'm gonna get off the panel.
No, no, man. You don't need to get off. Hold on,
Yeah,
man.
but Lord of
Hold on.
Kingston, you can't do the reasoning so neither because we have to reason with emotional intelligence. If Robert doesn't agree, that is fine. We can move on. But that doesn't mean that we have to be upset with him or whatever. We have to
So
kind of
Imhotep,
deal
Yeah,
with emotional intelligence as well.
because the thing is, we're dealing with history and we're dealing with facts. Everything that we have done as black people, original people of this earth, has been discredited, and they took credit for it. And that's
I
the point that I'm trying to make. They take credit for everything that we
I
have
I
done.
agree. I agree
fair
and I
point.
understand.
Fair point.
However, Lord of Kingston, we are having an intellectual discourse. So what's this now? You see, when Robert I say it not come from Africa, the question is, tell me which resources not come from Africa. That's how we deal with the reasoning. So
Oh,
at the
Yeah,
end of the
yeah,
day,
yeah,
now,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, you
yeah,
can
yeah.
give a
oh,
Fine,
right
fine.
witness or no
Yeah,
why
oh.
this black.
Imhotep, point well taken, point
Yeah,
well
man.
taken, point well
Yeah, man.
taken,
Yeah, man.
point well taken.
So
Yeah, man.
Imhotep
I will
and
just
Lord of
reason it out,
Kingston.
Lord of Kingston, man. I saw it go some time now. So I
So
just saw it go
Imhotep and
more
Lord of
time, man.
Kingston. My question for both of you, all right? Imhotep and Lord of Kingston. Are you guys contending that those images are of helicopters, spaceship, and submarines?
Yes, that's what they say.
I'm saying yes.
So let me ask you a question, right? If you look at that helicopter, based on its
It's not
aesthetics,
aerodynamic. It wouldn't
and
fly.
not even that, not even that, it
No,
would
let
seem
him
as if
speak. Let him speak. Let him speak.
it would seem as if it's a dated helicopter, right? Even the
It
spaceship
seemed
would
like
seem
it's
as
a
if,
dated helicopter to you,
yeah,
right?
like that doesn't look like anything that Lockheed Martin is making today, right? And the submarine doesn't seem as if anything that General Dynamics is making today, right? And the spaceship, it doesn't seem as if it looks like anything the modern aliens are making. That's me being coy in that sense. My question is, if we look at that timestamp wise, one would then have to argue the technology of ancient Egypt conveniently fits into right where we are today. Are we to
Okay,
contend?
so let's look at it from this perspective, right? That's what I'm saying, and I'm gonna keep reiterating this, that
Reiterate it. Go ahead.
everything that we have created, they have taken credit for. So if we had modern designs for certain things back then, and then they take it and take credit for it, then our credit has been lost.
So
Regardless
my
of
brother.
how modern it may look to you on the depiction as what he's showing on the screen, but it's just showing that the things that we have created.
So let me ask you a
You
question
can't
then.
you can't deny that.
No, no, hold on.
That's exactly what we're
One quick
doing.
second there. Lalibella.
Yeah,
1 second there, because you know it go. I have to just kind of chime in with the chat more time.
yeah,
So,
man.
all right. This is Robert's response to Dory, right? And Robert is saying, Dory, the king, there are resources not found in Africa. For starters, there's very little coal in Africa. Robert, I can't believe you just typed that.
Okay, where's the coal at then?
Hold on now.
Where is it abundant?
Hold on. You said there are resources not found in Africa. And your proof is, for starters, there is very little coal in Africa.
Yeah. What's wrong with
Good.
that?
So what I'm saying, you are actually agreeing that Africa has coal. Them just not have a high volume. But the argument is not the high amount.
Oh,
It's
but then,
about
but
if
but
there's
couldn't
coal in
that
Africa.
argument? But Imhotep, if that's the case, every resources is everywhere because every resources is every country in different quantities, but just
Right,
not
right.
enough
But
for
I'm
it
just
to be
speaking specifically to
usable.
what you just wrote, Robert.
Okay, that's
Let's
fine. Okay,
let's let's
that's
let's
fine.
let,
That's
let's
fine. That's fine.
let's
That's fine.
let's
Yeah.
let's look let's look at the facts here. Let's look at the facts here based on that analogy, right? So if 10 years ago I had 20 million tons of beryllium, right? And now 20 years later, you think I'm gonna have that same amount? I'm gonna have less because people is coming in and taking and taking and taking and taking. That's
But
the
we don't
real.
have, but we don't have any industrialized level of coal procurement in Africa. We don't have. We could talk about diamonds. We could talk about almost every precious earth material. Robert's argument is not incorrect. I get what you're saying.
Hold on, Lalibella. No, I was
Imhotep.
speaking in the context of what he wrote, right?
No.
And he's
Lalibela,
saying,
I got what he said. So Imhotep is saying that I said that it wasn't there at. Well, I was saying that it wasn't there at all, but then I contradicted myself by saying very little. But to me,
exactly. Right.
very little on on an industrial scale, on a global scale, on a trading scale, very little is the same as none for me, at
No,
least.
but
Right,
that's not the
For the
right,
that's not
sake
the
of your
argument though.
argument,
The
you're right.
argument
No,
is
you're right.
if there is
You're right.
any.
You were right.
Right,
No, you
right,
were
right.
right. You were right. You were right.
right.
But
So I'm just
Africa
saying.
does not have any sizable amount of coal where it could even trade it. The people could even use it. Africa, that's why they have to use other shit. And look, there are a bunch of countries in Africa that are barren. That's literally in the fucking Sahara Desert. You guys talk about Africa like it's a country as opposed to a continent. Some places in Africa are prosperous. Some places in Africa, not so much.
But bro, even the parts that are not prosperous isn't because they don't have resources. Resources is not an issue in most parts of Africa
So Sudan,
relative
so
to
South,
Agree,
so
Lalibel, agree.
look,
relative to prosperity.
so in
South Sudan,
Sudan,
lots of oil in South Sudan. This
so
is
what about
why.
the? No, I mean that's
Sorry.
fair. That's fair. But I mean you can't eat oil. You got to sell it, right, to
No, no,
get
no,
money and
no,
shit
no.
like
But you're making the argument that some areas in Africa are. I can't remember what term you
more
used
barren
earlier.
than others. No, I was trying to say with some places are more barren than others. I would still say that because yes, Sudan has oil, but they don't have water. They don't have arable land. They don't have a lot of other things that is important.
There wasn't a lot of Arab land in Israel before they had money and technology to change that.
The
If
Sahara used to be green like
Right.
3, 4, 5,000 years
Right.
ago.
Look at what Gaddafi was doing as far as even the Sahara, right? The desert behind him right there, right?
No,
Uh,
no, I
the,
got
the,
you.
the problem with a lot of these countries in Africa that's not being developed has nothing to do with their lack of resources. It has to do with exploitation and corruption.
That's true.
But so gentlemen, I think those images are too convenient for me to say that they're helicopters, spaceship, and submarines. Now,
Imhotep secretly knows that too.
I can't dispute it. Of course, this is what you call unfalsifiable. I can't dispute it, but I'm not going to beat it ad nauseum. But I unfortunately, because if Kemet had advanced technology, I would want to see something more advanced than the stealth bombers versus a 1980 looking helicopter. That's just my position on it. I think
See,
this is
and this way I'm a dispute with you, right?
perfectly fine.
So here the thing, right? You know, every year or every 5 years, technology grow. So even before they had them diagrams that's depicted in the picture that he shows, it had to be earlier models, just like it's earlier models of cars, early models of planes, earlier models of now you get to the stealth bomber, and you're gonna have later models that's going to be supersede the stealth bomber. So these are the things that go every year. You try to improve on the car, whether you change certain things about the radio, and it's just about improving, even if it's just one little thing. That's the way technology goes in this day and time. It's just
Right.
improving in one little thing.
So you're conflating what technology is as far as the cyclical reference of it, right? To to a hypothetical argument that it is plausible that this reference that we're looking at isn't the oldest nor the newest. And that's speculative at best. I can't dispute it, but it is speculative since
No,
we
I
don't have
understand what you're
empirical
saying.
proof.
No, I respect that, my brother. I respect that.
But it's very intriguing, though, right? If looking at that, it's very intriguing.
Right,
And
because like that, the point that I'm trying to make is if you never, it seems like this is your first time coming across this information. So my thing is letting y'all know that there's information out there that a lot of us are not accessible to, but maybe I'm accessible to certain information and then could share it on the platform. That's all it is about information.
Right.
Information is free.
And Lord of Kingston. This is also right. The Sumerian cylinder seals that are written in cuneiform are also depicting these things as well. So if you want to discredit, so for argument's sake, right? People want to discredit Africa, aka Egypt. You get what I say? And give the credit to the Sumerians, right? People are
Yeah.
gonna say, okay, these people are showing you rockets. These people are showing you the certain deities in their
Nah,
pantheon with winged globes and stuff like that. These people were
nah. They
depicting
were just
certain
doing
things.
artwork. Because look, if a person draw
They
artwork
were
with
doing
a
what?
planet Earth, look, if a person do artwork with Lalibela with a piece of Earth hanging out his head, and then in the future some shit happened, they're gonna be like, look, the people from 2023, they was predicting this.
No,
No, they
let's
were
stick
just
to
being
let's stick
artistic.
to
They
no.
saw a bird, they liked the
Let's
bird.
stick to the
People always
Sumerians.
revered birds because birds could fly, and they did it like that.
Yeah, but
yeah,
let's stick to the archaeology, right? These carvings, these writings. Let's
Yeah,
stick to
these
this.
carvings don't
All
scream
right.
edible.
All right. So hear this, right? What is communication? Me being able to communicate with you, right?
uh-huh.
Or
Effectively,
a
effectively.
group of people, being able to communicate with the others so they could have some form of
Communication
understanding.
is using words to articulate an idea or opinion. Yes.
Okay, regardless of how we still have to be able to communicate. I still got to be able to understand what you're saying to me. If you're
Of
speaking
course.
Chinese to me and I speak Jamaican to you, I'm not gonna know shit that you're saying.
Fair point.
Okay, the point, sir.
So the point is communication. So when the writing comes in the cuneiform, people had to be able to read that. It may not be in English as you know it today, but it's still a form of communication that they had to understood back then.
So Lord of Kingston. So this is not my first time seeing this image, right? Um, I didn't follow it up because I didn't see anything at the time that remotely validate that that's a helicopter, spaceship, and so forth. Clearly, you're of the view that these are helicopters, spaceships, and submarines. Have you deep dived far enough to find empirical data to substantiate your hypothesis?
Of course, I've did mad researches, and
Okay.
the point that I'm gonna keep rebuttal on is that a lot of things that we have created, whether it's depicted or not, whether it is shown or not, that they have credit for and saying we have done this when they have not. Those are
And
Right.
facts.
we all agree with what you just said now, right?
And then if
Now,
they do, and then listen, if those information about what we have done, if you want to take it back to the ages, if you say in the dark ages, then everything that we have done before that now becoming the dark ages now, when you come into the new ages, is they did this, they did that, they did this when we already done it before.
yes, so in many respects, a lot of things that they take credit for, the C-section, that was getting done in Kemet way before Caesar was even born, right? I agree with that premise. But as it relates to this, what empirical data do you have to validate the fact that this is a helicopter, that's a spaceship, and that's a submarine?
Okay, to put it to give you a better understanding of what I'm saying is that whether you want to call it a helicopter or a flying vehicle or whatever, is showing that these are things that we have shown that we have done before. Whether you want to call it a modern day helicopter or whatever it looks to you as a submarine or a yacht or whatever, these are things that we have drawn. Whether you looked in early drawings that we drawing cows, we drawing horses, these are historical facts that we have left behind to show proof that we did these things before, that people nowadays have taken credit for. We did these things.
So, my brother, beyond this anecdotal reference, what substance do you have to validate your claim?
Okay, at this moment, I don't have to go into further details of what you're saying and how far you want me to go, but I'm going to stick to my point that we as Black people have created so much in this world that we have not gotten credit for, and they have put their name on it and said, we did this, whether it's the
Right.
clock, whether it's
Right.
this, whether it's that, or what if that. So if the information is not out there,
So,
if the
so, so hold on, my
information
brother.
is
And
not
hold on,
out
Lolly
there,
Minna. You might want something. Yeah.
if the information is not out there, then indeed we don't come across these information. But if you notice in history, as you say in his story, a lot of information has came about for us to learn things that we have done and realizing that, oh shit, you know, say black people they do this, and then people that take credits, I say them do it, and then that's that drives certain things.
But you see,
But
Lord of Kingston, the thing is this too, right? Even if they want to challenge this, they will have to challenge all of the cuneiform writings, right? All of their inscriptions, all of what they're showing their deities, right? Having wings and rocket ships and stuff like that. And we see those correlation in Greek mythology. We see those correlation even in the biblical narrative where them talk about the angels, they talk about Ezekiel being taken up. We talk about Elijah and Elisha being taken up.
Yeah,
So
that's why I say
these
that's
cultures
why.
had these belief system, and it's a part of their mythology and cosmology because of these writings as well. So if you're gonna
And that's what
dismiss that,
and that's
you
what I
have to
was saying,
dismiss.
and that's what I was saying
Hold on,
before.
let me say this real quick. If anyone should dismiss these things, you will have to dismiss a Samuel N. Kramer, right? And these people. I'm talking about accredited people. Me not talk about no Zechariah Sitchin and no Van Daniken, Eric Van Daniken and Godfrey Higgins them. Me not talk about them people that were deal with the conspiracy and the whole ancient astronaut theory thing. Me not deal with that. Yeah, me not talk about
So
people like Samuel N. Kramer. Me talk about people
hold
like
on.
Samuel N. Kramer, right? Who study over Suma and could read the cuneiform. And them man the thing me deal with. So
So
here we go on now. As me I say, all of these civilizations in that area, right, had these concepts. So it's
so hold on.
nothing new. What I show now is not nothing new.
So hold on. You guys are showing us anecdotal references, these images, which are
No, that's a
I'm
primary
about
source
to
to our
right
argument.
now.
Hold on, no, that's a primary source to our argument. So here we
No,
go
hold
on
on,
now.
brother. Hold
On
on.
have to go debunk it with primary
No.
sources
No,
as
but
well.
Robert.
I got the hieroglyphs right here. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm about to go through the hieroglyphs and I'm going to translate each of these symbols while you guys are talking.
No,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine because remember, say what you're gonna do, brother. If you don't, hold on, if you don't speak the Medu Nature or don't read the Medu Nature, then it can be difficult. Because watch this now. If you see one owl, it represents the letter M. So make certain say when you decipher that, I saw it a decipher.
So here's my question, right? You guys are positing that those images depict helicopters, submarines, and
That is not
spaceships.
even the point. What Lord of Kingston is referencing is that a lot of great inventions and concepts were created by us, but guess what? They were co-opted and Europeans are given the credit. That's the whole point of his
No,
reasoning.
no. Imhotep, as you heard me say to him several times, we're not disputing that. We agree with that premise.
Right.
However, when you're making a logical argument, you can make an illogical argument with correct premises. And one of the correct premises is that a lot of what we've created were appropriated or stolen by Europeans. However, that doesn't validate the claim that what we're looking at is necessarily a helicopter, or a spaceship, or a submarine. And the burden is on whomever posits the argument to furnish actual empirical data to validate these claims.
No, what we are saying is that these concepts, right? These concepts of rockets and submarines and helicopters and stuff like that, these things were found to have been written. And that me I talk about, brother, these concepts. So me
So,
not gonna say, oh, them find one plane or them not find no plane. Me never said that, brother. Me I said these concepts. So when Wright brothers are credited, right, with these things, you know that these concepts were not no Wright brothers thing. It wasn't a European thing. That is where the
so,
whole
so,
argument is.
All right. So
so
look,
hold
I
on.
found the first symbol.
Hold on, Robert. We can go beyond concepts. Doesn't necessarily mean materialize into reality, right? I can have hypotheses. I can have concepts, but if I don't translate that into something material, it's just merely a concept. So my argument is: did they have helicopters, planes, and submarines flying in Egypt?
No, I'm not gonna argue that at all. No, sir.
Okay.
No.
All right. I want to go there. I want to go there. I want to
Okay,
go
go
there.
ahead.
Okay,
I want
brother.
to go there. I want to go there. So, so basically, you're saying the question you're basically asking based on the documentation of the images that's on the document is that you're trying to wonder if Egypt had some type of flying vehicles back then or whatever. That's where you're going?
Something that's analogous to helicopters, yes, and
Okay, something flying or whatever. So if we're gonna look at the facts and try to broaden our mind and
uh-huh.
not limit our mind, if our ancestors is showing these things on a wall or whatever, saying, "Look, these are things that we did before," then if you
Like
can't see it, then if you can't see it with your own imagination, saying, "Damn, if this look like a helicopter to me."
I don't
Let's
use
take
imagination.
let's take everything else out of the picture. Let's look at that one thing that looked like a helicopter, and you're gonna say, "Damn, if my ancestors saying that they had flying machines back then, that's telling you something."
If
I mean,
Egyptians, hold up, if Egyptians had helicopters, spaceships, and all of this shit, don't you think their enemies would have mentioned it in their texts?
So let me
Don't you
ask you a
think
question.
other?
Why? Let me ask you a
Don't you
question. Why
think?
do you
Hold on,
call it?
can I
Why
finish?
do you
Can I
call?
finish? No, I can't
Why do you
finish.
call it a helicopter?
Or like a
Like I said, if it happened, it would have been anecdotal. It would have been other people that. And if Egypt had rocket ships and all of this shit, how did they get conquered by Rome? Wouldn't they be technologically superior to them?
Who said? Who said? Who said all of that? Who wrote that story?
he's
Common
asking a
sense.
question.
Nah,
He's
nah.
a,
Who wrote that story?
You wrote the story.
I did
You
not
just
wrote that
wrote the
story. Who wrote? You're telling me. You're telling me that Rome conquered Egypt. That's what you just told me, right?
Oh my God. Okay, you got it, sir.
No, this is what I'm saying. You just told me that Rome conquered Egypt. That's what you're telling me, right?
Did he say that?
he's saying the Greeks. I'm asking the Greeks.
All
He's
right, the
going with the
Greeks
Greeks.
or whoever. So who
Does it
wrote that
matter?
story?
Okay, I made it up. I made it up.
I'm not saying you made it up. You had to read it somewhere. So who wrote that story? Because the victors are always telling the story.
Well, he's
So why
asking
you
for
never
a
heard the
source,
story
Robert.
from
Then
the
that's a
losers
fair
concept?
question.
So hold
He's
on.
asking for a source. That's a fair question.
No, so Robert is saying. So you're saying the victor, which means that they were victorious, and Robert is
Well, he's
saying that.
asking who wrote the story, though.
No, no. What Robert is
The
asking is
person who won, the person who conquered, wrote
right.
it.
No, but no, he's asking who. So just give us
No,
some
no,
names.
no.
You
Here's
want
what
me to
Robert.
give you some Greek and Roman historians? Is that what you need me to do?
Whoever you
No,
want to give,
no, we're
whoever you
talking
want to
about
say
who.
that
Just like
wrote this
how.
story,
Okay,
and
I'll
this
tell
is
you
hold
who.
on,
I'll
hold on.
tell you who. Cleopatra wrote it. That's who wrote it.
How you know Cleopatra wrote it?
Are we really going
Was
Because
you
to
there
put a,
when she
Cleopatra?
wrote it,
she
or
put
you
a
reading
seal
it
on it.
from? Or you
She
hold
put
on?
a seal
Are
on
you
it. She
reading
put a
it?
seal
Are
on it.
you
That's
reading
why.
it? Are you
You
reading it
didn't
from a
on it.
third
That's why.
party? Are you reading it from a third party? Or are you reading it from a first-hand
It was
person?
her handwriting. I went and got
Hold
it.
on. Are we disputing
All
whether or
right.
not the
So
Greeks
I got
wrote
it
this
watch what
story?
go on now.
notarized. It was
Hold
notarized.
on
It was
now.
notarized.
But watch what go on now, because what's this now? You know, say you see once Lord of Kingston even hold a position there, say and it's a whatever. Yeah, man, it's a whole slippery slope there, so So me really did want, before me close off, I really wanted to just say a little bit on the Kwanzaa thing, because I realize it's something that us as black people, so to speak, we kind of even embrace that. So we born Christmas and we have say Kwanzaa. So, I just wanted to expound on it just a little bit. Have to be in depth, So I don't know if, you guys can just give your take on it. Yeah, man. So we can hold a little
Well,
research on it properly.
them say, black people, how we create Kwanzaa. I never really dug deeply into the whole Kwanzaa thing
Right.
because to me it's like it just came out of nowhere, just
Right.
like a lot of things. So I'm just like, okay, if y'all say black people did this, okay, that's what it is. But I never really, to be honest with you,
Right.
dig
So,
real
yeah, man,
deep to
that's fine,
see.
and that's fine too, because
Yeah,
I remembered earlier in the reasoning when I mentioned Kwanzaa, me just hear Robert I said Kwanzaa was started by the CIA and whatever, whatever. So me they really expect Robert to even being the scholar he is, for even if he say, all right, yeah, man, let me show you who the founder is of Kwanzaa and what it entails. You get what me I say before me throw you in that little conspiracy theory then and the mix,
yeah, because that's how our reasoning supposed to go.
Right.
Or
So
whether you
go
want to
through
call
there,
it a
Lalibela
debate.
or Robert, whichever one I want to tell you, what's your take on the Kwanzaa thing. If you're familiar with it, at least Lord of Kingston say he's not. So, I don't know if you guys are, but I just thought that it would be a good conversation. Since people recognize it, because I remember last year I saw Crystal Tomlinson, she was celebrating Kwanzaa. And Crystal Tomlinson is somebody where I think she remember the PNPR was whatever. Me not really see her that active again. And we know that the Beanie Man, yeah man. Beanie Man, daughter, mother, whatever we want to call it, right? So I saw her promoting it and celebrating. I think I saw Lisa Anna them celebrate Kwanzaa too. So, that was what really caught my attention. So from them time them, I always try if yeah man, do some research on it. So I don't know if Lalibela want expound on it or Robert want expound on it.
You know, my reason is similar to a lot of Kingston, brother.
Right.
I never see it when I there in New York. I never see it when I there Atlanta. When I live at DC, it was a big thing.
Right.
All of the black conscious people were into it. I never paid no mind to it, to be honest. They
Right.
paid. I mean, it's like them are born Christianity, like what you're saying, what
Right.
European religions.
Yeah, the
And them
Christmas,
figures
right.
as a and them figures a black thing. And a whole heap of educated and seriously black conscious people subscribe to it. And
Right,
I never
right.
really pay no mind to it, to be honest, brother. They must figure a fitting thing.
Robert, the great researcher. You want to give a little update on Kwanzaa there?
Now, so far I only got one. I got the quail chicken with the forearm. But you know you got to put them. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first symbol I deciphered is G45. This shit right here, combination of the quail chick and forearm.
Yes. Because
So,
it's in hieratic and it's in dematic and
yeah.
stuff
But I
like
know.
that. So yes, that's why I said, bro. There are certain symbols as well. You will see like a
So there's
charcoal, and you will see like a throw stick, and you will see like a owl. That means M. If you see the throw stick, the K, and the charcoal, the T. So I'm just saying that is how it is
So
written.
this
So
right here.
just make that stay with that there, brother.
No, but this is the hieroglyphic translator. So you see, like 3 + 4 is 7. That's the symbol for that. So after I get all of the symbols out, you see it right here. This is the hieroglyphic translator. So after I get all the symbols out, I'm gonna paste them in here, and I'm gonna see what the sentence is saying. I know it's not gonna say rocket ships and helicopters, but I want to see what the statement is actually saying.
Okay, all right, fine. So do you want to say anything about the whole Kwanzaa thing there?
I mean, you guys could. I mean, like I said, most that I know about Kwanzaa is that it was started by the U.S. government and it was some type of COINTELPRO type of shit. That's like the most that I know about it. They try to connect it to Africa, but Kwanzaa is not even 100 years old. The last time I checked.
No, because it was started in the 1960s.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it was started in the 1960s by a Brazilian named Karenga. You get what I say? But the funny thing is that, he was like a COINTELPRO operative. But the funny thing is that he plagiarized the Jewish Hanukkah festival. You get what I say? So Kwanzaa is really a plagiarization of the Jewish Hanukkah festival. The Jewish festival starts like December 25th. That's when them start, that. And Kwanzaa starts on the 26th, so it's 7 days. You get what I say? While the Jewish the Jewish one is 8 days. So this more like a festival of lights and them
Imhotep.
Yeah.
I know you go have people out there because I was going to go there before you come up with all of this, and I know me that go there as far as the Jewish thing, So you're gonna have some people that will come up and say, "No, man, we get it from Star," and you get where me I go, right?
Right. I understand that, but it's as I said, with this was 1969, just the other day. We did not talk about 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago.
Right.
You get me? I say, a man just decides, say, remember, when you talk about the Jewish festival, that's been around for, we can at least argue, say, over 1,000 years, 2,000 years. You get me? I say? And that can be tied into other cultural festival, whether Rome or Greece or Babylon or even Egypt too. You get what I say? But long story short now, him come up with this whole Kwanzaa thing, and it's all based on the Jewish Hanukkah, right? And it really, him just put some symbols here, some meaning. I said the red after the blood and the green and this and that, whatever. It has no it has nothing organic about it. And he was a COINTELPRO operative, but it is funny how black people who are woke are burn out the Christmas now and I celebrate Kwanzaa.
Yeah, but real quick. Oh, go ahead.
No, so all right. As we spoke about syncretism before, right? Most religions borrow from other religions.
Right.
So it wouldn't be surprising or it wouldn't be unusual because I've been to Kwanzaa events. I've seen the candles, like you're saying, right? I've seen the coloration and so forth. So I mean, in and of itself, that wouldn't bother me unless they had some sinister objectives.
No, so they did. That was their way of trying to quell Black Panthers and all that type of stuff. Like,
but go to Robert because
that was their way. that was their way of trying to suppress black liberation
Right,
movements.
and I do understand as well your position, Lalibela, because you made it clear, so you're not too in depth about it. This guy Karenga, yeah, he was also a convicted pedophile in a real life.
And guess what? Logically speaking,
Yes.
that doesn't take away the efficacy or deny him the ability to create a cogent religion.
Yeah, but hold on. So a convicted pedophile can give you kwanza. So you would
Muhammad is
accept
a
Kwanzaa. You would accept Kwanzaa. Hold on, man. Hold on,
hey,
man.
Muhammad
Hold
is a
on. Hold on. Hold
pedophile and
on.
people
Hold on.
worship
Hold
him.
on.
So what's
Hold
your
on.
point?
Hold on. A core Intel Pro operative. One. A convicted pedophile. Two. You as a him. You will accept for him Kwanzaa, brother, in a real life.
No, no.
Muhammad
So
is
you
a
didn't.
pedophile and people worship
Hold on,
him.
hold on. It is fallacious to conclude that because he's a pedophile and that he was used by way of COINTELPRO that he cannot put forward anything that's factual
Yeah, but what is
or
factual about
efficacious.
Kwanzaa, though, Lalibela? Tell me
That's the
what
point,
is
and that's
factual
what's
about
efficacious,
Kwanzaa.
right?
Huh?
All he did. So if him being a black man of his own faculty decided to coin what is a religion or festival.
I got Emotep. You're not
No,
hearing what
Kwanzaa
Lalibela's
is not a
saying.
religious
You're
festival,
not
though,
hearing what he's
Lalibela.
trying to say.
No,
This is
hold
what
on. It's not
Lalibela's
a
saying.
religious festival, though,
That's
Lalibela.
not his point. That's not his point. His point is that whether he's a pedophile or not does not block him or make it impossible for him to create a cohesive
Oh,
religion.
okay. So that
Whether
means
it's cohesive or not is a different argument.
right. So
That's
that
not what
means
he's saying.
yeah. So that means based on Lalibela position, free up all of R. Kelly things them and them.
No.
No,
That's
no, no.
not his logic.
That's another fallacy, brother.
That's a false
No,
equivalent.
hold
That's
on, no,
another
but
fallacy.
hold on, no. But what Lalibela is saying, right? Not because of his co-Intel Pro actions and him being a convicted
He didn't
pedophile.
say the COINTEL part. He
Well,
just said
yes,
the pedophile.
no,
No,
he
no.
did, bro. He
Let me go
did.
there.
Oh, I didn't
Let
hear
me
that.
say
Yeah,
My
this.
let
bad.
him
My
Let me
bad.
finish.
say
My
it.
bad.
Whether he was an agent for COINTEL or he was a mass pedophile
Right.
doesn't take away from the fact that he can't do something cohesive for his community.
No, but I'm saying, but what is cohesive about Kwanzaa though?
In Washington, D.C., it brings forth a lot of unison.
How?
Intellectual, proper academic black people come together and they partake in a common cultural expression.
Okay, and what is the cultural expression?
The Kwanzaa celebrations.
Yeah, but may I say express its nature? Tell me about its nature. What really go on?
Listen, brother. Listen carefully. They come together as a community, communally, and they engage peacefully and they build. The last Kwanzaa event that I went to was probably 10, 15 years ago in
Hold up.
DC.
Listen. Kwanzaa is about just remembering Black history. Kwanzaa isn't like you
Right,
see how Christmas is a Christian holiday and
right,
Eid is a Muslim holiday and
right,
Hanukkah is a Jewish holiday.
right.
Kwanzaa isn't a holiday that's limited to any religion. You could be a Muslim and
Right,
celebrate Kwanzaa, a
right,
Christian and celebrate Kwanzaa.
That's why I said it's not religious.
The concept of Kwanzaa is to remember Black history as a whole.
right. It's not religious. So here's my thing. If you were saying to me, similar to how when they do the circumcision of boys in Judaism, right, where the rabbi puts his mouth on the little boy's thing to suck the blood off that. If you were bringing something like that to my attention, something disgusting, something vile, then I'll listen to that. But I don't have an issue with black people coming together and creating something for themselves out of nothing.
No,
But wait, one
I
more
didn't
point,
say
one
I
more
didn't
thing
say
though.
hold on. I didn't say that was an issue either because we agree. I agree that black people,
Okay.
anything that makes black people come together, that's fine. But
Listen, Alabella, hold
let me
up.
finish, Robert. Robert, let me land, please. I'm saying, right? Karenga, right? Karenga was an agent in a real life,
You
and he was
repeating
a
yourself
pedophile.
now.
So
Now
I'm
you're
just
just
saying.
repeating yourself.
No, hold on, Robert. Let me finish, bro. So what may I say, right? You are saying that you have no problem with its founder. You get what me I say? And me I say, him
No, no,
being
no.
an
I'm
agent
not saying
and
that.
him
That's
being a
not what I said.
You
convicted
didn't
pedophile,
say that.
I
You
have a
just
problem with that.
That's not
conflating
what I
it to
said.
make a point now.
That's not what I
Let
said.
me
I
ask you a
said-
question. Hold up, please. Let me get 5 seconds. So listen, if that's a problem, Muhammad had sex with a 9-year-old girl when he was 57, and you wouldn't question Muslim.
that's beside the point,
You
though,
wouldn't.
Robert.
No, it's not besides the point. It
Yes,
goes
because
exactly
my
to what you
position.
just
Hold
said.
on, Robert.
You
Robert,
just said, hold
Robert,
up.
hold
Let me
on,
land
bro.
my plane. Let me land my plane. You just said you mentioned it 5 times now. You said the man is a pedophile, and you're going to tell me that that's a man that could create a plan. Muhammad was a pedophile, and people acknowledge that he was the man that created the Muslim religion.
Hold on.
So what's the difference?
But my point is, hold on, Robert. I'm not a Muslim, so that's not applicable to me.
And he's not, and he don't celebrate Kwanzaa. So what's your point?
No, I'm saying my point is that the man they can't adapt none of him teachings. That me I say.
But people
and
adopt
it's the same thing
Muhammad's
with it's the same thing with even Islam too. Me not gonna accept them teachings neither because we both say it was 6-year-old when he actually married her, not 9.
But he had sex at 9.
Consummate the marriage at 9.
Yeah,
but married her at 6.
Imhotep, what about Kwanzaa that you object to? Kwanzaa.
No, I'm saying Karenga. Yeah, I'm Karenga.
No, what about Kwanzaa?
Hold on, Lalibela. Hold on, Lalibela. Remember, from the get-go, you say you're not really familiar with Kwanzaa.
No, hold on, Imhotep. Listen, you say logic. Whether you're familiar with something, you can put something on a truth table, and you can validate the efficacy.
No, but
right?
I'm good. Then tell me about Kwanzaa. You tell me that people get together and build. And that's not what it is, bro.
Imhotep, hold on a man. You're saying that you cannot subscribe to anything that man created, which is fine.
Because I know what Kwanzaa is.
So
I know what it is, but me ask you now, do you know what it is, like the practices and whatever?
Imhotep, what is it about Kwanzaa that you object to?
No, but what is it that you know about Kwanzaa?
Brother, I've already begun on the record saying that.
The point that you make, that people get together, intellectual people get together and build. That's not it, though. In a real life.
So we've moved on from that, right? So here I'm asking, what is it about Kwanzaa that you object to?
Yeah, but because the thing is this now, Lalibela, right? You are gonna challenge me, but yet still you don't declare yourself, say you don't know much. And even when you say, well, on the base power you say, sure say you don't know much. So what me I say is this now, right?
Okay.
Me I say, me not even have to elaborate. Me I say is this now. Based on that the man they being an operative, and based upon the fact that he's a pedophile, right? And based upon the fact that me know say these practices, right, were a way to use against the black community, as Robert said earlier, because he was sent there to disrupt and create division, right? So these practices, him just copy some things from the Jewish holiday, right, and just bring it to the community. That is just my point.
Okay, so here's my counter argument. Logically speaking, if I am to be cogent and logical, there is no sense for me to disqualify Kwanzaa because it was started by the vilest man on earth. I would have to validate Kwanzaa based on its efficacy in and of itself, logically, for me to disqualify Kwanzaa. I can disqualify the founder, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I am justified logically to disqualify Kwanzaa.
All right. Well, at the end of the day, too, in order to come to a determination, we want us to be knowledgeable on the subject matter, right?
All right, so here, more elaborate on that, right?
Yeah, man. Go to Lada Kingston.
More elaborate on that based on all the reason I go. All right, so based as far as King James, right? Because King James was a known homosexual. So do you take the literal Bible that he created as it is what it is?
You're asking me that question?
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there.
King James's sexuality has nothing to do with the Bible if the Bible is efficacious.
I agree with Lalibela and that Lada Kingston. But 1 second there, because I think there is a boya. There is someone else on the panel, right? I don't know if it's an African or whatever still.
From Nigeria.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, man. Got you now.
When I hear him.
Yeah, me I wonder if Aboyade. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, man. Enough respect and welcome to the platform. Yeah, man, it's good to have you here.
Okay.
What do you want to say as it relates to the conversation, or if you just want to just add to the build?
Well,
Go ahead.
I wanted to speak about Kwanzaa. So my personal experience with Kwanzaa. Yeah,
I'm gone out.
You look like him
Nah,
break
here.
out, yeah. Yeah.
Aboyade.
Yeah, when I hear, when I hear him.
Yeah, we not here, you in a family. You might have to just.
yeah.
Oh, got you now.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
got you.
I'm gone
Okay, all
again.
right. So no, I just wanted to make a contribution based upon my personal experience with Kwanzaa because for a while I lived in U.S. Virgin Islands. On that island there was a community of
My
No,
chip
him
in and
breaking
chip
up, man.
out. Yeah,
Yeah,
my
you might
break
have to
up.
check
Yeah,
out
my
and check
break
back
up.
in, family. Yeah, break up, man. But
Yeah.
go to Lana Kingston.
Yeah, so I that me to ask, as far as if I deal with certain things as far as certain perspective
Right,
as
and
far
and
as
and I agree with Lali Bella. Let me tell you why. I agree with Lali Bella because even
hmm
if King James was yeah, shaky, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
people
me
say yeah,
get it.
because it's a fact. It's a fact. We're not gonna dispute that. He commissioned it to be written. He never take no pen and write nothing in the book. Him commission it. You get me? I say so. Me not gonna
No,
use that. Yeah, me not
me
gonna
know.
use that to compare. But with Kwanzaa now, with Kwanzaa, my position with Kwanzaa is that one, it was designed to disrupt the movement. You get me? I say, yeah, it was a
Okay,
COINTELPRO thing. It was designed to disrupt yeah, man, the Fred P. Hampton them and the Newton them and you don't know the Khalid Muhammad them
okay,
and
me get,
Black
yeah,
Panther.
me
You
get
get me?
where
I
you go,
say
me get where you
Nation
go,
of
me get where
Islam,
you
them
go.
and the wall. You get me? I say yes. So
Yeah,
so then they use him. Them use him to do that. So he was an
okay,
agent. You get me? I say, and now he's giving
okay,
the people one little 6 day thing where him copy from the Anuka where them give him the formula too. You get me? I say because he want trying to say it's pro black and this and that. But he
and
actually
based
wanted
and
people to switch over to his side.
yeah, and
So hold
based
on.
on and based on that analogy, if I them give him the resources and them also go put it out there in the media a certain way, so then it
Right.
becomes believable.
This mute.
No, it's
So
facts. It's
so you
facts.
so you may say no? Whether CIA, FBI, whoever within the government funded the creation and pushed the expansion uh, of Hanukkah, you know what I mean, as a counterforce to what the
Kwanzaa.
Panthers were doing, right? Kwanzaa, sorry, what did I
hmm
say? Hanukkah? Sorry, Jewish stuff. Kwanzaa, whether they use it as a counterforce to what Fred Hampton and those guys were doing,
Yeah, but it
doesn't
was multi-pronged.
hold on. That doesn't necessarily in and of itself make it a bad thing. All you guys are doing is giving me the chronology, the history of it, and what the objectives were to quell what the Panthers were doing. And not that I agree with that, not that I agree with what they did, but that doesn't necessarily make Kwanzaa a bad thing. I'm
No,
yet to
it's
hear
not. It's
anything.
not. It's not. It's not about making it. It's a bad thing. It's making it look like it's a good thing.
So if it's not bad, then
Right, Lord of Kingston. That's right. Because what's this now? The 6 day thing, right? The 6 day the 6 day celebration where Kwanzaa deal with from the 26th until the 1st, right? It's more like each day represent a different meaning. And in just them just create that, it's not like say it has no cultural connection to us as a people.
but that's how
Nothing
all
about it.
religion but
Nothing
that's how
about
all
it. They have
culture
no cultural connection. So when me I say, this man just bring this in and throw it in, and now the black community are burn out Christmas and everybody are embrace Kwanzaa. For what? What does it represent? I mean, where's the cultural connection to Kwanzaa? At least Christians can say, yeah man, at least they can talk about Jesus. And then can
but
say
hold
them
on,
worship Jesus. So them
but hold on.
celebrate, yeah, Christmas or whatever.
All religions and cultural expressions borrow from other religions and other cultural expressions.
Yeah, but you
So I
said
don't
that
see.
before, and remember, Robert told you it's not Kwanzaa, it's not a religious practice or
You
a
know, you say,
religious
brother,
festival.
you know, you say all religions and cultural expressions. I said, and cultural expressions borrow from other religions and other cultural expressions,
Right,
right?
that's fine. So that's fine. So
So,
guess
so,
what happened now? All of these cultural expression as it relates to Kwanzaa, how does that relate to us?
listen, as I mentioned, syncretism before, right? With syncretism, all cultures borrow from other cultures. So it's not what you guys are using to disqualify Kwanzaa isn't unique to Kwanzaa. So that's why I don't get the uproar. I don't get it. Is there something sinister, something counterproductive for Black people if they subscribe to Kwanzaa?
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying is regardless of who the narrator is, that as long as it's doing something good for black people, then it's all good. Then I guess good. I guess that's basically what he's
Yeah,
saying.
and it's the same narrative I've said. It's not about the messenger, it's about the message. But in some aspects, it is about the messenger for me. And I respect Lord Bella's position. You get me? I say,
Right,
We
yeah,
right, right, right.
yeah, but for me, it's about the messenger and the intent of the messenger from the get-go. Because the intentions were never good and beneficial to the black community.
so
Right.
let's
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
so let's logically define good, right? If something is good, expressively good,
Is good
doesn't
universal?
no no
You're breaking up,
good. Who's breaking up? Me?
I'm not
You
Robert.
breaking
guys?
up. No, my shit good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Robert said, yeah. We won't validate that. But no, so here's my thing, right? We have to evaluate Kwanzaa based on its merits. Is it good? Is it bad? And then make our determination. I
I agree
I
with
don't
that. I
think
agree with that.
that's the only way we should qualify or disqualify Kwanzaa.
Listen, good is whatever benefits you, and bad is whatever doesn't. Does Kwanzaa
Right,
benefit black people? That's the question.
right. And here's the problem with going with the messenger versus the message. When you then conclude that someone is good, you then might absolve them of doing any bad.
Facts.
So you have to look at it both ways.
Is
It
Marcus
should,
Garvey good?
yeah, for us
But he
black
did
people,
bad things. But he did bad things.
making him human, validating his humanity.
So
And,
yeah, I
and
mean, I was saying that to agree with you, Imhotep. And let's be clear, I like Marcus Garvey, but I was just using it to make an example to say that
We are
yeah,
all.
like
We
to
are all.
illustrate.
Listen. We are all humans. We all have flaws.
Yeah,
There's
but
flaws
how
within
do
everybody.
we draw a line? But we draw a line at certain flaws. Certain flaws is unredeemable. Some flaws are, right? As humans, we
Yeah,
decided
but we
that.
not we not we not trying to get into the technicalities of flaws. I'm just saying we are all humans. We all have flaws.
I mean, it sounds like Lolly Bella getting into the technicality of what is good and what's bad. So it kind of sounds like we do got to splice it out in that.
And let me ask this question: what is the difference between, if you want to say, good and bad or good and evil? What's the difference?
I don't know. Humans made good and evil was created by humans. Good and bad, that's like a human concept. So it
they're
really just
relative. They're
it, it
they're
really
rel-
just depends on who you're talking to, when you're talking to them, and where you're talking to them at.
And
yeah.
Robert, and that's one thing you've been saying. That's the first thing you said all night that I'm agree with you. Because good or bad or good or evil, it all depends on who's looking at the situation. Because I could slap somebody in their face, right? And Robert look at me and say, "Yo, Lord of Kingston, yo, that was fucked up, man. You shouldn't have did that." And then I say, "Yo, the reason I did it is because of this." And then he could go, oh shit, now I understand. So it's all depends on how we looking at it. It's all depends on who's looking at the situation from their standpoint.
All
So
right. Well,
there's
now
no
let
difference.
me ask you a question. So when God commanded Moses to kill the men and to kill all the women who has ever slept with a man and to keep the girls as your sex slaves, was that good or bad?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. If we're gonna get into the biblical text, then that's a different subject.
I mean, are you going to answer the question or no?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I could tell you, I could tell you, I could tell you that based on a biblical text, I do not believe that. If we're going into the Bible,
Wait, you don't believe it happened or you don't believe that it was right?
I don't believe the story.
Okay.
yeah. So we clearly agree that good is relative, bad is relative.
Yeah.
But
Right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah, of
right,
course, of
right.
course. It is subjective. It is subjective.
Right, it's
And
subjective, and
there are
it's
some
like I
things.
said, it's
Yeah,
based on
it is
how
subjective.
it's based on how each individual is looking at the subject matter, based on the good or bad or good or evil, however you want to put it.
And there are some aspects of good and evil that are also absolute. You get me? I say. Yeah, because what I'm saying now, if, yeah, there are some actions where a man just chop off a man head. Yeah, you're not gonna say, well, that is relative. So
no,
yeah,
no,
a
no,
evil go on there. So, what
no,
was
not
the cause?
no, that, no, not
What
true,
was the
not true.
cause?
No,
It's
you
not
can
the
still
argument.
look at look,
The
even
act
if a
was
man
done, so it's an evil act go on still. You get me? I
it's
say.
still relative.
No,
Watch
no,
this, watch
sir,
this.
no.
How
What
is
if
it
a man
relative now?
goes if a man go and rob a man and shoot him and kill him, right? Hold up.
Yes.
If a man go right now, rob a man, shoot him and kill him, and he dies, right? You might look at it like, yo, that's fucked up, right?
No, that's
Another
evil.
person, another person might look at it like, yo, now that's another job somebody could get. That's more air for us to breathe. That's another apartment
No, but
somebody
hold on, but hold on, but hold on, hold on. Which one is the logical one though? Which one is the logical one though? You
No,
get
they
me? I say.
both. It's
No, no,
relative
no,
because
no,
to
no,
the
no. Hold on,
person.
man.
Look
Hold
to
on,
the nigga
Robert,
who
man.
didn't. Look. Listen to the nigga who didn't have a job to who now has the job of the person who got shot in his head. That was all the difference. That was the
Yeah, but
difference.
hold on,
Like,
now. But
yeah,
that argument is even predicated on the person having a job.
All right, so watch
So
this imitate. Watch
but
this
that was just one.
imitate.
But that
Hold
was
on,
just one
Robert.
example because
Robert,
the
hold on,
other
Robert.
examples is guaranteed. Like for example, oxygen, resources.
No,
Every
but
time somebody
no, but
dies,
me a saying,
that's one
Robert.
less
Remember, say me a
person.
saying, no. There are some aspects of good that is absolute, and there are some aspects of evil or bad that is absolute as well too.
Give me
And
an
I'm saying,
All
example.
right, so
but
hear
both
this,
both
hear
is
this, hear
subjective.
this, hear this now. All right, me as a little youth, right? I grew up and say a man kill my father, right?
Right,
Know the man will kill my father.
right.
Swear blind say, yo, me can't wait till me get big enough, cause yo, me go lick down the man there. We lick down my father, and now me get of age and him get older. And then me know say me go take revenge and whatever. I wanna look on it and say, me do something fuck up or me do something right.
before we get to that, right? Before we get to that, I'm gonna respond to that. Imhotep, you see the example you gave of cutting a person's head off as
Yes,
if that's evil.
yes.
What if that individual was Leopold at 16 years old? Would that have been a bad thing? Knowing
Well,
what the
well, in retrospect, right? In retrospect, yeah, it's still evil because we know it's not gonna do evil, but it would still be evil, right?
No, it would have been evil
Even in
because no one
retrospect.
can tell the future. So that would
No,
still
but
be
hold on,
evil.
no. Even in retrospect, it will still be evil for evil. So it's still
no
evil.
no so it's evil to stop Leopold from killing millions of people?
No,
It's relative. There you go.
I'm saying to cut off his neck, yeah, at 16, in the context of the question, yeah, that would have
Yeah,
been considered
But what
evil.
if that was the only chance you
nah,
had to
But
kill
that's
nah.
him?
hypothetical. You guys going down the hypothetical
No,
road with this.
it is hypothetical. But what if that
No,
was the only
no.
chance
Hold
you
on.
had to
I'm
kill
saying,
him?
hold on, Robert. Hold on. No. My argument is somebody cutting off somebody's head, right, is evil.
Nah.
And
No.
Ono I tell me say, yeah, that is subjective because
Yes,
if
it
I did
is.
Leopold at 16, it's
No, because
still evil.
if one person dying saves 10,000 people, then
No,
I
but
would
That's
Robert,
argue
not
no,
that
no,
it's
no,
evil.
not
that's not
bad.
the
That's not
no,
evil.
that's not the argument, bro.
It is
No,
the
that's not evil.
argument.
No,
That is the
That
no,
is
argument.
the
no,
That
no,
argument.
is the
no, no, no.
argument.
It's the act.
That
Me I
is
talk
the
about the act.
argument. What
Well,
are
on,
you
brother.
talking about? Are you
Well, I know.
listening?
Me I
That
talk about
was
the
the
act.
argument.
Well, I know.
Uh,
We are talking about the act being done. And that me I talk about,
Yeah, but the act
Okay.
precedes the other act. So
yeah, man.
that's the point Lalibela is trying to
No,
make.
hold on.
He's saying,
Cause and effect.
hold
Cause
on,
and effect.
stop.
I
He's
get that,
asking
bro.
you would
I
you
get
do an
that.
act to prevent another evil act? That's what he's asking you.
A greater evil. So logically,
But
right?
it's
The
too
end.
evil.
No, hold on.
But
Logically,
one evil is greater than the other.
It's still evil.
hold on. Logically, the end is to prevent Leopold from killing millions of people. And then you talk about the ethical implications of being able to stop one man from killing millions of people, and the only way to stop him is to slice his throat.
But
Ethically speaking,
yeah.
it's perfectly fine.
Listen, I am not arguing that some evil is not justified, I am arguing that some evil is absolute. There's a big difference here.
Evil, my being informed that stopping Leopold will save millions of people cannot be deemed evil.
But hold on, no. But of course, but hold on, but hold
To
on,
King Leopold kids,
hold
that
on,
was evil.
hold
What
on.
do you mean? You killed their poopa.
Of course, you killed someone,
Nah, I mean,
Yeah,
but
what
that's
you
still
mean
evil,
that?
Lalibela.
You know it's
Lalibela.
true,
Come
man.
on, bro.
it's evil. It's not evil.
Listen, if King
It's
Leopold
not evil.
died, then Belgium wouldn't have been able to afford all the riches that they got, that all of the people got to afford high quality of life, paved roads,
And it,
cars,
and
buildings.
and
They
they would
wouldn't have
never,
got that. They
and they would
wouldn't have
never,
got that. So they would have
and,
been like, you wicked. You fucked up
and,
our
You know,
quality
you
of
know,
life.
you know, you know
and
what
they,
this, you know what this conversation is like looking into the future. Like,
yeah,
okay, if me know say,
yeah.
no, man, I keep it real with it. It's like
That's
me
real.
know say,
That's what we're going to.
Imhotep. If me know say Imhotep have a grow up and kill three of my family member, and me see it we at that time, and me say, no man, me can't wait till Imhotep reach a certain age, cause that's when the fuckery I go on. Me I forgot dust him out at that time to see him.
Yes. Yeah, that's the ethical
Hold
conundrum,
on there.
brother.
Hold on there. Let
No,
me see what I
wasn't
go. I
that
want to go on
Judge
chat.
Dredd or some shit like that? Future Cop, some shit like that, where he would go back in time
Was
and
Will?
stop,
I think it
like
was Will,
some shit
Will
like
Smith
that.
or Tom. Will Smith
Yeah,
or
yeah,
Tom
yeah,
Cruise.
yeah, yeah. Judge
But you know
Dredd,
what's so funny?
the gun would judge you. The gun
Yeah,
would
with
decide.
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. Robert, you know, right now they have these chocolate bars in Belgium with amputated arms and so forth. So if I kill Leopold, they wouldn't be able to sell those chocolate bars today.
Oh, what do you mean? But they wasn't picking cocoa, it was rubber.
No, they have these chocolate bars in Europe, in Belgium that they sell, right?
Yeah.
Where they depict images of black people with their arms amputated.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
So what
That's
I'm
wild.
saying is that wouldn't be going on in Belgium today, and I would have been perfectly okay with stopping that.
That's wild.
Okay,
But yo,
that's
but
that's new information to me.
I,
Yeah, you can look it up. Yeah.
but ultimately we've come to the conclusion that this shit is very relative. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yo,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you something though, Lalabella. It's off topic, but I wanted to ask you. This is kind of going back to the previous topic. Have you been keeping up with the Venezuela Guyana stuff? Have you
Yeah.
been
So here's what I was gonna say before with the version of I'm gone. Who dropped off the call?
Imhotep dropped off. He won't come back.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is that I think we need to table that topic because today's the third, right? They voted in
Yeah,
Venezuela today,
Monday.
no?
No, it's on Monday. It's tomorrow. Well,
No,
it
it's
might be
today.
right now because no, they only 2 hours ahead, so it's
It's
tomorrow.
today. I saw Maduro at the polls in an
Oh,
image.
it wasn't the third? I thought it was
Yeah.
Monday. Okay, it
You know
is
what?
probably the third.
I could be wrong. So what I was saying is though that I think we should be tabling and discussing that pretty much every day for the different developments.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's on the third.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I just googled it. It's right now.
Yeah. It's
It's
on the
just 2
third.
hours
So
ago.
let me see. It's gonna be when tomorrow, right?
No, it says it right here. Venezuela. Oh, yeah. You're probably right. It's
Yeah.
probably
It's
gonna
the
be.
third. It's the third. Right. So tomorrow. Yeah, man. We are gonna have a reason for that. You get me? I say.
It is quite interesting.
What is that about? What is that about?
Oh,
If you don't mind me asking.
well,
No
No, brother.
there is a referendum to actually what Venezuela wants to do. They are doing a national referendum that if the majority say yeah, they are going to annex the region of Essequibo that is actually part of Guyana.
Well, we'll go into more detail. Let me show you something.
Well,
Come,
I mean, remember, Mr. We have a reason upon that tomorrow anyway.
no, for
Close
sure. I
out.
just want to show you something.
All
Just
right,
pull
go
up
to.
my screen real quick. No, just pull my screen real quick. I just want to show you this real quick. Look at this.
And Lord of
Make,
Kingston, we're talking
make
about a
this big.
landmass. Lord of Kingston,
Look
talking about
up.
a land.
This is
Okay,
Imhotep.
Amir.
Yeah, it's
Imhotep.
Oh,
huge. Yeah.
there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There we go.
The region that's in red is the region that Venezuela is planning on annexing on Monday.
That's not red.
Hold on. Hold on. Mute and mic the family.
It's Robert's computer.
That's not me. That's not me. That's not.
It's the person we just had a while ago. Family, you
Oh,
have a
sorry, sorry.
device on or something like that, man. Check it out. You get me? I said mute your foreground.
And then Imhotep, I guess we need to
So,
answer.
so yeah. So literally, Venezuela is about to turn Guyana into what? What they trying to do? They trying to literally take the whole country. That's more than 2/3 of the whole fucking territory. Literally,
Right.
my family have a house literally right on the border of the red line, right on the border. Like this is
Right.
this is
So,
literally
so let,
this
let,
is
let me
like
ask a
war.
question. Let me ask a
This is
question.
war.
Let me ask
This
a
is
question.
war
Hold on,
right
hold
now.
on. Let me ask a question. Why does Venezuela want to do that? Let me ask a question
Oil,
without
oil,
knowing much
oil,
about the
oil,
subject matter.
No,
No,
oil.
it's a whole historical problem because in 1899, the British, remember, the British got Guyana from the Dutch, some peace
Okay.
agreement, just like how they got Jamaica from the Spanish. That's how them do
Mm-hmm.
it. But long story short, in 1899, they did commission one of them land surveyors, whatever. Some borders were still disputed. It wasn't sorted out. I
it
think
was
in the
never ratified.
19 yeah, it was ratified. You get me? I say. I think in the 1950s or 60s, right? They were contesting it again, and it was still never ratified. So this is the real issue right now. That's the reason why Guyana has gone to the International
All right.
Court
So,
of
so let me
Justice.
let me ask this question. All right, just to have a clear understanding. Who are the two set of people that's trying to rectify this situation? Venezuelans, right? And who else?
And Guyanese,
Okay, so all right, as far as all right, so you got the Venezuelans saying they want to claim this part,
right,
and the Guyanese is trying to hold on to that part. So
right.
so the thing is we got to look into is what make Venezuela want to claim that and for whatever reason, and then you got to look beyond that. Because sometimes we may just look at the thing at the surface and doesn't know that it goes deeper than that.
Well, I
It's
mean,
not that complicated. It's a
yeah, it's not, yeah, it's
mestizos.
not that
It's a
complicated. Yeah,
mestizo Spaniards in Venezuela. Venezuela is going through an economic crisis, and rather
So
than focus on the problems, they trying to pivot and take advantage of their neighbors.
So
They
hold on
know
for a
that
second.
Guyana has no military. They know Guyana can't fight them off. They know that Guyana is rich right now. Guyana's GDP per capita just tripled in like 5 years. They see the wealth. They go
So
ahead.
hold.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Does Venezuela have a valid argument that the borders were never ratified?
yes, they do.
Yeah, but
Okay.
did you know that a part of that was that they would allow Guyana to continue to administer government in those areas
Yeah,
until
but
the
remember,
border dispute was
yeah,
settled?
but Robert, there's a difference when you administer an area and when it's a part of your country.
Right. So
Just
that's the
like
thing, right?
even in a Pakistan region,
Yeah,
they
but
call them
the thing is
Kashmir.
that you're saying your country. Here's the thing, though. They agreed that they couldn't settle, so you guys could still control it. That doesn't mean that because we didn't agree to settle that it is your land still.
So, but
Oh,
that's crazy. That's crazy. And as I said, we definitely gonna reason about it tomorrow because why have they not settled through negotiations? I find that weird. But
You
we know how the politics go as well to more time still. But Mr. Premium Black check in. Just unmute your mic, the family. Let me hear you say no. Got you.
Irie, what's going on, fellas?
Oh yeah, man. Bless up. Enough respect for the
welcome,
check in.
welcome,
Good night.
welcome, welcome, welcome. Good night.
I'm just here. I'm just listening.
Oh yeah, man. I appreciate the check in, man. Is there anything you
No,
want to
man,
add?
we don't just want you to listen. We want you to share your opinion and based on whatever the subject matter is, and let's hear your thought as a female.
Well, as an American female, I really don't care for Marcus Garvey at all. Um,
Mm.
and some of what you're talking about, I don't know. So I'm listening.
What's wrong with
The,
Marcus Garvey? Talk about it. Let's talk
the,
about it for the
Right.
the,
2 minutes we got. Let's talk about it.
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
hear your
really.
perspective.
Okay, here's the whole thing. I really don't know Marcus Garvey like that, but I look at Umar Johnson, and he's an avid that's like Marcus's son, I guess.
Hell
No, that's
no.
not
And
so.
Hell no.
No.
Hell no. Hell no.
So my sister. So you are looking at Umar Johnson, who
A
has no
fraud, a
connection to
crook, a
Marcus
thief,
Garvey, and you
a
are
thief.
using Umar Johnson to measure Marcus Garvey. I think it is
right.
best. The best thing, one of the best thing you can do, is just my suggestion, is to study the works of Marcus Garvey, because it is going to open your eyes to show you that Umar Johnson is just someone in 2023 saying what he's saying. Marcus Garvey was someone that was doing it for
And Imhotep.
everyone, all black people.
Imhotep. And let me tell you something, Premium Black. If there was no Marcus Garvey, there would probably be no Malcolm X. There'd probably be
Facts.
no
No
Martin Luther
Martin Luther.
King.
Facts.
Mm.
Uh,
No
and
Marcus
Tupac.
and and
Garvey.
and and and, and
Hold up,
let
hold
me
up.
just
Okay, hold up. Marcus Garvey is the father of the black movement.
Facts.
He's the first. He's the first. So I don't know. And
Right.
let's be clear, Marcus
nah.
Garvey is not God. He's not
That's
perfect.
all.
He has flaws. There's things about him that aren't perfect. But if you weigh the good and the bad, Marcus Garvey is the shit.
Yeah, but
And
trust me.
like I said,
Go to Lord of King, sir.
like I said, we all are humans. We all got flaws. I'm not
Right.
gonna focus on the flaws.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? But one of the things that these people do is there's a saying that goes, the way to hide things from black people is to put them in books because black people does not read.
Right.
Well, I
And a
read
lot
what
of
I'm
times,
interested in. I'm
yeah,
just saying, as far as Marcus, okay, guys, you just said that if it wasn't for Marcus, it would be no Malcolm, it would be no Martin Luther King
Right.
Jr. The thing is, we have enough people that just talk. MLK, he actually put that work in. I understand Malcolm X, he was like by any means necessary, but I don't see anything that I don't see where he even, I mean, when you use a terminology as
Here
any
we go.
means
I got you.
necessary,
Hold
that
on,
I
means
got
Robert.
that
you.
Hold
you're
on,
hold
Robert.
supposed to
on,
go
Robert.
Robert.
in
Robert, let
and
us
go
speak,
hard.
Robert. Let us speak.
Right. So
G-
if you're saying any means necessary, I'm expecting to see something behind that. Martin Luther King Jr. was the only one, and people can say what they want, but if you put yourself in the position of MLK on
Right.
going on those bridges and being eaten up by dogs, we don't
Right.
even want a dog to, bite at our ankles right now. But if you think about the, racist officers allowing their, the dogs to go bite up our people and hoses that were strong enough to take the hair right off your head. That's a movement.
Right, but sister, all right. First thing you said that you don't know much about Marcus Garvey. So the little you have heard is through Dr. Umar Johnson. So which I think is not the ideal thing to do. So I do understand you are disconnected with Marcus Garvey because you know nothing about him. But I just want to also point out that with Martin Luther King carried on Marcus Garvey's work,
He gave them
and
credit.
and, and
Like
they
he literally
recognize
mentioned them.
that too.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King says that too.
Yeah, he definitely did. He
so
definitely
Yeah,
mentioned
so
them.
so it's not
What
as
what
if
did he
like he
say?
was
I
taking
need to
credit
look that
for it.
up. What did he say? I'm
so
sorry.
hold
What
on for a
did he
second,
say?
guys. Premium Black, thank you for joining the panel.
Thank you.
Um,
You're welcome.
for the fact that Malcolm X didn't get to live to see his children grow up, much less live to see grandchildren, I think it's unfair to disqualify his body of work, knowing that he was assassinated.
I
Here's
don't
what I'm.
disqualify it. I don't. Now, I
Okay.
did read Malcolm X when
Okay.
I was in sixth grade.
Here's my question for you though. What philosophy do you subscribe to? What drives your notions? What do you subscribe to?
Because I've had uncles that were real Black Panthers, I'm more motivated, to getting the work done. You know what I mean? I'm not
Right,
instead of a bunch of talk,
But
you
that's what
know?
Garvey was about too, though.
right. He was the one that was the first. As a matter of fact, the Black Panther was influenced by Marcus Garvey, and they
The
recognize
first
that too.
the first mass scale march of black people, if I'm not mistaken, it was Garvey, if I'm not
Right,
mistaken.
yeah. I mean, he was the one who came to America and organized all the black people in America. Garvey started that organizing and centralizing.
Yeah,
But I'm just
Garvey's
saying,
the one who
sister,
came up with the concept of black businesses, black
right,
owned,
right. Of
supported
course,
black.
the police,
All that is Garvey.
right.
All of
All
that
of
is
it is
Garvey.
Garvey.
That's not Martin Luther King. That's not
Right,
Black
right.
Panthers. They didn't come up
Hear
with
this,
that.
hear this, hear this, hear this, hear me out, hear me out. And I want to put this
We
out
don't
there.
have a
So
choice.
now just hear me out for a second, Robert. Hear me out. And this is real talk for everybody that's listening.
Right.
Whenever, if you could look back at history, whenever you have a black movement that's coming up that's going to be strong
Hmm.
and it's going to influence black people in a positive way, you can look at patterns. Look at patterns. You're going to always have somebody that infiltrate that group, always going to be something that leads to what the group started, then the shit just go left and haywire because somebody came in and infiltrate that group that we don't know, and next thing you know everything goes haywire. This goes on in every group, in Marcus Garvey, in Malcolm X, in Martin Luther King, and every black people that try to rise up and rise their people to a different standard. Somebody from the outside always comes in and fuck this shit up. And this
I
is facts.
I respect that.
Hey, so let me ask you another question. With you saying that your uncles were part of the Black Panther and so forth, what are your views on Kwanzaa?
I really don't have views on Kwanzaa like that. You know, I just don't.
Okay.
It's not something that's really celebrated in the black, not with black Americans like that. Maybe, it might be a few outliers, but the last time I've seen a Kwanzaa card, I was in high school. My Islamic teacher gave me a Kwanzaa card, my ethnic studies teacher. But we don't really celebrate it like that, so I really don't have any views on it.
I agree. It is fringe. I agree with you. I agree with you. Uh,
Kwanzaa is not really celebrated like, say, if we're going to put a percentage on the whole thing, like, say, a 90% of the United States or whatever. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? It's still at a disappropriationate rate.
right. It's just
So
a
it's
fringe. I get that.
right, and that's just the real thing. So it's whoever subscribed to the Kwanzaa, and whoever doesn't. So it is what
Right.
it is. Just like
The
Yo,
thing is
more
though, the
in
thing
people
is
life.
though,
celebrate
it's been
more.
promoted a lot though. That's
More
the
people
thing.
celebrate Kwanzaa than believe in Rasta
Hmm.
in
Say
America,
that again, please.
globally. It was Lalabella. I said more people celebrate Rasta. I mean, more people celebrate Kwanzaa than that celebrate Rasta.
So hold on. So Robert, so why you muddying the waters now with
Because
a
I like to
religious
be
With the
practice and
controversial.
Rasta, with the
hold on
Rasta
I like
thing
to
now,
be
with the Rasta thing
controversial.
come into this now.
Robert,
Then
you know
what's that?
easy, no man.
I like to be controversial and I like to fight.
Yeah, but hold on, man. But hold on, but you are comparing a religious group with a cultural practice.
Facts. I know, but I want to argue. That's why I did it.
So Robert, how many people
Robert,
celebrate?
Robert, Robert just want Robert just want after every few minutes to just stir up the pot, whichever way him can stir up the pot and cause some controversy. That's Robert.
War!
Well, we celebrate
War!
Christmas.
Yeah. So Robert, tell me, how many people celebrate Kwanzaa and how many Rastafarians are there?
So according to the FBI, they keep track of that stupid shit. It
Uh-huh.
says 12 million.
12 million people celebrate Kwanzaa.
So why is the source from the FBI though? Isn't
Wow.
that weird, Robert?
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
why you have to mention the FBI?
That's
Well,
a great question. That's a good question.
I mean, they do that kind of work, so I'm not even surprised by that. But yeah, I mean, they're probably more Kwanzaa celebrators than
But
a
the,
dear
but the FBI
Rastafarians.
still, a investigation and deal with. So for them, I provide we with them data there. I want them to investigate more Kwanzaa and Karenga.
Because they the police. That's why. That's what they do. They gonna keep shit. Right. You
So
feel
how
me?
do you celebrate Kwanzaa?
You celebrate Kwanzaa because, like Imhotep said, Kwanzaa is a dissection of a religion. So, if I'm not mistaken, you light candles similar to the menorah, and
Okay.
with these candles, you celebrate each day. You commemorate different parts of African history. But listen, again, it is not a set thing. So for my family, it could be today we celebrate Martin Luther. Tomorrow we celebrate Malcolm X. The day after we celebrate Marcus Garvey. And for you, it might be completely different. It might be Patrice Lumumba or whoever else you want it to be. So it's not like a set person.
I
That's
like, I
very
like, I like, I like,
interesting.
yeah,
That's
Robert. I like that
interesting.
analogy, Robert. I like that
Yeah,
analogy,
I
Robert.
do
Yeah, I like
too.
that. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
And I do have some of those candles because I buy those candles when they're on clearance.
So let me ask you a question. Why? Let me ask you a question. Why we have to light the candles? Where did the candles came into this whole equation? Because
Hanukkah,
we got to look at the
Hanukkah,
whole thing.
Brother Kingston,
Right.
Hanukkah. He got
I
it from Hanukkah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I get you.
yeah, I got my candles say Shabos candles, Yehuda.
No, but yeah, that sounds like some Hebrew is that are some Jewish candles.
Yeah, that's what it
Yeah,
is. I just buy them on
Yo,
sale
yo,
just in
yo,
case we
listen,
have a
man,
blackout.
listen, man.
that
You
in a
got to
Hebrew.
understand. Hear the thing, Imhotep. Everything has become marketable. So if I'm gonna market some candles and give them some type of name, cause people gonna fall for the names and whatever, it's all a money making business. Market, cause you have some people believing at this, some people believing at that, and Ray. So I just saw the world set up, yeah, my youth.
Well, I just bought the candles just in case we have a blackout. Those are emergency candles,
Nah,
and they were on sale.
that's the one thing that a lot of people forgot what candles is about. In case you got a blackout, you light them goddamn candles.
That's right. So that's all I bought them for. That's what they happen to have on the box. They had that thing. I don't know what you call it. That where you put the candles in. You know that Hanukkah looking thing.
Yeah,
Yep,
but
yep.
nowadays candles ain't about if your lights go out where you light the candles. Now candles is about candle for bun, good deeds, and candle for this and candle for that and candle for this.
I'm saying if people want to do their candle work, their candle magic, that's on them too. But I'm just saying that's why I bought those candles right there. I just buy candles all the time because if we have a blackout,
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
cause yeah,
you
blackout happens frequently in certain areas than in certain areas too. So I could understand.
and I've only been in one blackout. We had an ice storm. I think it was like in the 90s, and all the lights went out, and it was all right because my sister-in-law had a kerosene heater at the time, so we cooked on that, and we it was just dark. It was all right though. It was kind of fun.
in the
Where are
90s?
you located? Where are you located if you don't mind me asking? Where are you located?
I'm located in the DMV on the East Coast.
Right. So
DMV.
let me ask that question though. Premium Black. Are you familiar with the history of on the African continent as it relates to the African leaders being inspired by Marcus Garvey or anything like that?
No.
Are you familiar with like a Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, where he was in New York? He went to a Marcus Garvey speech, and he went back to Vietnam and started the war against the French, defeated the French, got them out. The Americans now wanted to protect the interests of the French, got bogged down in the Vietnam War. So that guy named Ho Chi Minh, very very influential person. I think he got time person of the year at one point in time, right?
Wow.
He saw a Marcus Garvey speech, right? And he got Marcus Garvey's book, The Black Man, and he didn't hide that fact. He read that book and he went back to French Indochina, which is now modern day Vietnam, started the rebellion from colonialism, defeated the French at Dien Phu, right? And dragged the Americans in because the Americans wanted to protect French and European interests in French Indochina. And that war went all the way up to 1975. And he
Wow.
left and started that war in the 1940s.
I mean, I understand, and I guess maybe, I mean, not maybe, I have not judged Marcus in the best
Right.
light because of what I heard about him, and I ran with it, and I think that some of it comes from that as Black Americans, you know how we looked at all people, all melanated people, and because I feel like Africans and Jamaicans have let us down, and I don't know a lot of Africans or Jamaicans. I only know one Jamaican,
But
and
Marcus Garvey is Jamaican.
but I'm saying I don't, you know, I have judged them unfairly. I do need to read for myself and
Right.
understand instead of just, you know, all I heard was that all
Do
Marcus
worry.
Garvey did was
Do
just come
worry.
over here, run his
Yeah.
mouth,
Hold on,
trying to
Emeka,
get
hold on,
stuff
bro.
started in Jamaica. They couldn't get it popping, so they came to America. We helped him out. He got it popping a little bit. And then he went and married some white woman.
But
That's
Huh?
not true.
that was some
Look, look,
you know.
okay, hold up.
Hold on,
Let me
hold on, hold
elaborate.
on,
In your
hold
defense,
on, hold on.
American schools. So look, in America, they don't really consider Marcus Garvey a part of American history. You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely right. Right.
So,
We were never
so in
taught
your
about him.
defense, yeah, in your defense, listen, I went to school in America. I live in New York, and I didn't learn about Marcus Garvey until I was an adult.
yeah,
I
but
knew
hold on,
nothing
but hold
about
on.
him in my teens.
Yeah, but hold on there, Robert.
But
Let me tell this real quick.
You Jamaicans, that's y'all national hero. They tell y'all about him from y'all 2 years old. So you gotta
Right.
cut us
Right.
Americans some
Right, but
slack.
watch this now, Robert. I do understand that because even Garvey is not taught in our schools in Jamaica as well, even though he's a national
Wow.
hero. You know, that just shows how sad it is with Garvey. But what I hear from the sister is really like a FBA, Foundation of Black American Talking Point. I hear it a lot in America. You get me? I say, and
Yeah, but you know
also,
where that comes from?
uh,
Dubose and his enemies. Dubose and his enemies. Because you know,
right,
Goodbye.
right, right.
Marcus
But
Garvey,
they hold on. They married to the white woman though. That was Dubois though.
that's propaganda. But she just mixed up two people. That's all
Right,
that
right,
was.
right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right. That wasn't Marcus
No, didn't
Garvey at all.
Marcus Garvey marry a white
No,
woman
he
in
never
England?
had a
No,
white woman.
no,
No,
that was
no.
Dubois.
What?
Or I think, yeah, not Marcus Garvey, not Marcus Garvey, because his wife was Amy Garvey. No,
Mansa
I'm saying
Musa.
I'm sorry, sister. I totally forgive you because you made your position clear that you know nothing about Marcus Garvey, only through Dr. Umar Johnson. So, you know,
Yeah,
I
and
think
like I
for
said,
even
it's
us,
not
yeah, we
considered
don't want to
American
pressure you. You
history.
understand
So
me?
But I'm
it's
just
not
Yeah,
curious.
considered American history.
so the thing is to let the sister know that there's more information on Marcus that she does not know, and for her to do her research,
Right. That's right.
whether it comes to Marcus or it comes to Malcolm or it comes to Martin, whichever one of our black leaders that she may not have the information that she needs to know. So that's where we got to encourage her. Let her know, listen, sister, there's more information about Marcus that you may not know. Find out and do some research. There's more information about Malcolm, more information about Martin, because we can't all do the research from you for
That's
you. You
right.
got to also do it for yourself. So then, where you come into a better understanding of everything, and then be able to put it in perspective and say, "Oh, now I see the broader picture."
Yeah,
Right.
I would
Right.
like
So
to.
just to add to that, Lorda Kingston, right? She did made a statement where I really wanted to pick her brain on it when she said that Jamaicans let her down or let us
That's what.
down. I
That's where
really
I'm going
wanted to
to.
understand her perspective why she said that.
Yeah, that's what I want to
What
know.
I mean
Oh,
by
I'm
that,
sorry, Lolly Bella, man. I'm sorry, family.
No, no, you're good. You're good.
Right.
okay. What I mean by that is we thought that, you know, we thought that we were all one. You know what I mean? You know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. That's how we looked at every black person on earth. Well, every melanated, because we have to delineate now. And it just I don't, you know, I like I said, I know one Jamaican, and that Jamaican is all right with me. That Jamaican went got me a loan. That Jamaican In fact, he was my landlord when I, in my first house. And we worked so good together. He ended up getting another house on the street. He was only 21 years old, too. He used to play football at the college. And but I'm just saying, I thought that that's how Jamaicans were until I got online and I started hearing all the nasty stuff they say about us, and it was really heartbreaking. And
Hold on.
so after we
What?
shed our few tears, we
Yes.
just dust ourselves off and we said, this is the way it's got to be now.
So sister, you heard Jamaicans cursing or being xenophobic, so to speak, towards African Americans. You said you
Very
heard that.
much so. Never had anything, and I still hear it. They never have anything good to say. It's always
Hmm.
something about us that we're not doing right. And
Oh,
we've
all right.
shared
So
and we've
yes.
extended ourselves till we can't do it anymore. And so now we just say we're just going to look out for each other, and that's
Oh,
it.
okay, all right. So let me just tell you what I observe going on, right? Because when it comes down to social media, these are like the fringe people. So you might be on a couple platforms and you hear a couple people saying stuff like that. It does not necessarily reflect the general consensus in Jamaica. And I just say that to say this though, right? When it comes down to that argument, the problem now is that there is the FBA with Tariq Nasheed. He's pushing the xenophobia. You get what I'm saying? And he's pushing it towards Jamaicans. He's pushing it towards people from the Caribbean. He's pushing it towards people from Africa. Why he's doing it? I guess he has an agenda. And then now there are the ABOS or the Aborigines, right? The black people who call themselves Aborigines and whatever, they are also pushing that xenophobia. So sometimes the context might be where a Jamaican might be pushing back because that is what is being said, but it's not necessarily a general reflection of Jamaicans because we have always considered all people of African descent in the diaspora one because that was always Marcus Garvey's philosophy.
But I don't think that it has anything to do with Tariq, because though I know who Tariq is, but I'm not like I don't follow any. I follow God, and I follow whatever God puts in me to follow, but I don't follow people like that. I don't agree with a lot of things that Tariq says, but some of the stuff that he says is 100% true.
Here,
And
here, here, hear this, hear this, hear this, hear this. Let me try to get this out. As and we go back to information again, because you got to listen to what she's saying about why she come across that way as far as Jamaican is concerned. That's very important. She said because she heard stuff, and like you said, Imitip, you say she heard stuff from one or two people on social media,
no, I've
but
heard it from a lot of Jamaicans and Africans. They'll come together and gang up
okay,
on
right.
Black Americans.
So the question is, whatever Jamaican platform or African platform you come across, that they are saying that for a reason. They're
No, but
saying it because
what are they saying? What are the disparaging things that they're saying?
right, that's what they're saying. And they're saying it from a reason. They're speaking from their perspective, and it's up to you as the viewer or the listener to look into it and go, okay, do they have a point, and see where they're coming from
So
also.
let me ask True Black one question, right?
Hmm.
True Black, you understand the patois?
No, I don't.
Oh, so you don't understand the patois. All right. And you say you have one Jamaican friend, not true?
But they don't speak patois.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You said you had one Jamaican friend, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So and that
His name is
experience was
Anwar.
that experience was a good one, right?
Yes.
And that's the only personal experience. So at the end of the day, sometimes when they're on social media, you hear them talking in patois, right?
Not that much.
Oh, they're talking in English now.
I heard this group talking in patois a little
Right.
bit. A little
Right.
bit.
So you're saying that those people, who are expressing that kind of xenophobia, they are speaking in English, like American English, like that?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes,
Oh,
indeed.
but that means that if they're speaking American English, it can be the ones who came to America and got Americanized too, right? You see,
Right.
if you hear a native Jamaican, they're talking a patois. Them are talking a patois like no where you can't understand. But you see, you have people who might come in America, and yes, they might have certain experience too, and as such, they hold that position. But it doesn't necessarily reflect the general, Jamaican or Caribbean population because, as I said before, we have always had that philosophy of oneness.
Wait,
But
wait, wait.
that's unfortunate though. But it's not a general reflection though,
I just thought about it. I've met two Jamaicans. I met a woman. I actually
right?
know two women and one man. The men are okay. The women, like the one woman, we were cool and everything, but I just stopped talking to her because it seems like everything that I would do, it was like she was trying, like we were in competition. I don't have friends like that. Like I have friends that we encourage each other, but it was like whatever I did or said, I just didn't like that. It was like she was in competition, and I ain't like that. Like I'm not
That's
competing
that's that's
against you.
that's. I think that's a woman thing in overall
It's
general.
not. No, it's not. It. Uh, it.
So
Oh
so
no.
you
It was
feel say
weird.
Jamaican woman with the competition.
I mean, it was weird. I was like, whatever I say,
All
it was
right,
like she would be like, I got that too.
all right, there's a Jamaican woman on the panel. I know sometimes when she talk, her mic will feedback. So we just gonna mute our mics and just hear what Bridget have to say. As a Jamaican woman, and she and something that can go and reason too. She
Okay.
and Premium Black can
All
all
right,
segregate as woman
mega
to
mute
woman.
up, mega
Yeah,
mute
man.
up.
Got you, Bridget.
Good night, everyone.
Hello.
What is? I'm sorry. What is her name?
Premium Black.
Vivian Black. Black. Nice to meet you, sis.
Nice to meet
Even
you too,
though
Bridget.
I don't sound Jamaican, if you may, I am Jamaican. I was born in Jamaica. I was raised in the United States. Your views aren't lost on me because when I meet Black American women, and they find first when I meet them, they assume that I'm one of them, which I am in whatever. As you said that you thought we were all the same and so forth and
Right.
so on.
Hmm.
However, when they find out that I'm Jamaican, a lot of them kind of take a step back and they spew the same views that you've said. But then they said, well, wait a minute, you don't act like a Jamaican, you don't, so and then I hear you say you met a woman that was and it's unfortunate that some of our people are misrepresenting the whole of us because the majority of Jamaican women, men are very nice people, very helpful people. I mean, we're very loving, we are very caring. We just don't take any bullshit. So, with that being said, I'm sorry that you have such a negative viewpoint of us, and I do want you to educate yourself on just you say you only know one Jamaican person. Well, I have a friend now. She's like my best friend. When I first met her and she found out that I was Jamaican, first when people meet my family, they know that I'm Jamaican because everyone, almost everyone in my family except myself and my baby brother has an accent, and we exude Jamaica. So when she first met us, based on her lifestyle, she lives an alternative lifestyle.
Right.
She thought that I was not going to be, her friend or whatever. I don't watch that. Maybe because my views are a little bit different because I was raised here, so I accept people for who they are, where they are. I don't agree with it, but that's not my business. I mind
Right.
my business and I stay in my lane. However, I say that to say this: I do not like the fact that you are judging us based on the one person that, or maybe one or two people that you have met, and
Three.
then your viewpoints are I got into an argument with the FBA and whatever, and they feel like as Jamaicans, we come to this country and we take whatever it is that you guys are supposed to get or whatever you have fought for to have. And I hate that it's positioned that way because as a Jamaican coming to the country, well, I came as a child, but my parents, when we come from Jamaica or any Caribbean country or any country for that matter, I don't feel like we have in our mind we're coming to take something from an American. The government or whomever, society or whatever, they can correct me on my language on that.
No,
Present.
but technically we are though. Like, look,
They
I'm a
are.
first
Yeah, you
generation.
are.
I'm a first generation American
Right.
too, Bridget, so I can relate to you on that. But technically, we are because
And
you
that's
know.
the
But
truth.
let me finish. Can I finish? Who is that, Robert? Let
Yeah,
me
go
finish my
ahead.
statement, please.
Yeah.
I'm saying that when we come, we don't position ourselves and say, "Oh, I'm gonna go after that." When we come to the country, the government or whomever give us the opportunity, and in our mind's eye, it's the same opportunity that you have. However, because I am learned and I understand and I research, I realize that because of racism, classism, sexism, that we are afforded maybe a minute more of an opportunity than you are in your own country. So I understand that now from the outside looking in and doing my research and seeing and being treated differently in the workplace or whenever when they find out that I am not a Black American. So your point is very well taken, but I don't think that we position ourselves and say, I'm going to take what that American has. When
Okay.
what from my point of view, whenever we've tried to come together with a Black American, it was always we were always met with you're the other.
Yeah, but
So
look, but think
therefore,
about it from a. But look, I'm playing
I,
devil's advocate. But again, I'm a first generation American, so like I'm just like you. My moms came here and looking for opportunity. But think about it from their perspective. They look at it like I'm a Black American. I didn't ask to come here. My people was brought here against their will. We fought, we struggled, we
right.
died, we
That's
protested, we
right.
marched. We did all of that to get these rights, and now you guys come over here and you guys just want to reap the benefits of our blood. That's how they see it from that
but I
perspective.
understand
And
that's how
not
they
only
see it,
that, not
but
wait,
that's
let me
not
talk.
fair
Not
to
only
us. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay, well, not only that, okay, because you'll say that it's not fair and this, that, and the other. But what's really not fair is that my people hung from trees. My people were bit up by dogs. And it
But we
wasn't
was
until
too
wait,
premium.
it
But
We
wasn't
was
but
too.
wait,
Robert,
what
wait,
Robert,
wait,
hold
what I
on,
wait,
was
Robert,
gonna
Robert.
Robert, hold on.
say that
It wasn't until that civil rights movement that we made, and then we went and fought again because they started bringing in a bunch of white immigrants, and we said we wanted our people, which we thought was our people at the time. We want them to come over too, because we saw on the commercials and everything people doing bad, and so we said we'll bring them over. And it seems like the very people that we wanted to come here are the very people that always have something to say whenever we're trying to do something. And it's one thing if you don't agree with it, because if the table was turned and we were in Jamaica and Jamaicans were trying to get something, whether we agreed or not, you would never ever, and I could put everything on that. You would never see a Black American on no Jamaican TV or politics saying what you deserve, because we don't know what you deserve. And so what I believe is that the way that we were reared up, because I believe, and this is just my point of view, just from taking a look at how things have gone. I believe that when people come here, this seems like the land of opportunity, the land of milk and honey. But this land of opportunity and milk and honey, it came by the way of my people. It was my mom.
Our
It
people too.
what let
Uh,
me
but
talk, man.
that's what
It
I
was
was
hold
my
gonna
on,
it
say
was
hold
that
on,
my
hold on,
I
mom
don't
please.
as a
totally
child.
Hold
It was
on.
my mom as a child in that
Yep,
cotton field.
let her
It was
finish.
my mom and dad that went through Jim Crow. It was
Oh
my
Robert,
grandparents.
chill, yeah.
And so what I'm saying is that if people can't have enough empathy and understanding and not and put themselves in our position, because we've shared everything and we can't go to Jamaica and get what you've gotten here. And so if you've taken a little
What
attitude,
happened?
that's nothing. That's
Premier Black.
The
nothing for what
fuck,
we've
Premier
been
Black.
y'all.
through.
okay.
It
Caribbean
was
people.
it was
First of
that
all,
was
that
Robert,
our
Robert,
people.
But
Hold
Robert,
on, I'm
yo,
not
she's
done.
being
hey,
so
Robert, can
I'm
I
not
get
insulting,
done
yo.
yet. I'm not
hold
can
done.
I
on.
get
Let
Just
Bridget,
get
let
just,
can I
just
Bridget,
just give me
hold
30
on,
more
let Bridget
seconds.
build with I know.
It was my people that kicked in those doors of opportunity. It was my aunt that was the first Black woman on the ambulance. It was my, see, this was our people. And I'm going to tell you, that's not, if you think that we have attitude, then you try going through a mob of white people spitting and doing and beating your ass because you know, you got to be the first one to go to this or go to that. That's the stuff that we've been through. And we're the only group that have been around these white people 24/7. We don't know anything else. We don't know what it is to be around all Black people. In fact, that would make me very uncomfortable. I'm all right where I'm at because this is
Premium
the
Black.
home that my people built, and this is the home that we will die before you move us around. Now, my people also military. My cousin Marine, my brother, he trained soldiers to fight war 30 years, okay? And we are the ones, when them bodies get brought back for fighting for America, we're the ones that's going to them funerals and stuff. Y'all gonna have to understand or just leave. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that
being
part though,
nasty.
Sister,
I'm
hold
not
on one
being
sister,
second.
nasty. I'm just
sister,
saying this is our home. And
Hold,
once we start
hold.
sister.
pushing really back in politics, and we start telling these white people that this is what it is, because they already don't like you and they don't like us either, but they can't move us because this is
Okay,
our home. We're
all
not
right.
an
So,
American citizen.
Sister,
so,
can I?
but
We
hold
are
on,
an
hold on, hold
American.
on. 1 second, sister. We
Okay.
have to let the other. I say Vione
All right.
Hall
I'm
is
gonna be
here.
quiet.
Yeah, I
All
say
right.
Vione Hall is here as the next sister, right? We see Bridget there too. So yeah, man. Me definitely want to hear what Vione and Bridget have to say because
That's
as
right.
women who are in America, yeah, man, when you go through that.
So
Okay.
real quick, right? What Premium Black mentioned as relates to her experience, Black American experience, is categorically correct, and we've got to empathize with that, right?
Right.
And truly, Black Americans were displaced when Black immigrants came to America. We have to reconcile with that.
The
We
black,
have to.
hold on, black immigrants came
But
from where?
from
Black
where?
immigrants from the
Yeah.
Caribbean. Black immigrants from the Caribbean displaced Black Americans in the
Not at
workplace.
all. Not no. Hold on.
I
Not
don't
at
agree
all.
with that. I do
Not
not
at
agree
all,
with that.
Lalibela. And there's no statistics for that because watch this
What?
now. Hold on. I'm saying, hold on. How many black people from the Caribbean is in America?
So
Probably
let me.
about what? Probably what? About 3-4 million people, brother.
So hold on for a second, right? Most of
Are
us
you
are in
talking
city.
about 50 million black Americans here?
Hold on. Most of us are in city centers where Black Americans are, right? And when we
Mm-hmm.
came to America
Mm-hmm.
and we were willing to work for a quarter versus what Black Americans should have gotten,
That's
they
right.
gave the jobs to Black immigrants. We cannot deny that fact. We can't deny that
Well,
fact.
I'm not going to deny the fact what you just said. I'm not denying that. I'm not, and I do empathize with the sister about how she feels about her people, but I think her anger is misguided, and I think that she's a little bit skewed on the Black immigrants, or I'll just stick with the Jamaican experience and the Black immigrants coming out of Caribbean or Jamaica. I think that her viewpoint is a little bit skewed on that, and she said a lot, and
It's
she said
fine.
a lot. She said about her
That's fine.
about the military. She said that we came there, but and that they are around a lot of white people. But Jamaica, before it became what it is today, what she see as Jamaica, the Black people running Jamaica or in power, whatever, however it go, we were subjected to the same thing that Black Americans were as well. So
Right.
Well,
we experienced what Jamaicans are in denial about: racism. They call it classism. We
right.
experienced classism. We experienced lynchings. We experienced burning. We experienced the cane field, just like
Right.
your ancestors experienced the cotton field. So we are, again, back to my original statement, or the point that I'm trying to say. We are one in the same people. To me, the only difference between you and I is that the boat went to Jamaica first, dropped my ancestors off, and then went to the US and dropped your ancestors off. For all I
But
know, you and I are blood relatives. There's
hold
no
on.
difference, in
There
my
is.
opinion,
There is.
between you and I, except for maybe,
Mm.
okay, our lived experience might be a little bit different, but there's no difference.
But it is a
And
difference. Can I tell
okay,
you what the difference is?
yes,
The
go
difference.
ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. The difference is that, and the whole thing was different because what you endured in Jamaica was totally different. or
Can
your
I talk for a minute?
No, it was not. But go ahead.
Hold
was it
on, hold on. The
okay.
Vione is here. Let's let her say something real quick, and then it can be back to Premium
Okay.
Black or Mr. Vegas here too as well. So go to Vione.
She's muted.
The Vione,
Let Freeman
Vione.
Black finish her
Yeah, I
statement.
think she mute. She's not muted. Go to
She is.
Vione.
She's muted.
She is.
Oh, actually, no, no, sorry. It's my
No, I'm
TV.
not
My
say I'm
bad.
muted. She's not muted. But it's okay. All right. Continue Premium Black until Vione
Okay.
checks in.
When she gets back in. Okay. Well, the difference is the things that really, over here, what happened is that we got breeded out. So even if you look at our genealogy, it's very distinct from what an African of today is. We don't have the same genealogy makeup. We don't. And the reason is
The
because
same with Jamaicans.
we were breeded out. We were, and that's what it was. Just like in Jamaica, your people they pretty much died off every 7 years because they were worked so hard. And we have an understanding of the things that
I'm sorry,
Jamaicans.
sister. I don't mean to cut you, but where are you
Bumbo.
getting this statistic information from? We were breeded
Right.
off as well. I
Right.
mean, where are
Can
you
you
getting this
hear me,
information from?
Imhotep?
Bonnie's
Okay,
back.
yeah, man. Got you Vione.
Okay, we'll mute.
Yeah.
Vione.
Vione,
Vione.
are you there?
For example, my maiden last name is Whittingham. I'm a black person of African descent with a European last name. So I don't understand
Me
the
too.
reason.
And guess what? All Jamaicans,
I don't
All right,
all
so
understand why you
Jamaicans.
I
believe.
can't talk over everybody.
No, we're not hearing you when
Yes,
it's
I'm
your time to
here.
speak, though. Got you now.
Shall I listen back to herself, Imhotep?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and
Tell
clear.
her she has
Can
to
you
turn
hear
her
me?
device off.
Yes.
We hear you loud.
Yeah.
We hear you loud and
She's
clear.
listening back to the audio.
Yeah, so it might be a feedback. It might be a
I'm
delay.
here.
Oh, then got you now, Vione.
I'm here.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Imhotep, tell her to turn off her background. Shall I listen back
I'm
and not talk at the
hearing
same time?
everybody talking, so I can't talk over everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Imhotep,
yeah.
tell her she have to turn off her background.
But Subi, she said it's not our audio. She's hearing us. So I don't know why she pausing. Just talk. Yeah,
Da-da-dee.
like something wrong. We don't know where going. But yeah, man, just she check back in Vione. Make sure you don't have no other device on. Or if it on, turn it down. Subi or Bridget. I don't know if
Yeah.
yeah,
I'll let
Subi
Mr.
wants something,
Vegas
Heal
have
up,
the
heal up panel.
Yeah, man, big up, big
Heal
up.
up, heal up,
Yeah,
heal up,
man.
heal up.
Just come in and check in piece of the reasoning. And it's a very interesting reasoning. And some part of it is
I don't
actually
know. I'm here. I can't hear you.
yeah, me will try to keep it Imhotep. Because no
Da-da-dee.
We can hear you, Bonnie. Not now.
Funny.
No, man, me mute her, man. Me mute her. Got
yeah.
you, Subi.
So what I'm saying is it's very some of these conversations, I've been hearing some of these conversations, especially from the pro Americans, black Americans, who are trying to fight for reparation and them things there in America. It's always this conversation, my people and their people and your people. And what these people fail to understand, one of the sisters pointed it out earlier on, that we are basically one people. You understand? What them people fail to understand is that they used to sell slaves from the Jamaica's plantation to the US plantations. In the 16 and 1700s, they shipped over 2,000 slaves from Jamaica to the US.
And there were
So,
slaves from the US who came to Jamaica too.
and there are slaves from the US who they shipped to Jamaica as well.
Right.
So the slave plantation was basically like a NB. That can you turn off the person? You must
It,
have the background is very low.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's not quite like
Only, only 1 second, madam. There's somebody background loud.
Oh, I think that will Bridget will echo when she unmute because me overstand that
No,
happen with our
I
phone still.
was
So
muted.
just
That's not me.
yeah, so just have to just unmute when she go talk and just mute when she listen. Go through Subi.
Yeah, so basically what I say is people seem to believe that this oh my we fought blood, sweat and tears in America um and fought for America. But sister, I'm sorry to burst your bubbles. There were people from Africa, our ancestors from Africa, who came to Jamaica first, and and were later shipped to the U.S. Likewise, there were slaves or prisoners, captives, who were shipped from the U.S. to Jamaica and all over the Caribbean. It's the same problem I get into with the people from the Bahamas, who seem to believe that the Haitians are some different people from them. And I get into these conversations all the time, and it is sad that we continue to put forward these types of rhetoric in a more divisive way. Like, oh, and the Maroons here in Jamaica, they are doing the same thing too. They call us prisoners, and our ancestors were prisoners, and all this nonsense. But we're just one set of people, people that were held captives, or people who were taken from their lands. When they picked up the captives in Africa and started sharing up the cargo, quote unquote cargo, they did not see us as, oh, I'm going to call these are going to be Americans, African Americans in 100 years or 500 years, or these are going to be Jamaicans in 500 years. They saw us as Africans when they picked us up, and we are Africans to this day.
All right, let me hear what Vionia all has to say now. She's here now.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
All right. Hi, everyone. A little
Yeah, man. Bless
frustrated.
up, man. Give
A little
thanks he take in.
frustrated. A little frustrated. What's her name? The American lady.
Premium Black.
Premium black.
Hi, Premium Black. How are you? Um, I live in New York, Brooklyn. I came here when I was 12 years old. I went to school here, right? Um, what you're saying it's a situation that black people on a whole need to fix, no matter what part of the world we're from, right?
I think
We
she's
have
gone.
to realize that we have been placed in a situation where it's a divide and conquer situation. And until we fix that, we're always going to have this issue of you're American, I'm from Trinidad, I'm from Guyana, and we can playfully compete with each other, but we all should know when there's a time for us to take it serious and understand that we are one people, right? You came to America, your ancestors, and they went through what they went through here. Other people went to Jamaica and they went through what they went through there. No one came here to take anything from any Americans, right? The people that have the system going in America, they are money hungry people, and their goal is to hold on to their money. So if a Mexican come here and they're going to take $1 an hour, they're not going to pay anyone $5 an hour, right? Because their goal is to hold on to their money, which gives them superiority and power. Don't We can't blame that on immigrants coming from anywhere. When I go to school, when I'm in school, right? I hate this Jamaican girl. I hate this Haitian girl. I hate this Guyanese. There are literally Americans that will plot against other people just because they're not from this country. And
How? How? How
it's a
so?
lack of us not knowing. It's
How?
really a lack of us not knowing that we're one people, that we're set to fight against each other. And we have to come to a realization that we need to cut that out. We can't keep saying I understand, right? Because
Facts.
I argue with my Jamaican friends that talk crazy on Black Americans, right? Because I have good Black American friends. I also know screwed up Black American people, right? I know screwed up Jamaican people. So we have to take human issues away from the race issues. Some people, like you said, you have Jamaican friends that were like almost competing with you. As a Jamaican woman, I've gone through the same thing. But those are issues that are just females. Females tend to compete with each other on the whole. So I don't have a lot of female friends because when you're around them, even when they have the world over you, they have 10 things and you have one, they still believe that they should compete to take that one thing away from you. But those are just women issues. It's not Jamaican women. It's not those are issues that you find in women on a whole, right? So
No,
again, you can't use that to say Jamaican women are like that, especially when you're saying you've only been exposed to 2 or 3 Jamaican people. That's unfair.
All right, let me chime in. Let me chime in for a second.
okay.
Because one of the things that we need to understand is that, bless up Subia and everybody else on the planet, and a lot of Kingston here, is that everybody have their own experience in whatever country they grows up in. So that's number one. And however they grow up and however they experience life, that's what they gonna base it on. So when she's speaking on certain things, she's speaking on her experience from certain things. And we who was brought up in the Caribbean is gonna speak from certain experience. So it's best being able to understand each individual experience from a different region and
I'm
see.
I'm 48 years old. I've lived in Brooklyn since I was 12. So I would say I'm more exposed to the American culture, right? Because
And
I'm
I'm
Right.
48
40.
and I've been here
I'm
since
40.
I was 12.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
Give
40.
36 years.
I'm in my 40s
So,
as well,
okay, so
and I've
I've
been here
spent
since I was 7. So
give
Okay,
Philip
I
so
a
can
I've
say I
exactly.
have
So
been
we
there.
have spent most of our lives here, and I'm. So there's in New York. I know there are people that come from the Caribbean that says they rather to deal with the white people than the Black Americans here because some Black Americans really deal with immigrants screwed up.
give
They
give Phil-
really do. And again, I don't lump people into one group because I know that everyone is not like that. But my uncle bought a house in Canarsie. He rented it to some Black Americans. They destroyed it. And after they destroyed his house, they tell him to go back to his country. Nobody don't come here to take away anything from anybody. We come here and we work hard. I know Black Americans that will not do the work that some of the immigrants do. They're not going to do it.
Facts.
So the issues that you're gonna say we're not taking. Some of them
hold
just
on, hold
aren't
on.
gonna do it. They tell us that we're idiots for working for that amount of money. But some of us come here with a mission. Some people come here with the mission of I'm gonna come work and go back home. Right? So therefore, if they come and they're getting $10, they take it. But on the other hand, if it's there, a lot of Americans don't want those jobs.
Hold
So,
on. Give
so don't say anyone come to take it from you because the jobs that immigrants are doing, a lot of Black Americans aren't going to do them. And I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
hold on. Okay, hold on. I
You're
want to
not
say something,
telling
but
me
I want
anything. Now
I
I
want to say
Yeah,
was
I'm
something,
being
but
telling
very
you,
respectful to you.
I'm
You're telling
telling
me
you,
again.
I'm
I
Vione,
telling
was being
you,
Vione,
I'm
very
telling
respectful to
you,
you,
I am
but you
telling you
trying
that
to
a
make
lot of Black
Vione.
different.
Americans
And
aren't going to do them. I'm not
I'm not even
asking
gonna
you,
talk
I'm
to
Hold on,
telling
you.
you,
Vione.
they're not going
I'm
to do
Vione.
them.
Oh,
paying
Hold
for
on,
class.
guys.
I'm
Guys,
not talking to no
hold
chicken
on
that
1 second. Yeah,
not gonna do it.
man, let us, be consistent with our decorum. I do
all right.
understand it's a very
Exactly. You're not
passionate
gonna get up here and
topic.
tell me anything.
Hold on,
I
I
told you
was listening.
already.
Vione,
I
I
Vione,
was
told you
please.
listening.
already.
Vione, please.
Premium Black and Vione. 1 second, please. I know this topic is, a very sensitive one,
First of
and
all,
as
she can't
such,
take
it's
nothing from
important
me.
for us to kind of
I
walk
own
with
my
that
own
emotional
business.
There's
intelligence, man.
nothing for
So
me to take from you.
hold
Vione,
First
on,
of all, you're
Vione.
uneducated.
Vione,
Vione,
You
hold
sound
on,
you
please.
sound uneducated. You don't even know anything about Marcus
Vione,
Garvey.
Listen,
Vione,
So
yo,
what's
Vione.
there for me to take from
yo,
you? What's there
I'm
for me to
taking your
take from
preaching.
you?
That's what I'm taking from you.
I'm sorry. I have to mute you guys out of respect because we are grown people, right? And we can respectfully disagree. That is fine. It is our opinion. That is okay. If Premium Black is expressing how she feel, let her get it out. Maybe she saw this platform as a conduit to just express herself. And you know, let us respect that. And Vioni, yeah man, we just have to know say what you're saying,
And
all
by the way,
facts,
I can
solid
show her
facts.
4 degrees, baby. Okay. And go ahead. I'm gonna mute my
Don't
Go
mic.
ahead,
don't
Vioni.
for one, I came on and I was respectful to you, right? Don't call me baby. I'm not your
Can we,
baby.
can we
Oh
let
Lord.
somebody else
All right,
talk?
that's for one.
No,
Don't
no,
baby me,
hold on,
sweetheart.
Vioni, hold on. Let us just reason, man. Yeah, let's not look at the trivial things, right? I think this is a very healthy
All right,
conversation
all right.
because
I'm
different
sorry. So
perspective is
I'm
Can I
needed.
sorry.
can I chime in
Should
for a
I?
second? Can I
Yeah,
chime
man,
in
go
for a
to
second?
Lalibela.
So here's how I look at the struggle for Black Americans as they agitated for full citizenship in America. A perfect analog is South Africa. They went to apartheid. They suffered immensely, right? And as soon as they got rid of apartheid, you know what the government and the white majority did? In lieu of properly compensating Black South Africans, they brought in cheaper labor from the neighboring countries. And then they argue that Black South Africans don't enjoy working. The thing is, they never wanted to properly compensate Black South Africans. And you can use those same lens to look at Black Americans. They struggled. We get too romantic when we say that we're all the same. Yes, we have
Absolutely.
similar struggles. We have similar struggles, but we're in America. In this domain, we call it the United States of America. Those who struggled in America get to agitate that government. To the extent that we struggled in the Caribbean, our struggles are with our government, our respective governments. Yes, there should be Black solidarity, but we ought not to conflate and then conclude that for the fact that we all struggled, that we should have parity in America. Black
Absolutely.
black immigrants have, and immigrants as a whole have displaced Black Americans, whether we like it or not. And we have to be honest with that reality. Now, we didn't intend to displace Black Americans, but materially, we have displaced Black Americans.
All
And
right,
we
so
have to be honest when it comes to that.
so Lalibela, hold on now. I
Thank you,
think
sir.
I think
all right, hold
I
on.
think a
Let me say this real
deeper
quick. Let me say this real quick. 1 second, Bridget.
I
All right, so
disagree.
based on what Premium Black is saying that, yeah, man, Jamaicans and Caribbean people came to America and take away from what black people had, right?
I never
So,
said that.
okay, can you rephrase, please?
What I was saying was that many times, just like the one that just came up here, not Bridget, because Bridget was very respectful, even though Bridget
I
disagreed with
started out
what I
respectful with
Hold
you.
on,
You
please,
was
please.
talking
Let's have some
trash.
decorum,
I can't
please.
do it.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let Premium Black say what she's saying, and Vioni, you can speak after. Please, let's have it. Have a decorum and keep it respectful.
Yeah,
I
because I'm
know
not.
it's passionate and stuff
I'm,
like that, but yeah, man, we have to keep the balance same way. Continue, Premium Black.
what I was saying was that many times, when we deal with certain immigrants, they have this. They like to tell us, like she came here and she's trying to point fingers, and I don't have time for that. And I feel like she just pretty much pissed on the whole mood that we had, the whole thing we had going here. And then she's, oh, you're uneducated. but
No, no, no.
but no, no, I want to let the bleacher know that I have a bachelor's in accounting. I am alpha beta gamma. Okay. I
Yeah, well,
have,
we don't need to get so personal with them something, you
and
know.
if you want,
Right, right, right,
Let's
right,
get back
right,
to
right. It doesn't need to get
let's
that
get back
personal.
let's
Let's
get
stay on the topic now.
hold on, sisters, hold on,
Can
sisters.
Yeah,
I
go
That's
to
why
speak
Subi.
now? Can I say something
Yeah,
now,
we
please?
don't we don't need to get personal, man.
that's
Yeah,
why
no need to
no,
get
that's why
personal now.
that's why the
Can
Bible
I
said
say
forbid women to preach, because the woman never get
No,
away.
but hold on. She
my
was
people.
can
accused of
I
being
speak
Remember,
now?
illiterate, bro. So she should
Can
be able
I
to defend
speak
herself.
now,
I didn't. I'm
please?
not in
All
Jamaica.
right, go to Vioni.
Spoken
Hold
about
on.
in other people's
Premium
terms.
Black. Hold on, Premium Black. Let Vioni speak, please, and
She
then
already
this have.
spoke. No, she's not going to speak again. Bridget
No,
can
hold
speak.
on.
We heard
Premium
enough
Black.
from her.
Premium
All
Black.
right, hold on. Premium Black. I'm sorry, respectfully, this is my platform,
No, hold
right?
on.
Yeah, man.
Premium Black
So
have a right to
Vioni
defend
all will
herself, bro.
speak.
No, Premium Black
Go
have a
ahead,
right to defend
Vioni.
herself. She was accused of being illiterate, man. Come on.
Go ahead, Vioni.
Share the
Miss
right here for
Black,
myself.
Miss Black, I do congratulate you on all your accolades that you have
You can kiss
accomplished
my
in
ass,
life,
bitch.
right? I have none of them. I have none of them. But just
No,
listening
no, no.
to you,
I had to remove her because
oh, she
that is
gone? No, you should
disrespectful.
have make sure
Yeah.
stay.
No, no, no.
You should have make sure
She can't
stay.
say that. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, sir. We
Yep,
can't
yep,
allow that. She
yep.
can't say kiss ass and she's still there, sir. No, we
No,
can't do
man,
that.
you should have make sure stay.
Listen,
Come on,
listen,
shit right
No,
now.
panel.
we're not gonna
Listen,
do
No,
that.
listen, listen, panel.
Vioni.
Imhotep,
No.
Listen, panel.
Imhotep.
Yeah, go to Subi. Let me hear Subi, I say.
People have to understand, you know. You see them look at pretty words where they make up about immigrant and
Subi,
them something, their brother.
Hold
Exactly.
on,
Subi.
Julius. Julius, 1 second. Make Subi say what I say,
No,
and then you can
Imhotep.
take in after.
Imhotep, I'm at work. I just want to drop in and comment really, really quick. I'm at
Right.
work. Sorry for the interruption and everything, but I really wanted to speak to the sister Premium Black, and I'm really speaking from a neutral place, with all honesty, because I've seen where this was going to end up,
End up, yeah.
and I commented, but Imhotep, maybe you were caught up in the conversation and not looking in
Right.
the comment. I knew this
Right.
wasn't going to end up well.
Yeah,
That is why I
yeah,
keep on saying referee, referee, referee.
Right.
However, however, with all respect, due to Sister Premium Black, I really think she need to go and try to gather as much information
True.
upon Marcus Garvey.
Right.
Once she does that, her entire narrative
Will
that was
change.
given on her will totally change, and
Yeah,
this
man.
division place that she's speaking from, we totally denounce, because that is what is
Brother,
breeding
you have to
division.
understand, you know. You have to understand, you know. Tariq
Yeah.
Nasheed and all of them people, they've spewed that type of rhetoric, you know. So it's
Right.
not,
Right.
she's
No,
not
that's what I'm
alone.
saying. No,
Right.
that's what I'm saying, Subi. Once she gather all those information, because Marcus Garvey to me is a foundation. If you do not know anything about Marcus Garvey as an African, or whether Black American, Jamaican, whatever it is, you're totally. I don't think you have the. I don't think you're qualified to come
Yeah.
and push
A
certain
narrative.
narrative
Yeah, man.
where
True.
blackness is concerned.
True,
That's
brother.
my
True,
take
brother.
on it. And I have to
So,
True.
go
man.
back to our gentle people. All right. Thank
Yeah,
And
you.
man. Respect, man. Listen.
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. So Imhotep have to take her off still, but sometimes people get away in a heated conversation. So me know
Yeah,
such
Yeah.
a really
there
mean.
are definitely some red lines
Yeah.
there, Subi, and I realize that.
But sister Black, we don't really have nothing against them platform and I really run them with them type of rhetoric. They still and. So
Yeah,
when
Sister
you come
Black, you need
forward,
to get information on Marcus Garvey. Please
She
do.
gone, man.
And
She
you will
gone. She gone. She
yeah,
understand.
gone.
when you come
Because
forward,
Okay.
sister, if you're still listening, when you come
yeah,
forward, or anybody,
yeah, key
and
to this thing. Yeah, key to this thing. So it's like,
1 second, bro. Let me just put out a argument. I think that Imhotep needs to make known to. We try to keep it a little civil over here. So may I say the discourse.
Right.
Yeah. So we not
All right.
really.
So I'm Subi. Mrs. Suwan, straight back in.
Yeah,
Listen.
Bring
man.
her
Make
back
sure you know
in. Bring
Imhotep,
her
man,
back
because
in, man. Bring her back in.
we love reason
All
with the
right,
people
but
them
hold
way.
on.
Cause we know what.
Let me put her up on the panel and we talk to her
Yeah.
because we can't be
Yeah.
an
Please,
argument and a fighting.
please, brother.
Yeah.
So
So all right. So
Yeah.
she is here,
Yeah.
right?
Sister Black. Yeah.
she not come back.
Over.
She's not reach her.
She reach on.
She on now.
Sister Black. Hello.
you know, the,
So let me be fair, right? She was accused of being illiterate, and she was defending
Right.
herself.
Right. Right.
I
Right. Right.
didn't I
Right. Right.
didn't call her illiterate. I didn't
She
call her illiterate.
she was
I said she
disparaged.
was unintelligent.
Okay,
Yeah.
there
Same
I
thing.
didn't
Same
Yeah,
thing.
call
but
her.
Same thing.
No, it's not the
that
same
was
thing.
ad
It's not
come
the
hominem.
on,
same
Hold
man.
on,
thing.
no,
Come on.
Vioni.
You're being disrespectful to the woman.
Yeah, but that was ad hominem though,
You
Vioni. We
were
never
disrespectful to the
really
woman.
want to go
That
there
wasn't
though.
necessary
Yeah,
at all.
man. Yeah, man. Yeah. So me appreciate that too, fam. The point that I was still. So me could keep it level-headed over here. So, cause we don't want sound like the Bugu Yaga them, even though so yeah,
Okay,
we don't really have it. Yeah.
do I get to speak to her when she come back on?
Yeah, man. But me could keep it. Me could keep
Yeah,
it.
but I don't know. I
We not
don't
have to
know
agree
why.
with everybody.
I don't know why she's not adding. Let me. Oh, she's here. She's here.
No, I
All right. So
not
Premium Black.
have anything to say to her because I'm just
Hold
not.
on. Premium Black. 1 second. Hold on. We are going to keep it respectful and we're going to deal with decorum. It is not my intention for us to be uncivil here. Please. My platform is not geared that way. I appreciate the females' contribution. I appreciate the different perspectives, but we
Yeah,
have
man.
to express the emotional intelligence. We don't know each other. I don't know you. You don't know me. It's my perspective. That is it. It doesn't need to get personal with the ad hominem
And,
attacks.
and, and, and everybody too. Yes, I say,
Right,
because sometimes we get attended. Yes, I say, and we are,
right.
we are, we are, we are, we are, we are, we have the same type of temperance. You really check it out still. So, sometimes it go and sometimes it comes. So, we don't really want to call nobody illiterate, and we don't want to call nobody them type of something there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Right, true. I
Yes,
agree with
man.
that.
Because
getting
all we are
personal.
student, the whole we are student at the end of the day, and we can
Yeah.
learn something from each other. You understand me? I say, so, Sister Black, me know say you don't really mean that something that kiss or something there. We don't really, we pass them level. Don't go in with our back up in our trenches. When we in our trenches again, we are going to come feel. Yeah.
I'm
Can
just
I
going.
speak now?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yes,
man.
go
Yeah, man.
ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. Let me mute. All right, go to Vione, and then Premium Black can say what's on
No,
their mind
I'm not
as it
talking to
pertains to
her.
the
I would
argument.
talk to anybody else up here, but I'm done with
Well,
her.
that's
She can
fine.
say
So
what she
Premium
wants.
Black, hold on up. Premium Black, hold on. That's fine. You have six of us are here, and if you choose not to speak to her, that's fine. Just talk to somebody else, or that's fine, sister. It doesn't mean it requires a back and forth between you and her. So go to Vione.
Okay, so let me start again by saying I do apologize if I offended her by calling her unintelligent. Yes, sometimes we have our accomplishments, but in the heat of the moment, sometimes we stray from our
Yeah, man.
temperament.
Let
Anyway,
me keep it balanced, man.
what I'm trying to say, Miss Black, right? As someone that grew up here, right? I
Could you
fight with
address your
I
rhetoric?
fight. I
Talking to
fight. I fight. I'm addressing you. You can listen. You don't have to respond, right? So you don't have to respond and you don't have to accept my apology, but you can still listen and hear because I think you're misunderstanding me when I'm saying certain things. Now, as someone that grew up here, I have three children. They're American. They're Black Americans, right? Even though they have Jamaican heritage, they're still considered Black Americans. They're not like me, where my passport's a neutralized citizen. They're Americans. So I can't say I hate Americans because my children are American. I have extended families that are American, right? So therefore, I can't say I hate Americans. I fight with my Jamaican friends that will make certain remarks towards Black Americans. Okay? Now, from observation, having gone to school here, there are some Black Americans that do not like people from the Caribbean or immigrants, period, from any other place, right? When you make the statement that we come here to take things away, we do not come here. Most immigrants do not come here to take away from Black Americans or anyone else. And Lala Bella made a statement earlier that we come here and we work for less money than what Black Americans would say. That is not just for Black Americans alone. I am in a field where I work with people from all backgrounds. And when a lot of those people tell you their history and the money that they used to work for, you sometimes have to pull up in yourself and say, damn, because they have things now. But if they tell you where they're coming from, you wouldn't believe it because they have the other skin color, right? So sometimes we automatically think they had it easy. When we come here and we decide, listen, if a $5 I'm getting, I'm gonna take it and work to when I can get to 15 and 20 and 30 and $100 hour. Some people here aren't going to do it. The reality is some people here feels like they are entitled to certain things. And I'm not saying everybody, right? Some people do feel entitled. Some people are waiting on that money that they're, what I'm calling reparations. Some people are waiting on that. Some people don't want to work and do certain jobs that certain people will do. That is the reality. We can't go around it and we can't pretty it up nowhere to make somebody feel good. It's the truth. I see it. I'm around people that will look for me and say, you doing that for $10? I'm not doing it. They're not gonna work for $10 an hour, but you know what they will do? They will live off the system, right? So therefore, I've seen that firsthand. Is that all Black Americans? No, it's not. Because you know what happened? The Black Americans that see that happening and don't like it, they speak out against it too. So we have to stop bundling people and stop fighting against each other because I suffered in Jamaica and you suffered in America. Yes, we understand what the Black Americans went through and we are sympathetic and empathetic to it. But you guys have to understand what the Jamaicans went through too, what the Trinidadians went. So what do we do to find that out? We read, right? And we see what each other went through. And so because our sufferation were different, it doesn't mean that we didn't feel pain too. We all felt pain, right? We all suffered somewhat. So we just have to understand and come to an understanding at the end of the day, they divided us. And they're going to continue to divide us because we can never find common ground to unite to fight for ourselves. We let people put
Can I
things
say
in.
something? Bonnie, can I say something? So
Yes,
look,
Robert.
what I also think that we should consider is this. America done did a lot of things to destabilize the Caribbean, mainly Jamaica, Guyana, and many other countries. So the same way how you feel like, oh, these people are coming here to take what we have, America done messed up what we got, so now we got to come and collect from y'all.
Nailed it, bro.
No,
Nailed
but
it.
Robert,
It's the
no,
same
Robert,
thing.
I
It's the
don't
same
want
thing.
you to say
Stop,
it like
stop.
that.
1
Robert,
second.
I
Wait,
don't
wait,
want
let me
you to.
finish, please. 1 second,
Robert, I
please.
think that was disingenuous
1
what you just said,
second.
but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't
No,
It
no,
want
wasn't
you
no,
to
no, no,
say it
no.
disingenuous
like
at
that.
all.
How
It
is it?
wasn't
How is it
disingenuous at all.
disingenuous?
But hold on,
How is
Subi,
it?
I'll let you go. Just give me one more second. And what I also think that you guys fail to realize is Caribbean people have contributed endlessly to the Black movement, to the American movement.
Facts.
Like I said in the box, where you think Malcolm X mom come from? The Caribbean. Where do you think
Facts.
Carmichael come from? The Caribbean. Where did the
Farrakhan.
founder of hip hop come from? The Caribbean. But these are
Facts.
all
George
things that
J.
Farrakhan.
James.
Americans want to claim as their own, but it comes from the Caribbean. So don't
Now,
try to
Robert,
kick
you're
this
talking
out.
like
So,
you have
But
sense.
but but,
Don't,
Ro- but Robert,
kick us out. Don't kick Caribbean people out when it's convenient.
just to piggyback on what you're saying, though, Robert, this destabilizing regions, so people have to run to the well. You see, dry up the water everywhere else, so people have to run to the well, which I'm called the apple. And there's a reason why I'm called the apple. I'm giving them
Listen,
name
when
the
the
specific.
Caribbean was moving towards socialism, America stopped that. If we had that, we wouldn't have to immigrate. So it is what it is.
Like go all out to stop it. All out.
so hold
You
on.
understand? So everything that you see that people are now talking about coming to the US to get things and trying to benefit from what their ancestors went through. Hello?
And the unfair thing
People
is,
woke up,
Mr.
people
Vegas, let me
hold on,
just
sister.
stop one
Hold on,
thing
sister.
before you continue. The unfair thing about it is when Caribbean immigrants come here, we work our asses off. When the other immigrant people them will look like the people that will run here, so come here, they get everything easy,
Privilege. Yeah.
right?
Hold on,
They
hold
But
on.
get
but but, but
everything
watch this.
easy.
But watch this now. We have to understand it's the same rhetoric, It's the same rhetoric or the same narrative that is proliferated all over the media. The people who we see on the borders and in Texas and in other on the other
Let-
borders
Yeah.
on the other borders is destabilization why these people running from them homes
So,
is chaos, poverty, corruption, and all of them things that was created by the West. And the people that control the people on the other side, yeah. Right? Them
so,
create them things
Can
here
I?
for
Can
people
I?
want to come to take a bite off of the apple. And when you come here to take a bite off of the apple, they make it seems as if, oh, this is like the heaven. So when you come here, of course, you have people here don't want to clean shit for $5, and you have people who are desperate. So they will
so,
come here and clean the shit for $5.
so, so, Mr. Vegas,
Can I get?
that's an argument that I always make, and I agree with you and Robert, right? But because that argument is true, doesn't mean another argument isn't true. Black Americans were displaced by immigrants regardless, right?
And I agree. And I don't think that they are entitled. They do deserve what they complain for, but it's not cribbing people.
Hold on.
And I have a talk after Mama Bella.
We get very romantic with Pan-Africanism and blackness, right? But we have to understand that in the Caribbean, our issue is with the British Crown and our respective governments. And yes, like us from Jamaica, we could lay a claim based on how we were destabilized by the hegemon in this region, or the global hegemon. But the Black American struggle, they have no one else to agitate but the American government. And it was by design that they were marginalized. That's when all the Europeans came in so they could whitewash America. And then when Black Americans did agitate for non-Europeans to immigrate to America, that's when we and the Asians came to America in droves. And when we came, we further displaced Black Americans. So though one thing is true, doesn't mean the other thing isn't true.
But lot of better. Hold on a second, Robert. Hold on a second, Robert.
I wanted to ask.
You know what I keep hearing with this black and black issue? It's like, I think Black Americans are more keen on pointing out quote unquote immigrants coming to take things and coming to do this and coming to do that and displacing them and all of them things there, brother. But it's like they more point out the Africans that quote unquote they call immigrants, and not even speak about the Europeans. Them will continue to come, and the Chinese them will continue to come, and as Donald Trump did say. Hold on 1 second. Like Donald Trump will say, when Donald Trump will come and say, send us more people from Norway, send us more people from Finland. You know what I'm saying? It's like I hear this rhetoric with Tariq them. I hear this now with the sister. It's like, oh, immigrants and they come in here. Let me tell you something. The biggest immigrant, and this whole idea with Lalabella just to talk about, oh, the British crown and all of these things, brother. All these things is I was talking points in a bro. Because when you really check it out, brother, it's one system, bro. It's one system. It's one system. They make why you think the Monroe Doctrine is in place? The Monroe Doctrine is in place to what? To destabilize Jamaica. Who run the Monroe Doctrine? Who dropped the Monroe Doctrine? The people in the US.
Hold on. You have the global north and you have the global south, right? And though there, as you put it, one system, and many of us have different passports, right? When Black Americans were complaining about European immigration, and that is how they reform immigration in America for us to come here. They were complaining about European immigration.
But
and if you guys,
let me hear what.
Let me just say this one thing.
Yeah,
real quick. Again, if you guys look at South Africa, South African blacks were fighting against apartheid. And while they were fighting against apartheid, not one African outside of South Africa were going into South Africa, right? And as soon as apartheid was abolished, you know what happened? Black South Africans were displaced for other Africans. And you guys have to look at those analogies. We have this idea about the one system and the one and whatever, but look at it from a real politic perspective.
But I don't think that's a fair assessment, though, fam.
No, I think
because here we go. No. Hold on. Let me say, my misconstrue them.
Yeah, when Subi say what I say, we are gonna allow premium.
Because
and then more after something too.
I think it's so like it was a choice, like it's a choice. Apartheid done, so we're gonna go over Africa. No, we're gonna go over this. No, it was a choice, brother. It wasn't a choice.
The 95% of South African resources are owned by white people, controlled by white people.
Yeah, but the idea that people started going over there after apartheid, like it was a choice. It was like
they were invited, brother. As far as
nobody was that choice. It was the choice, bro. The Nigerians, them. You think Nigerian just wanted to go to just like, okay, no, we could have gone there during apartheid era.
No.
But wasn't South Africa the richest country in Africa?
Hold on for a second, Robert. I see where you're
South Africa was the richest country, so why wouldn't they go there?
No, hold on. No, I see where Mr. Vegas' contention is. So don't get hung up on that part, though. But here's what I'm saying: Black South Africans were struggling, fighting for freedom in their own country. And as soon as apartheid was a thing of the past, the Europeans decided to bring in cheaper labor to displace Black South African. That's the analogy that I was trying to drive. That's it.
Yeah, but what
But
may I
just to
say, what
keep
may I
it,
say is I don't think maybe Imhotep can jump in here to make we get some clarity, some better clarity. Because I'm
yes.
more historian. But I don't think though, like because we could have gone there. The Nigerians could have gone there during apartheid. It was just that
Don't get
type of
hung,
situation where I have to because
no,
it's
no,
like
don't get hung up on that, brother.
it's
I'm
that
sorry for that. Don't get hung up
case
on
in
that.
point, Look at let me get a parallel. Like look what's going on in Israel and Palestine now. It's like, oh, we're gonna wait until the war done before we go for Palestine. And the Palestinians say, oh, no, nobody come when the war go on. We couldn't go past the borders. We couldn't get
Okay,
in.
be fair. Be fair. Melody tell us don't get hung up on that
The,
part. We
the,
should,
the country was in chaos.
yeah,
People are
brother.
dead.
But
People are get
Right,
sent
but
to
let me ask
prison.
one question there.
don't get hung up on
Because
that,
the
man.
notion of the people in the Caribbean taking away American jobs. Remember, say, especially in the 90s, right? In the 90s, there was a strong migration to America in comparison to, say, the 70s and 60s. More Jamaicans went to England. And that's why we have all the
Right.
Windrush and them people there. From the early 1915, 20s, Jamaicans are go there. After World War II, thousands of Jamaicans were brought to England for rebuild and them something, the reconstruction, right? Long story short, Jamaicans started going into America en masse, really in the 90s, them region, right?
In the
Them
late
time the
70s, late
American,
70s, early 80s.
no, I'm talking about en masse, en
Late
masse,
70s, early 80s.
massive.
Yes, yes, sir.
What
Yes,
if
sir.
Jamaicans
Yes,
migrate
sir.
in America?
Yes, sir.
Well, you might talk about the rich people who pack up and left. Me I talk en masse. Me not talk
Yeah, man.
couple
Yeah,
plane
man.
where we see on the news are rich people pack up and left.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Me I talk
there's a
about by
bunch
the
of
mass. But anyway, long story short, the Jamaicans who me I talk are the ones them who born poor and we hear about America and we say boy here we go on. If $1 is a hundred Jamaican and me come in America and me I get $8 per hour. Yeah, at least we know say $800 per hour. So Jamaicans will look on things certain way. Black Americans them just say, yeah, what a dollar is a dollar, and certain jobs them not gonna do. But the reality as well, the question I want to ask, what has Caribbean people or Jamaicans taken from Black Americans?
But
well,
but
let
but
me.
but 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 but, but Imhotep, but to add to
I
what
just
Lalia
wanted to
say
say
in the
I haven't
80s, I
heard
want
one
to
Black
understand.
American say that
When I understand something,
anywhere.
Hold on, hold
When
on. The premium
when I
black.
know say there was
Mr.
a
Vegas finish and then you premium black.
say
Go
there was
through.
Jamaican, Jamaicans, fighting at the Civil War, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
And remember the
okay,
Asians them too. Remember the Asians
okay,
them too where we left and go over America too.
all right.
No,
But
so man,
but
let's not
but
get
let me
off
hear
now.
what premium black I said.
Jamaicans were also on that bridge that she said was getting Americans was getting bitten up by dogs. Jamaicans was there
Yeah,
right
man.
alongside
Yeah,
of them
man.
too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. In the 60s, in the Civil War, Jamaican Caribbean people is up there, man.
Right,
Yeah, man.
100%.
Yeah,
So you
man.
see,
So
so
Hey,
you see,
this
hey,
But,
hey,
but
idea
hold
that
on, hold on. Let me hear what
our
premium
people
black
give
bled.
me a
say.
moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Hold on, the Lord of Kingston. Let premium black say what she has say, and then it's over to you. And then
All
Larry
right.
Bella.
Okay, first of all, I don't recall, and you can play this back, but I don't recall one time saying that any immigrant was taking any jobs or anything from us. What I did agree with was that when somebody used the analogy of a Mexican coming in and taking $1 or whatever amount they took, a quarter or whatever, that would bring down the value of whatever that job was, because we're not going to work a job that we're getting paid a certain amount for less. We're not going to do it. We'll create something anyway. And as far as Caribbeans being on the bridge, who are they? What's their names?
All
Who
right.
Um,
All right.
Miss Black,
You have to go check
that
you have to go check,
question,
you have to go check,
that
you have to go check,
that
you have to go
question
check, you have to go check the
has to
logbook.
be rhetorical because
No, it's not
y-
rhetorical. I know Martin Luther King was out there. I know Bernie Sanders was out there, and you're just throwing
Bernie
stuff out
Sanders.
But just
Who?
because
Who?
people say
Bernie
it
Sanders?
doesn't mean
Which bridge?
Where was
I'm
Bernie
just
Sanders?
if you were really
I'm
interested
staying
in the reason.
silent.
No, hold on.
I'm staying silent.
Hold on. Hold on. Sister, I could understand if you said Reverend Jesse Jackson, the Reverend Al Sharpton. I could understand that. But Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I know he was. I said him because he's not a Black American.
Are you talking in
So,
the 60s or are you
so
talking now?
that means that we could say any white American who was there too
I
because
could
they're
have
not
said
Black
a lot of
American.
things, but what I did say was who was the Caribbeans. That's what I
Well,
did
yeah,
say.
but the premium, the fact that you have to Bernie Sanders not the mix, and I take out the Caribbean people, them boy, you're really not easy, you know.
She
No, I
don't
think
like
she's
us.
no,
She
no.
don't
Hold on.
like
I
Caribbean
think she's
people.
talking of she's not. She doesn't realize we're talking about the civil
You can't
rights.
speak for me. You don't know who I
Hold on,
like.
please,
Yeah,
please,
yeah,
Like I
sisters,
said,
chill
Nah,
out,
nah. The
sisters, sisters,
reason, the
sisters,
reason,
sisters.
the reason, the
but
reason, the
it's
reason
the
are going a
Caribbean.
different direction now, man.
no,
Yeah,
the
man,
sisters,
yeah.
them are used too much zeal. Respectfully, let us have the
Hear
decorum
the thing,
and
hear the
keep it
thing, hear the
respectful.
thing, hear the thing, hear the thing, hear the thing.
Did you know
Most of the
that Harry
times,
Belafonte
hold on. Give me a
was
minute,
one
please.
of the
Give me a
biggest
minute,
supporter
please.
of the civil rights movement? Did you know that, Miss Black? Harry
Give me a minute,
Belafonte,
please. Give me a minute,
and
please,
he's not a
because
Black American.
All right, hold on.
nobody
So,
knows.
Bridget, let
Give
Lord
me a minute,
Kingston
please.
say what
Yeah,
he's
give me a
saying.
minute,
I
please. Give me a
understand, but
minute,
I've been
please.
waiting
Hold
for
on,
like
Lord
20 minutes
Kingston.
to
Hold
say
on, please.
something.
Hold on. So let Lord Kingston say what he's saying, and then Bridget is going to address the matter of who was there on the civil rights march, because this is not no spooky thing where we can't find it. It's accessible. So go to Lord Kingston.
All right, here the thing where we need to understand, right? Each of us come from different perspective and different form of background, whether we come from Jamaica or people were born in America, and they're gonna have their own experience and be able to speak from their experience. So one of the things we got to be able to do is understand their experience and see why they're speaking that way. It's a reason why they're speaking. She's speaking that way. It's a
Facts.
reason. So our
Facts.
thing is to understand why she's coming from that point and be able to understand and go, sister, okay, we understand where you're coming from, but it's not really like that. And then if a Jamaican female is going to come on the platform and speak a certain way, then we also got to understand her perspective. It ain't about taking, but you got to understand that we all come from a poor environment. So when we migrate to the US or Canada, England, and if we're going to get a job for a certain rate that we wasn't getting in Jamaica, of course we're going to jump on it. That's the
Facts.
reality of every third world country in this world today want to come to America for a better life to make an extra dollar that they was making in their country.
Right.
Facts. Facts. But see, the thing is, right? There's no dispute in the contribution that immigrant blacks have contributed to America, whether it's civil rights, whether it's academia, or any technical industry, government, whatever. That's I hope that's not being disputed by Premium Black. But at the same time, us looking for better opportunity here, in many respects, we weren't cognizant of the implications of coming to America. Now, that's not a fault of our own, but we still need to be mindful, no different than Europeans and everyone else coming here. And like I even see like I see the Indian Americans coming here now, right? And they're the ones who fought against we call it affirmative action. And they're arguing that affirmative action is unconstitutional because it's racially
Discriminatory.
right. It's discriminated by means of race, right?
Right.
All right.
Now they don't care about anything about American history. All they know is that in the contemporary, they are being impacted by it, and they're looking at the Constitution letter for letter, and they're saying it should be unconstitutional. They're not trying to make any provision for Black Americans or any other minority. All they know is constitutionally it shouldn't stand. And
Right.
guess what? They adjudicated that argument and they won.
All right. Let me hear what Bridget has to say. Go ahead, Bridget.
Um, it's so much. I wanted to go take a step back, but
Yeah, yeah, definitely. To that,
I
yeah, just tell
to
us about the blacks who the ghosts. the black ghosts who were at the marches?
Well, I would say that it was a lot of Caribbean people or Caribbean descent people, whether their parents were Caribbean or whatever, that contributed to the civil rights movement. A lot of people that she may believe is African American were most likely Caribbean. She knows she knows Dr. Martin Luther King. She knows um, John Lewis. She knows those whom are Americans, but even the first black woman that ran for president, Shirley Chisholm, I think her name is, she was of Caribbean descent. So Harry Belafonte, Caribbean descent. And they were major contributors to the civil rights movement. Dr.
Right.
King wouldn't be Dr. King if it wasn't for a lot of the Caribbean descent or Caribbean born people backing them
Right.
and pouring money into the civil rights movement. So I want
Stokely
her to understand
Carmichael, aka Kwame Ture, George
it.
James, those guys. You get what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Exactly. So, but I wanted to step back and ask Lalabella a question because his framing on displacement of African American people is kind of rubbing me the wrong way, and I really need him to maybe give me a different word than displace. Because to me, it's like when you say we displace someone, it's like we, the Caribbean people, actively, mentally, cognitively came in and said, "Oh, I'm just going to
Right.
move those people to the
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
side."
yeah,
So
Right.
I
yeah, yeah,
need
yeah.
a
True word, true
better
Right.
word,
word
true word.
than displacement to so I can
Check that
understand the
sister.
point that he was making. And that's where I
So,
wanted to step back, and then we could go forward from there.
so
Because
it,
because
may,
listen to me, Bridget. You know that to displace people is a crime against humanity by
I'm not
law.
speaking. I'm not speaking from a legal term, international law, but that's fine. Let me qualify.
Exactly, and that's why I was very. I'm sorry, Lalabella. That's why I
No,
was very.
that's fine. That's
That's
fine.
why it's rubbing me the wrong way.
That's fine. I can better qualify my statement. So here's the thing, right? If I intentionally drop an object with enough mass in a glass full of water, that water will be displaced. I could intentionally drop the water, the object in there, or I could intentionally do it. The impact is still the same. So let me qualify the statement now. When we came to America, there's no dispute in the fact that we adversely impacted the bargaining leverage for Black Americans. We didn't intend to do it. That was never our desire. We came here for opportunity. There's no dispute in that. And we've done so much, whether it's Garvey or even before Garvey, right? We were always coming to America. We were always coming here, even as far as slavery as we reference, right? But the reality of it is that when we came en masse, and there's some virgin from Columbia University, last name is Coleman. He wrote a book about the Black immigrants' impact in America from the late 70s to the early 80s. And what he was arguing then is that the average household income for Caribbean Blacks was even better than white Americans. And so he was extolling positive references when it came to us. But the reality is that we are hardworking people. We came here,
And
but
yes.
it shouldn't be lost on us.
All right, so Lalibela, when you talk about Jamaicans going to America in the 70s and 80s,
Mhm.
remember say if you did poor and come from down a back wall and then place there, you can't get visa so easy. You get me? I
No,
say
no,
a lot of the mass migration from Jamaica was due to the political instability, right? And we have the rich people them who were also dual citizens or whatever. When they moved from Jamaica, they went to Florida and other places with their money. So they
well, no,
didn't uproot no black American per se. When
well,
you
let me tell
realize that people start get visa now, poor person, and start travel, then will get certain work under the table because they're on the papers until they start out themselves. So
so hold
this
on. Now.
narrative to say that blacks in America were disenfranchised, we have to look at the context because most immigrants from Jamaica who come to America then get one little
Let,
visa and take a
let
risk
me
and work on that
let me
thing
even
next
let
to
me even go a
something.
little further. Let me even go a little further with that, Timothy. The farm work program with the Jamaica, with the Caribbean people, the Jamaicans, what about Jamaicans? Jamaicans, them came up on who came up on the farm work program. You think they negatively impacted the job market?
No, I'm not talking about them. Bridget came in the 70s, right? Bridget, were your family rich in Jamaica?
Was my family rich in Jamaica?
Me
Yeah.
mention
Mm.
Bakawal, you know.
No, I
Me
know.
mention get
No,
up
No,
but
no,
people. I
I
get
came to the
visa.
United States in 1983 by way of my father being here, and something about Guantanamo Bay and Jamaica sent them there to help the US do something, and then they offered those people, you know, a green
opportunity.
opportunity to get a green card to come
So
to
through
America.
military,
So
So
right. So that's
So
how I came through.
Right.
Then my father came to Jamaica after his tour in the military and met my mother.
so him,
They
he must have right.
they did their
no, no,
one
no. Hold on,
two,
hold on,
and
Mr.
then
Vegas. Hold on, Mr.
you
Vegas.
know.
Hold on. Coleman Hughes is the name of the virgin, Columbia University graduate. I can't remember the name of his book. Right? When the civil rights, when immigration was reformed in the 60s, so that minorities, inclusive of Black, Caribbean, and Africans, could come to America, we eventually got our break in the late 70s, early 80s. And we weren't all affluent people. We were all, you know what I mean? A good amount of Caribbean people started coming in the late 70s, early 80s. Cool her.
But
How do you think those guys were coming to America?
Lalabella. You know, so me do a piece on this. I told me no
Right.
remember the story. Me do a piece on this, and let
That's
me tell
fine.
you something. There's always a misconception about immigrants coming to the US or going anywhere and taking people's jobs
I
and them
agree.
something. There's
I
always a
agree.
misconception because check this out. They have done studies on this, different studies on this, you know. And those some of those jobs that people, in quote unquote immigrants, come to the US, you know, and perform our jobs that them accepted. The African Americans them would have net no would not accept them same way.
So hold on, I agree. You know. So in a political science, right? They teach us about the angry white man, right? He had grievance with the Mexican, he had
Right.
grievance with the black man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing? No disputing those kind of things. And remember, during World War II, black people still weren't working in factories at that time in America en masse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Seeing? And during World War II, and you can read the book The Color of Law, instead of allowing black people to work in factories, they started getting white women to work in these factories. So white people did everything they could to marginalize black people, right? Everything they could. And you can read the history. Like I said, the proper book
But
is The Color of
even when
Law.
even when they burn on Black Wall Street,
Yeah.
where the people them actually create them own state. These
Mm-hmm.
try to create them own state.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Yeah.
Right. When they burn it down. Is like them really tell the people them come back from war, you know, the soldiers and come back from war with post traumatic disorder and all them things there and came back and they just said, you know what? Those people over there are responsible for you not having jobs and all and things when it had nothing to do with that. The people them just never
Real
want to
talk.
work.
Real talk. So here's the thing about it, right? You see the
So
fringe
can I?
jobs. I'm sorry. The fringe jobs, your argument is valid when it comes to the fringe jobs. Fringe jobs. When
Mm,
black folks, when immigrants took those jobs, America
mm,
desperately need those jobs to be filled.
right.
But again, most of us never thought about the implications of us potentially taking someone's job when we came to America. All we know is
No, but
we
how them a take it to how them a take it art.
no
Like case
no
in
hold on,
point.
brother. Man, I say
What
what?
I'm
Got
yeah,
you,
go ahead.
got you.
No,
No,
go ahead, brother. Go
no,
ahead.
man, go on. Good reason. Go
No,
ahead,
No,
go on.
let me
no, what may
ask
I
real
say?
quick then. Let me ask real quick because
Well, I
most
just a point out
Jamaicans,
something because
no,
I
hold on,
must
let me
say,
ask you quick, Subi. Most Jamaicans, even most Jamaicans who migrate, where we say poor people, enough of them go do the females then go do what? Then nursing job or CNA or
Yeah, man, yeah.
whatever nursing thing. All right,
Yes.
enough people work at like a restaurant and whatever. So what skill jobs? What jobs that had qualifications that we took? Other question
Um,
I want to ask.
America is built on blue collar work, right? Blue collar work, not white collar. See? And when immigrants came to America, we usually take a lot less than Native Americans. Pardon the use of that word. You don't know what I mean. See?
less what?
Yeah,
Less money?
yeah, man. We usually take less money.
I don't
It's
think
like
that we take a lot. I think they offered us a lot. It's a difference.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? We'll take less because we're getting a lot more than what we're getting in Jamaica. See? My father's a licensed electrician, brother. See? And when he came to New York way back when in the 80s, see? Working for Italians, being able to leave Jamaica, coming to America for the opportunity to have children to feed, That was the mission. See? And as time progressed and they learned the system and they built themselves up, they started demanding more of the system. But in the early days, when they came, they took whatever they could get because it was way better than Jamaica.
Right. So what skillful jobs did we Jamaicans take though?
Any blue collar job you can think of, brother. Whether electrical work, plumbing, anything.
But it's not like
But you had to be
but I want to say,
certified. But hold on, no.
but
You had to be
yeah.
certified, brother. You couldn't do that like that.
So in
You
other
go
words,
up to now.
Lalabella, it's like we say, the black Americans they had no, they did, we came and took their jobs, and they were equally, I call it now,
Right, skilled or qualified
certified
or
or
whatever.
skilled or qualified,
Right.
it's like if you're the American, you're not an electrician, you have the skill to be an electrician. And an
Right.
immigrant come and take your electrician job. It's not them and take your job.
No. But you
Some
frame a narrative
hold
that's
on. Let me
services.
ask a question there. And mega ask Premium Black. Hopefully probably she can answer. Can you tell us what jobs the immigrants took from black Americans? Based on your experience or based on where you hear? Premium Black, are you there? All right, they look like Premium Black down there right now. But
Okay.
I would like to ask the questions like, what jobs did the Caribbean immigrants take from black
None,
Americans?
absolutely none. They didn't
That
take
Hold
they
on.
are
anything.
qualified for. Hold on, that they are qualified for
Hold
because
on.
remember most of them immigrants here don't have the qualifications because even when you left Jamaica
Is that
with
true?
those qualifications, you still have to be recertified or
So
requalified.
hold on.
You
Is it
get
a
what
true
I say?
statement that most of it is it a true? Oh, you said immigrants. Hold on. You see, like I said, right? When we come to America and we are willing to take less money, we take away the bargaining chip from black Americans. See? Like I'm saying, we're not doing this intentionally. It happens inadvertently.
But
Like I said,
Lalabella, can
go
I
ahead.
ask the question though?
Go ahead,
However,
Bridget. Go ahead, Bridget.
Okay, so you're saying that we take less, but I wasn't there. Okay, so I don't know. I'm asking based on what my father told me when he was hired. They told him this job pays $5.
Right.
Okay, for example, just using that cash amount.
Right.
So he was in his job. He said that they told him $5. As he got on the job and he was working next to the next person, maybe it's a white person. We'll just say a white guy. He found out for the same job that he was doing 10 times better than that person. That person was getting $10. So my question to you is, if we're accepting less, it's not because we're intentionally saying, in my mind's eye, oh, we'll take less. It's that when you go to the employer, they, as a black person, they look at you and say, and it's statistically proven that black people get paid less, whether you're American, Caribbean, wherever, than
It's
your
still
counterpart.
happening to this
So
day.
I
It's
guess
still
I guess
A
happening.
lot of
I
a
guess
lot of
I
a
cannot
lot of a lot
I
of
guess I
people from the
cannot
West Indies.
reconcile what you're saying because we don't know the pay scale, and they
Right.
determine the pay scale even today based on your color, based on your
There's
your
always been
gender.
a disparity when it comes down to the salary with immigrants.
Yes, I agree with
But
both
look
you
at this now.
guys.
But look at this now. Look at this, You have to understand that a lot of people who leave the Caribbean and go to work in the US and elsewhere, some of them, because they did not have the correct documents, or they did not have certain paperwork,
True.
they were also taken advantage of. You
Exactly.
understand? And a lot of people, a lot of these workers too, they were told that they have to, the employers had to withhold taxes from them.
Yes.
Yes.
You
Yes.
Yes.
understand what I'm saying? So
Yes.
it's not
Absolutely. Facts are that.
this whole idea, that, oh, they came and they pushed people out of jobs because they took less. No, it was
Mr.
what was
Vegas.
offered to them.
All right,
It's
Mr.
not like they
Vegas.
say, okay, me I gotta accept less work. And even when they found out, as the sister father found out that somebody was getting $10,
Right.
they could not do anything or say anything about it because there was no union. There were no
So
unions was set up for them for address these matters.
right. So Mr. Vegas and Bridget, that's why dialectics is important, right? I'm not this. You guys are agreeing with me. I just frame the narrative differently, right? So here's what I'm saying. I'm not laying any blame on black immigrants at all. I'm not laying any blame on black immigrants, right?
Now, I think where we're losing us, though. I think where the disconnect is, bro, is when you're saying that we took their jobs
So so so
Displaced. When you're
so
saying we
hold on,
and
hold on.
displaced
displaced
them.
them.
Exactly.
Right,
Hold on,
right,
hold
right,
on.
right. This,
And they
yes.
said the disparity, you know,
So hold
because
on.
I cannot displace, I cannot come to America as an electrician when me an electrician from Jamaica. I qualified from Jamaica. Oh, when I come to America and me get additional, through additional means, me become more qualified. I cannot
Okay,
displace a person in America or a black
okay,
American who choose to live off of the food stamp and don't go get a job
okay, Mr.
and don't have a
Vegas.
skill.
Mr. Vegas, let me ask that question, right? You
Right.
know, Detroit, Dearborn, Michigan, is the capital of the auto industry in America, right?
Right.
And a lot of black people, Americans benefited big time from Detroit, right? But what happened is that because of the unions, they decided, like a company like Toyota, right, decided to not set up shop in Detroit, and a lot of the other ones decided to go down south in right to work states, right? And you know, by doing that, they were able to circumvent the union and pay the employees significantly less. And in so doing, they took away the bargaining chip from the people in Michigan. Would you agree with that statement?
But I don't I hear what
I
you're saying, but I don't see the parallel though.
No. So
I me
what I'm saying is
either.
that so here's the crux of it: bargaining chip. Before immigrants started coming to America, right? Or put it this way: if immigrants didn't come to America after 1865, in a free market system, they would have had to pay the labor force that was present. The labor force that was present, in lieu of getting these jobs, they had to compete with people, let me put it this way, who were willing to work for less.
Let me run
Well,
something
I'm
by you.
not
Let me
going to
run something by you.
disagree with
Let me
you
run something by you. Let me
about
I
run
that.
something by you.
disagree. I
Can
Let me
I
run
just
disagree.
say
something by you,
something?
right?
Are the facts?
Can I just say
One second.
something real quick before I forget my thought? Please, 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 please. Because I remember studying this in statistics umpteen years ago in college, and about the Michigan thing. It was mainly the displacement, for lack of a better term, came because of the people that was migrating from down south, the black people that was migrating from down south to Michigan. I remember studying this information in statistics class because they use Michigan as their case study, as Mr. Vegas like to say, their case study. So majority of that Michigan thing was the migration of black people, the southern blacks coming to the north, and the white people that were in those jobs was upset because, you know, the companies, as someone said earlier, they were looking to hold on to their money. So they're like, well, if we can hire these black people for $5 less than we have the white people, then we're going to do that. And I think,
Mhm.
my time frame could be off, but I remember studying that in statistics in college, in one of my statistics class.
Uh, uh,
So
uh, Let me point
go
So
Okay,
something
ahead,
this
here,
sir.
they say
Lalibela.
fight against the union. Even nowadays, a lot of them don't want unions because they
Lalibela.
still want to, pay you
yeah,
whatever they want
next
and
time, Mr.
have
Lalib-
you not
Vegas.
fight.
Yeah, when you go to
Lalibela.
Mr. Vegas, when
So
you go,
even
Wait,
now
wait,
they
to,
fight against
let me
you.
tell you. Let me see if this can be similar to what is happening or what happened
yeah, go to,
here in Jamaica now, right?
mm-hmm.
The the development is at its peak, right?
Right.
In the real estate market. The issue is there are not enough skilled workers in Jamaica who are willing to take the jobs here. So what is happening is the Chinese companies that are here, they will take your money and you pay them your QS, you get your estimate to bill, and you give these Chinese people money. And what they do is they bring people in from
Mhm.
China to do the job, to do the work,
Mhm.
right? What we can look at this and say, oh, it impacts the bargaining chip for Jamaicans, but the
Right.
Jamaicans, they are not at the table trying to get more money than the 350 or the $5 what some people pay. They're not at the
Mm-hmm.
table doing that. They're just not interested in this type of work. Too much. Some people Majority of the youth, them now look to be skilled, to get skills. Majority of the youth, them a look at more AC type of job, air conditioning type of job,
Office work, white collar
office
work.
work, or scamming, or whatever, add up everything together. So we have an issue, but it's not the Chinese them coming in and stopping black people from getting work. But you will hear black people complain every day and say, it's poverty them a live now, all them things about. There's no union out there fighting to say Jamaicans, skilled Jamaicans, in the developing market, or the infrastructure, or the real estate market. No one construction market. There's no one out there saying, that, oh, Jamaicans, them are pay them a little bit and the Chinese them come do the work. But there is no one out there fighting to say. So we don't even know what the issue is, why so many Chinese companies are here doing the work and bringing in Chinese into the country to do the work.
So, okay, let me respond to that, Mr. Vegas. So me have a virgin saying, when they started building a highway in Jamaica, he was a virgin I go to school with. He was a civil engineer and he was working with, I think it was a French company before the Chinese. And he was able to learn the skill set as far as building these highways. What the Chinese did with their contracting, Mr. Vegas, is that first and foremost, we got the loan from the Chinese, and a part of the condition was that certain amount of Chinese workers and certain amount of purchasing had to be done from China. That's how the Chinese came, and you're right. A lot of what the Chinese were doing, Jamaicans didn't have the competency on that scale, and even the competency period to do the work. So I agree with your characterization of Jamaica. However, that is not analogous to what was going on in America in some respects. And don't get me wrong, right, Mr. Vegas? There's no one size fits all for all the snares in America. There are some instances where, because for example, look at, I am in the technical field, Mr. Vegas, see? And most of my coworkers are immigrants, see? Whether it's India, whether it's Korea, or whatever, most of my coworkers are Indians. There aren't enough Americans in the technical field for those Silicon Valley type work and a lot of these IT type work, for one reason or another. I will not forget into the reason why. So yes, in some specialized
because even in the American schools, bro, I did a study on this, even in the American schools, there are foreigners who are studying in this area.
Yeah, man.
Is India they mostly dominate this area, of studies,
Yeah, man. Of course, them St. Vegas. When I was in school, I never have no American friends per se. All of my friends were.
So so based on the qualification, when the foreigners them come and take the jobs, it's not because them take the jobs from people here in America.
Hold on.
They take the jobs because they are qualified and they went to school for it. The American them don't want to do it. They're not interested.
We do a slight field shift, but we agree right here. Like for example.
Go ahead.
It seems like we're frozen. Can you hear me?
I'm here. No, I'm here. It was just them.
Yeah, where everybody else was. They got knocked. They got knocked. They got knocked. They got kicked off.
No. Everyone is there except Subi for whatever reason. That's fine.
Everything that you said, I agree with you 100%. And like I said, I don't think that is unreasonable for Americans to feel like migrants are taking their jobs. Because, like I said in the box, Black people tend to be at the bottom of the education scale. So they're not looking for high-end jobs. They're looking for the same jobs that the migrants are coming in the country to get. But again, that's not the migrants' fault. That's something that they got to take up with the politicians and take up with the government. That's more of a systemic problem. That's not something that you can say, oh, the migrants is the issue. No, they're just trying to survive. You feel what I'm saying? So yes, it's true. And yet, so yes, it's true that migrants do suppress wages too, because like Lali Bella said, if the companies didn't have migrants to hire, they would have to compromise and increase the wages, or they would have to pick the whole company up and relocate to another country. Those would be the only options. But because migrants continue to enter the country, they have a source of people that they could exploit for low labor. So Lalibela has a point. But like I said, it's not the immigrants' fault.
Right. And I just want to say to Sister Black that about the whole taking, because she did say that we were coming there to take their jobs. She said
Right.
she
Yes,
doesn't
we did.
remember saying that,
Yep.
but she did say that.
Yep.
But
When?
I hate
What
I
did I say?
dislike the fact I'm sorry.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Okay. We're gonna agree to disagree, and I'll go back and listen to the lives so to make sure that I'm not accusing you falsely. And if I did, I do apologize. But I could have sworn that you said that in your when
Yes.
you were
Well,
ranting about.
respectfully, if she didn't say it verbatim, she did insinuate that yes, us from the Caribbean did come and take their jobs, and that's the way Lalibela was supporting her in the sense that he was saying yes, we did displace them somewhat. So that conversation was in that context.
Okay. So I just want her to know that as I work I was raised in America from I was 7 years old, and I'm 48 now as of October. From I was 15, even though in America you cannot work until you're 16 legally, outside of school stuff. But I was working from I was 15, lied about my age, got a job, yada yada yada, because my family was not rich. However, the point that I'm getting to is from I was about 21 all the way up until I was about 36 years old, I worked two jobs. Two. I didn't come, or my parents didn't bring me here, or they didn't come here to take anything from anyone. From the day that my foot hit American soil, my parents stressed education, education, education.
Mhm.
And then I can know myself, I worked two jobs from like I said, from the age of about 22 to about 36. I worked two jobs because I realized in America, on top of education, as a black person, because they look at me as a black American. Worse, I speak like a black American. Um, they look at me no different than they look at you. So I have to get in the paint and work for it, and I did. So I didn't come, and as far as I know, majority of the people that I know did not come to take jobs away. Now, Jamaicans, we are very proud people, yes, and we do hold certain things in high esteem, and we do have a lot. I'm not gonna say a lot, but we are biased in a lot of things, especially we hold a lot of biases, just like maybe some Europeans or some whatever that come over to that country. That's been told whatever they've been told about Black Americans, or see stuff on TV. I would say that I will, and if anyone on the panel want to disagree with me, then we can have that conversation. However, I think that your I'm going to say anger, for lack of a better term. Maybe you're not angry, but your passion, that's a better word, towards Caribbean people. I wonder if you have that same passion towards Asians, Indians, and even just the Europeans that's coming over, because they come over more than we do and take a lot of those lower level jobs. We're fighting for those jobs right
Mhm.
alongside of them. So
Mhm.
I don't know if your passion is the same for them as it is for us, or it's not, because maybe as a Black American, you have a skewed vision of their skin color gives them that privilege. So a lot of them maybe are at a certain, you don't look at them as how you look at, us, because we share the same skin color. Or is it, I don't know. Is it because
Just
we're
to
conditioned to hate our brother and sister? Because I'm trying to
Yes.
understand your
just to
mindset and
add to
why.
that, so that Premium Black can respond. I think the Indians and the Chinese, right? They come to school over here by the hundreds of thousands. Indians and Chinese, right? And as a matter of fact, they are given a certain visa quota where they have a visa lottery in those countries where they get like 10,000 visas. They just put
That's
some names
true.
and they give them visas. Now, all of these countries, they come to America, they go to the colleges, and they get the qualifications and whatever, and they stay in America, bring their family up here, and they take well, blacks cannot compete with them because they take certain jobs where qualified black people would really be getting. I think the immigrants, like even from the Caribbean, were not like all that academically qualified people. So it
But
was not a threat to working class black people in America.
No, but that's the
hold
problem,
on,
though.
hold
If
on,
you look up
hold
the
on.
statistics, most of the people who make up the bottom of the education scale is black people. Look up college graduation rates. Look up educational attainment. Most of the high school dropouts is black people, bro.
Yeah. So
And
hold on
that's
though.
that was designed. That was designed to happen that way.
Hold on.
That's
Okay, so
also
I
a
used to
system design.
before I started working for the government.
America is
I
built
worked
on
at the.
blue.
I worked at the. I'm sorry, I'm talking over somebody.
I'm sorry. I think I was talking to myself earlier. My thing I cut off. America was built on blue collar work, right? Blue collar work, not what
True.
Indians come to America to do per se. Historically, America is built on blue collar work, where the factories, the industries, and so forth. Historically, Bridget, I think what's missing on us black immigrants is a nuanced argument that
Yes.
for the fact that we are black, when we came to America, in many respects, we qualified for a lot of what black Americans should have had first dibs on. And they didn't have first dibs on a lot of these things. Like, for example, we came here, we benefited from affirmative action to the extent that it existed and that we could qualify for it. There are a lot of things that we
I don't
qualified
think that's
for.
correct. I worked in a
I'm sorry?
college and I know about affirmative action. White women
No.
was the
No, hold on,
benefactor of
hold on.
affirmative action, not
Hold on.
black.
That's why I said to an
Definitely
extent.
not immigrants.
No, hold on. Asians and white women are the ones who benefit the most. Nonetheless, though, right? Some of us blacks have benefited from it too. So I'm not disputing that, right? But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of things that should have been earmarked for black Americans vis-a-vis civil rights that were made available for all black people.
I honestly, I
Can
honestly
I say,
think though. Oh, got you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, okay, so like I was saying before I started working for the federal government, I worked at the college 8 years. I worked at a college for 8 years, and I've had multiple positions at the college. And I'm not saying just because this is just my personal experience from working at the college. I handle the college's financial aid portfolio in a majority of my role there, and I manage a couple of programs. One of the programs that I manage was the truck driving. The college that I work at offered truck driving. We had part of our college was what they call workforce development, which they dealt with, like if you wanted to be a plumber, electrician, like the workforce trade schools. Then the other half was the 4 year, if you wanted to get a degree, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to, I have so much going through my brain. Everything is getting away from me. So I worked on, majority of my tenure was on the workforce side of the college where we did that. And I managed. So what the point that I'm getting to is, I had a lot of Black Americans that came to the college. And what I realized was that a lot of the white people there, they're not going to help you. And I sat back for many years, so at least 3 years. I sat back for at least 3 years and I just watched, because I like to analyze things, and I just watched. And I watched when I first started in that position, my supervisor, she would turn down a lot of Black men for our program, whether it be because they might have had a speeding ticket. This person might have gotten out of jail doing 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. So they set up roadblocks to do that. So I said, if I ever got in a position of power, I was going to change the narrative. So when I started in the truck driving program, majority of the students there were white. When I became the manager, majority of the student until today, because the person when I left that I trained until today, she's still there. Majority of the people in that program are Black, and they are Black people that have issues from here to Timbuktu that come into the program. But what I'm saying is that the system whether it be the educational system or whatever system, is designed for Black Americans or Black immigrants to not succeed. They're not going to
Exactly.
tell you this. And I find out the
Exactly.
information and I tell them. A lot of people, a lot of Black Americans right now could walk to, I live in Ohio, and they could go to Cleveland State University, which is a college that I graduated from. They can go to Cuyahoga Community College, which is the college I graduated from. They can go to Case, well, maybe not Case, because Case more is a private, but I graduated from that college too. But they can go to definitely Cleveland State, and they can definitely go to Cuyahoga Community College, walk right into the door and go to the financial aid office and say, I want to take up truck driving. I have no money, I'm indigent, I'm whatever. Of course, they have to provide proof. And there's a company called Ohio Means Jobs. I don't know what they have in other states, but in Ohio, that they can go to, and they will pay the $6,000 for them to go to truck driving school. They will make sure that they have food, bus fare, this, that, and the other, and everything. When the person walks into my office and they sit down and I explain that to them, they're like, nobody ever told me this. I've been trying to get in this program 10 years. Nobody. So they don't advertise the information, and the people at the college that's in position of power that should be telling them, once your skin is my color, they're not going to tell you because they don't want to see you. Majority of them are not going to tell you. They don't want you to succeed. And if it is a Black person sitting behind the desk, 9 times out of 10, they haven't even educated themselves on this very job that they're doing. They're just doing what they were trained to do. So anybody out there in YouTube land listening, you can go to the college, and if you are indigent or are below the poverty level for whatever state that you live in, there is government funding that will assist you with going to class or taking up a trade, and or even getting a degree all the way up to your bachelor's degree.
Right.
So,
All right. So
go
go
ahead.
Peter. Sorry. Sorry. Go
I
through.
was just saying that. So as a Black, I think someone made a comment, and it's been so much stuff passing, and I've been waiting to speak. But someone made a comment about them not being educationally equipped to do this and do that. But the Black American over the Caribbean person, especially the Caribbean that may have a green card and not a citizenship, has these opportunities afforded to them. It's just that they don't know. No one's telling them, and the system bank on you being ignorant. So they, in my opinion, still have a leg up over the Caribbean people because they have opportunities that they're the same welfare building that they go down to and sign up for food stamps is the same welfare building that can get them into those programs and pay for the schooling.
Right.
But
So
no one, their aid worker don't tell them that. No one tell them that. But they have to be, if they want it, they have to say, well, you know what? I know these food stamps are good. They're helping me, but I really like to work with electrical stuff. Is there a program for me to go to school? If they start asking the questions, maybe they will get the help. But I find that a lot of them don't ask the question. And even when they do ask the question, they don't want to go through the red tape. It's too much of a bother to some of them, not all of them, to go through the red tape to get from point A to point B. So again,
sorry, you see, in that case, if Republicans had their way, right, Americans would be on welfare in perpetuity. They would have to learn.
But that's the thing, though. I think that's a misnomer, and I think that's it's very few Americans that are on welfare into perpetuity. Very few. I know the statistics because I work for the government and I do this. It's very few. And and the ones that are on welfare, most of the time have to prove in order to keep their welfare. Just like Social Security, people are like, oh, they just giving away. So no, they're not giving away Social Security money. You have to prove a certain thing. And there's people that get around the system, yes. But
so Bridget,
overarching.
I'm speaking to the scenario that you provided, right? Where when those individuals go to the welfare office and they're not taking advantage of all the other opportunities, offerings, right? It's the same like unemployment insurance. In many cases, people only go for the money if they lose their jobs. There are a lot more services offered, and Americans oftentimes aren't cognizant of it. But what I said, Republicans versus Democrats, right? From day one, Republicans wanted you to potentially learn a trade while you're getting government subsidies So eventually you could be equipped to work of your own volition. Democrats, on the other
Do
hand,
you know that it's like that now, Lalabelle? Not to cut you, but that's how it is now. In order for
it
them
is
to keep
changing.
their
Yes, it is
benefits,
changing.
they're
Right,
Fuck the
right. It is
Republicans.
evolving, right? Well,
I'm pro
Democrats,
welfare.
they
I'm
had their
pro
way.
welfare. Pro welfare. Fuck the Republicans.
Hold on, if
I'm
that
pro
no,
welfare also.
no,
Robert, time
safety.
when you
Hold
finish,
on.
Not
Robert, I get the
because
mic, you know.
Oh, hold on. Safety net is important, right? Safety net is important, but no one should have any ambition to spend more time than is needed
Lalabella,
on a safety
you
net.
judge a country's wealth by how they treat their poor. The
So
end.
hold on, brother. They need the safety net. I'm not disputing that. What I'm
You
saying is
judge a
that
country's wealth by how they treat their poor.
Robert,
The end.
as I'm saying, everyone who needs a safety net should be afforded the safety net. I'm not disputing that. And healthcare
That's
insurance should
not
be
my
free in
argument,
America.
though. But I'm not
Huh?
even arguing about that, though. Listen, Lalabella,
So I'm not too sure
you
why
and
you're
I
saying that then.
know, Lalabella, you and I know we live in a capitalist society. It's
Uh-huh.
like that was like the key word for the night. And I know you know what capitalism is. I'm not trying to be redundant. But my
Adam
point in
Smith.
bringing that up is to say this. In a capitalist system, some people have to be poor, some people have to be middle class, some people have to be on the top. That's the only way capitalism could function.
I
So in
agree.
a capitalist system, there's all no listen, 100 niggas could go to school to be a doctor, 100 niggas can't be a doctor.
I agree.
Somebody got to be the janitor.
I
So
agree.
how do we compensate for the fact that we have supply and demand, and due to the fact that we have a larger supply of people who could sweep the streets as opposed to niggas who could do brain surgery, the person who sweeps the streets is paid less? How do we make up for the gap in cost of living? Welfare.
Let me,
Welfare.
Robert,
can I just say something? Just one thing, real quick, to Robert.
go ahead, Bridget.
Robert, I understand that word is a part of your vernacular, but it is every time you say it, the NIGGA word, it is driving a wedge through my forehead. Not trying to dictate how you should speak, but I'm just letting you know that just.
Okay.
Robert,
I just wanted to put that out there.
Robert with the street dialect. I say I got sometimes still, Bridget. You get what I say? That's part of the
Robert.
reasoning still, you know?
Yeah. So Robert, real quick.
It's probably
Yes.
a little generational gap, but that's how we be talking, though. We definitely be
It's a
heavy on that
New York
word.
thing. It's a New York thing.
Robert, listen. As with the New Deal, right? Those safety nets are needed. I'm not asking for the safety net to go away.
Lalabella, I know why it was created. After World War II, there were many widows.
Right.
I know the story.
No, after
Don't
the Great
worry.
Depression.
I know
After
the
the Great
story.
Depression. No, after the Great Depression.
Okay, excuse me. I thought it was one of the world wars, but nonetheless, I know the story. It was many widows created in America, created the safety net for those people, and it wasn't intended to be what it is now. That came later.
Right. I think it was expanded by Johnson.
But in
here's
America, no one should be homeless.
Majority of people that's on welfare are white people.
Yes, of course.
No one should be homeless in America. No one should go without food in America. Education should be free in America.
Yeah, Robert, I agree with all
and
that.
I would dare to say majority of people that are on welfare are white people and probably Republican.
Yes, Bridget, I categorically agree with you, and I always push back on people when they make it seem as if black people are the largest recipients.
Yeah, but black people have a high percentage though.
But
like per capita, our number is high. But look, this chart that I have right here is the college graduation rate for Black, White, Asian, and Latino. So blue is for foreign born, and the green is for native. Look at the graduation rate for native blacks versus the Caribbeans and the Africans who come to America.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes sense because, like I said, from the day that my foot touched American ground at 7 years old, my parents pushed education. And I think that a lot of Caribbean parents pushed education, or even not Caribbean, but just immigrant parents, because they feel like in America, education is the key to get ahead. So we are beat to death with education. So that number would make sense. Not saying the American Black Americans are not told to get education. Number one, we are told to get education, and number two, when we go to get the education, my mother worked 2 jobs to make sure all of us went through college. Maybe the American Black was not afforded that opportunity, but you know what I mean? Like and even myself, I have over $67,000 in student loans. So
That's it?
So
All right. Well, watch this
well,
now.
that's what I had over 100-something thousand, so I'm
Right.
doing good.
Yeah, that sound
Right.
more
So watch
about
this now.
right.
Let me
That
say this
sound
real quick,
about right.
Robert.
That sound about right.
1 second, Robert. Let me say this there. Yeah, man. I saw 7.5 hours. So me I go wrap up now. Me see premium black. I say, yeah, man. She dep on the panel, but she watch Tariq Nasheed. So yes, we were right with that FBA stuff. Freedom. Premium black is a FBA.
Premium Black,
Yes, and
Premium
from me
Black need
here.
to watch some Marcus
Hold on.
Garvey.
I'm gonna give everyone their last saying, including Premium Black, because we knew that narrative was FBA. So in closing, Premium Black, I greatly appreciate you gracing the platform and also sharing your ideas and perspective. You get what me I say? And we know say
Yeah.
these topics can be very zealous, and ones can, allow their zeal to consume them, as the Bible says, for the zeal of thy father's house has eaten me up. So, Premium Black, it's over to you in closing. I'm closing this out right now. It was a very powerful reasoning. We went to 7.5 hours, right? Didn't plan to, but uno kind of hold me hostage, cause solid reason. I mean, I want to cut it. So, go to Premium Black, and then we pass you on the mic.
Okay, thank you. I
No
appreciate
problem.
allowing me on your panel. I appreciate some of your guests. And what I wanted to say was she had said something about the age that she started working. And I think that immigrants think that, and I don't know what you think, but to us, the way it seems to me, by the way that certain things were said tonight, is that like for instance, I started working when I was 14 years old. I was doing double shifts at the beach, okay? And that's how it was around my neighborhood. And because my dad was a big anchor within my neighborhood, and we had the type of neighborhood where our neighbors knew each other, and so we watched after, everyone knew each other, and so everybody was watching after everybody. It was a little modern day village, and school has always been big in the Black American society. In fact, when we came out of slavery, and it's written, like you said, reading is knowledge, and if you want to keep something from Black people, you put it in a book. If you want to know what they find to be almost impossible and miraculous, is how we taught ourselves to read by using the Bible over here in America. What I feel is that this is my home. This is the place where my people, my family, where I can trace it back, where we were the first commodity here. We were the ones that created most of the industry, for the industries. When you look up inventors, you're looking at my people. And so we can say that, oh, the only difference is it was a boat stop. Well, if that is true, then you would have had the same. If everything is true, what you said, the only difference is it was just where the boat dropped us off at. Then everywhere that the boat dropped people off at, they should have been able to they should have been able to do exactly what we did here. It's not true. And we're
I
not the
was
same.
saying,
Etika.
I'm sorry, I was
Hey,
saying
hey,
that in regards to DNA.
I've been quiet for a long time. And if I and I showed some decorum, so I would like the same thing given to me. And so we're not the same people,
Man.
and that's
Yeah,
okay.
man. We are hearing her. We are hearing her.
Oh
Yeah,
well, that's okay.
yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. I mean, she's closing, so that's fine. She's saying what she's saying, and we are hearing her side of the story. That's
Right. And
fine.
I
No
sat
problem
here and
there.
I waited a very long time.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, premium.
Okay. And I don't, at this point, it seems like it's not, it seems like it is what it is. We're just cutting our losses, and we don't have any ill feelings against anybody. Um, I don't know why people keep creating things in their head. Like we're saying that, oh, you came and you took something, you took something from us. When I came up here, the only thing I said that really got me passionate was
Right.
that how I, how what I've witnessed is how people come over here and they think that they can speak for us. And even if you stayed here, you've been here for a while, you were still raised by your parents. So it's not, and New York is not the reality of the United States of America.
Well, black people come from the East Coast last time I checked.
Robert, allow her to finish, please. Allow her to finish.
Wow. Anyway,
Go ahead, Premium Black, and
thank you.
hopefully,
Thank
hopefully
you.
you could, hopefully
I'm
you.
going to wind it up. I mean, I waited a long time though. And
No worries.
I just want to answer to some of the things that were said that are just not true. Or if they might, the misconceptions, I'll say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want Bridget, that's your name, right? Yeah,
Right.
Yes.
I want Bridget to know that I really, really do appreciate the class that she has shown, because you bump heads. But in all of our getting, I do want to get a great understanding, and I want it to be done in love. And so I do appreciate you, Bridget, because we're not going to agree on some things, but that's okay.
Well,
Right.
thank you. I appreciate you as well.
Yeah, and I thank you. And what else was it? Yeah, basically, and I noticed like sometimes people, they want to comment on the reparations thing, but what we're asking for reparations for is the things that were taken from us here, because we
Right.
you know what I'm saying? It's not that we're not saying that other people don't deserve. We don't have any, that's not even our business what
Right.
somebody else deserves somewhere else. We're
Right. And I
talking
don't
about
think
And we support we
right, we
support the
support
reparation
the
argument.
reparations because
thank you.
yeah, us from the Caribbean, yeah, our claim for reparations is with the British, not with the Americans. So we
Right.
support the American struggle for reparations. We do that. So
Right.
my question to you though, Premium Black, how did you find this channel though?
It was just on my you know how they advertise it.
Oh, right. Okay, understood. All right, no problem. I greatly appreciate you passing through. Just make sure you can, subscribe. So whenever we are having these discussions, you can also partake in it because it's all about, like, at the end of the day, in America, right? The
Mm-hmm.
only way or the only time we are differentiated is when we open our mouth and our dialect sounds a bit different. In the eyes of the rest of people, we are all the same. We are treated the same as well. So yes, I understand that your gripe might be to say us from the Caribbean, we might act a bit different, which is not, something that you like, but in reality, we are all viewed the same. We are all treated the same in terms of say we are all one people and they do view us the same. So
I
while
don't
we can be
think
fighting
so.
against each other, they see us as the
Mhm.
same.
I don't think I
And
disagree with that, because I do
I
have white
just
friends and they can tell the difference. They get mad when Africans say that we're Africans.
No, I'm not talking Africans though. I'm talking to the Caribbean people. Yeah, because the dialect is way different. Because I'll tell you this: us in the Caribbean, it's very easy for us to even speak like Black Americans, right? But we have a Jamaican dialect, and we talk patois, and you might not understand it. But we can transition into that American language. So sometimes we are identified as being similar. The Africans, their dialect is way heavier, so they never sounds the same as the typical Black American. But us in the Caribbean, yeah, we are looked at as the same people because we are all of the same color.
I
So that is just
think,
my perspective on that.
where are you at, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in New Jersey.
See, and that's what I think. I think that the way that things are perceived in like the city areas, I know that it's perceived differently. I have nieces. I have three nieces in New York and one nephew. And when they come down here, it's different. Just like I talk differently from them because I'm down here in the South. So we talk country, and they, they're
Like white people.
what?
Hold on. So Premium Black. I used to live in the DMV. Now I live in Richmond. So I can relate to you, right?
And
Right.
I'm in New York City,
Yeah,
where
and
all
I've
the
lived
black
it.
people live.
Hold on, Robert.
And, but
I've lived. Go ahead.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I've lived in New York. I've lived in Atlanta. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in California. I've lived in many places. I
Mm-hmm.
have no problems with the material argument that you just put forward. I'm perfectly okay with it. And 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 in all fairness, though, I think most black immigrants support black Americans agitating for reparatory justice from the American government. We support it.
Thank you.
Um,
That means a
uh,
lot.
And
right.
we always have. And we always have.
Right, right, right.
And the thing
Hold on.
is,
Oh,
and the
Hence
thing,
Marcus Garvey.
Hence, yes. Hence
Premium Black.
Carmichael.
I just want
Hence
to
yeah,
ask
but
Premium
Malcolm X.
Black a question real quick. Premium Black, so you don't believe that all black people in this world, it doesn't matter where we're from, you don't believe that we are one?
No, I don't. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have love for one another. But no, we're not all the same. If we were all the same,
Miss
we'd be
Black. And
babies.
that was the point that I was trying to make when I said about the boat dropping us off in Jamaica and you guys off in America. I think DNA
No,
wise, we are all the same
we are
people.
one people. I mean, that's how I
Yeah,
felt.
we are. We
so,
are. I
so
agree.
hold on. We've always been tribal in Africa, right? Fair enough, right?
Yes.
We're black people, but we've never been homogenous.
Yeah, but they use the same tribes that they were sending them off as slaves. When
So
they
hold on.
had tribal warfare, whichever tribe lost, they got sent into bondage.
Right, fine. But check the levels though, right? Eventually new tribes were created when we came to the Americas,
Right. That's
right?
it.
And we
Yeah.
cannot
But
deny that
does
reality.
that
We have
mean that
love.
we're not of the same bloodline, though?
No, hold on. We have love for each other. But
Right.
we ought not to deny the fact that there are differences.
We're not talking
We
about the differences like that. I'm saying DNA
I'm
wise.
saying
DNA
DNA
cannot be.
wise,
I
exactly.
did my DNA, and I had my friend that's a Black American did her. She did her DNA as well. They said I was 86% Nigerian, and she was 74% Nigerian, and she was born in America, and her whole family, as far as she can remember, was born in America. So we
so
have to be the same people.
Can
so
I
you
ask
heard
you
of
a
hold on,
question?
you heard of Premier Black said, right? She made a distinction between black and ethnicity. We all are black, but we're ethnically different. And ethnicity is not all biology, right?
Okay,
Culture informs ethnicity also. The southern blacks are
I,
different from northern blacks,
I
right?
did
Yeah,
not
the
You're
hear
southern
her
blacks are not.
distinguish the ethnicity part of it.
okay,
I,
okay.
I, but my whole thing was when I said about the slave ship dropping us off in Jamaica and them off in America. I said DNA, we are the same people.
But
So
Right.
look, let me
basically,
address what she said about the black people like New York. Now, listen, most of the if you look up where most of the black people are in America, they're in New York. Is New York, Detroit, and Atlanta.
I
That's
get it.
where a majority of the black people are concentrated.
Not
And
black
even if
Americans are
But
not in
isn't that through migration
what
though?
The great
but
migration. The great
premium
migration.
black, you should look up those numbers again, and you will be surprised to find that the
Right.
blacks are concentrated on the east. There are some in Cali, there are some in Texas, but most of the blacks are on the east,
But
specifically
most
in the
blacks are in the south
northeast.
though. Most blacks are in the south.
yes, they are.
All right.
Most
So
black.
family,
Maladela, you wrong,
we
and
have
I'm
to
gonna
close this
PM you
out.
later.
All right.
I'm gonna let you guys close out. Just close out.
Yeah,
Say
yeah.
say
so
what you're saying,
Wait.
and let's
all right,
close out,
Hold
please.
on.
It's
yo,
almost
so
Here's
midnight. Time let go.
Premium Black call herself a FBA,
no.
Foundational
I
Black
didn't.
American,
Look, I'm a black American. Okay. Um.
Foundation Black American.
Definitely a foundational. I'm ADOS. I'm all of it because we're all
Okay,
people anyway. I'm talking about ADOS. I'm talking about Black Americans, foundational. It's
yeah,
only
that's what I just said to you.
Black Americans because we are the only Black people anyway. Honestly, because Black is my ethnicity, not my race. Race is not real. And when you say that we're the same, I'm telling you that we are not, and we're not the same just because I
White
have.
people are Americans. You're not American. You're white people are
Oh, I am
American.
an
You
She said
keep
she's
American.
saying
black.
I'm
this is
an
your
American.
country. You keep
Robert said
saying
she's
this is
black.
your country.
This
This is
is
a
my
white
country.
man's country or the Native
This is my
Americans'
country,
country.
whether
It's
you agree
not.
with it or not. Your country didn't
Okay.
treat you so well, and that's the reason why that you're here. So
Hold
that's
on,
not
hold
your
on.
country where you come
Premium Black.
from.
The
But
Premium
proof
Black.
is
Hold
in
on.
the pudding.
Hold on, please. We are not gonna go into the xenophobic thing
Yeah,
here,
this
Black. So,
not this not going
you're
nowhere.
not
This
just
not
hold on,
going
right
ma'am.
nowhere.
to tell me
Hold
what
on.
my country is. Just like
Premium
there
Black.
are
Hold
Asians,
on, sister.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
this not
Sister,
going
hold on.
nowhere. This
We
not going
we
nowhere.
we are not gonna go into the xenophobia. I am closing this out now respectfully. I really want people to keep their closing arguments as short as possible so I can close this out. So, Premium Black, it was great having this dialogue. Please feel free to check in whenever we are having these conversations that you think you can have an input in. But
Okay.
I just want to pass on the
Thank
mic to
you.
Bridget, hear what she has to say, and then it's gonna be Lord of Kingston, and we just close it up, short and spicy.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah, man. Bless up Premium Black.
Good night. Good night.
Not remember.
I'm just closing and saying thank you for allowing me to speak my whatever. Um, I really don't, I don't want to rehash anything, but I really appreciate
Right.
Sister Black for being, open minded and allowing us to express how we feel. And, I apologize to her if there was any disrespect from me to her or anyone on the panel, because that is not what we do around here. So, and hopefully she can join us again and we can have
Right.
more
Right. Right.
discussion, and come to a meeting of the mind.
Right.
And even though she does not want to claim me, I'm claiming her. She is my sister, and we are one. And she can't do
Premium
anything
Black.
about it. You know how they say, "I love you," and there's nothing you can do about it. So she's
Right.
my sister. And there's nothing she can do about it.
Well appreciated. Well
Yeah,
appreciated.
man. Enough respect. I think Premium Black contributed to a healthy conversation. Yes, the zeal was there, and we understand that. Lord of Kingston, and then we have Robert and Vioni, and then Lali Bella. So go
Yeah,
through Lord of
man.
Kingston in closing.
Yeah, Imhotep, thank you for having me on the platform. It was a very good reasoning,
Yeah, man. Real
regardless of
talk.
which direction it go. And the thing we gotta understand is we just gotta understand everybody upbringing and where they're from, and just try to understand the way they're speaking, and just try to understand their reasoning. And that's it. And just understand it. Because as long as we understand it, then we show more appreciation from it. Because we know the reason going to get passionate. And we are all one people, regardless of what anybody want. We are one people. We're one black family,
Right.
regardless. Like Bridget was saying, them drop some away at Jamaica, them drop some away America. So even if me and your Imhotep was family and them drop you at Jamaica and them drop me America, we're same family, but then we grew up and we don't know nothing about each other, and that's all the thing is. So it was a great reasoning.
Right.
I appreciate everybody, I'm gonna be here on a regular basis, man,
Yeah,
because I
man.
love these type of reasoning. You
We
feel me?
appreciate the bill, man. Appreciate the reasoning to Lord of Kingston.
Yeah, man. Everybody bless up and thank you very much.
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
appreciate
Respect
the
family.
convo,
Big up
y'all. That's
yourself.
all I want to say. Y'all be good. Everybody have a good night. It's about to be 12 o'clock. Make sure you sleep well. Good night, y'all. Be good.
All right, Robert. Respect as always. Vioni, are you there?
Yes, I just want to say thanks for having me on. And in the last thing I want to say is we stay at the bottom because even though the other people them that don't look like us might not like each other, right? One thing they do is recognize that they are the same people. And when it's time for them to unite, to take down anybody else, they do just that. And until we as a people can decide, unite, and acknowledge that we are the same, even though we are from different parts of the world, we will always be at the bottom of the barrel. And that's all I have to say. Have a blessed night.
Yeah, man. Enough respect, Miss Vioni, because trust me, you don't normally check in for no panel, man. So
Yeah,
when we
because
see you, no matter what, all Mr. Vegas live and thing, you're not check in. So yeah, man. Greatly
because
appreciate you checking
because
in, and
even if you know
yeah,
what, you see the narrative that she's pushing.
right,
It A lot of us have lived through it, like people that have gone to school here that have to face up, because some people are raised that way to hate, and I
right.
don't mean like just dislike, well, that she they actually hate people from other places, and worse than the people and what we think should I hate you. But some of these people, they don't like us seriously, serious. So it's
Well,
a painful thing for me. I've lived through that
right,
and see
right.
people put down Haitians, Jamaicans, black people who look like myself don't
Yeah, but
like
a lot of
you.
time too, it's more like I would say it's more out of ignorance, and it's more out of an ideology of black American exceptionalism, right? So
Yep.
we kind of understand the system like that, Vioni, and we just know, so we just work on it. But I think the reasoning that Premium Black brought forward, I think it was really needed, You get what me I say?
Yes,
Yeah,
eye
in this
opening.
space.
It should be
So
eye
so
opening
people
for a
can
lot
be
of
aware
people.
as well.
Yep,
Because all
yep.
of these groups, all of these FBA with Tariq Nasheed them, and you have the aid of them. I'm getting a feedback. I think it's Bridget. Is that you, Bridget? Yeah, right. One
Yeah,
second,
sorry
Bridget.
about
I'm
that.
saying with all these groups, right, and they expose Black American exceptionalism. It's just for us to understand, right, and just keep it moving, stay in our lane and keep it moving too. But in reality, in essence, us in the Caribbean, we always kind of, respect our Americans and we see them as one brother and sister. But unfortunately, they don't see us that way, and
No, it's not
sometimes.
they. I know all of them,
No,
Imhotep.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
I'm
have
saying in
stuff,
the context of the FBAs and the ADOS and the ABOS,
Yeah,
those
So
people, I'm talking about them.
yeah.
Yes, them see themselves different, and some of them say they are Native Americans. Some of them say them not come on a slave ship. Some say them are
so
Hebrew Israelites. So all kind of identification, and I just respect each and every one, and we just keep it moving still. But enough respect, Vione, for the contribution to the discussion as always. Still,
Yeah, be
Bridget,
blessed.
yeah, man, bless up. Bridget,
my
yeah, man,
turn now,
got you.
man. Let me say something. So
Oh,
in
I
all
wasn't
fairness,
gonna
right?
say anything. I'm just listening to everyone's, final thoughts.
Right. So in all fairness, this disconnect and this resentment is not a one-way street, and a
Right,
lot of it has to do with misunderstanding.
right,
And the honest truth is, 10 years ago, I would share the view of pretty much every Caribbean person on the platform as it relates to African Americans. But I've come to realize, I've come to learn that we haven't fully understood their predicament. And I force myself to better understand it. And it might take a good 10 years now, ADOS and FBA is on the platform now.
right,
And it's like I had to figure out who they were.
right,
Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore
right,
and Tariq Nassim.
right.
And
Now, Tariq
brother,
Nasheed is he might the
yeah,
flag bearer for the FBA now.
yeah. And the honest truth is, I was baffled the first time I heard their reasoning, but it forced me to really deep dive. And the powers that be, inclusive of the government, they gave Black Americans a raw deal. They truly gave Black Americans a raw deal in many respects.
Right,
See,
right, right.
even with the Civil Rights Act, they didn't explicitly coin it for Black Americans. And
Right. It was all about the Civil Rights Act benefited Jews. The Civil Rights Act benefited Americans who are Europeans who were migrating to America. So
and
it's
other
not as if
blacks,
but anytime we hear the civil rights, it carries a connotation as if it's only with black people. No. You get me I say?
and
I
I'm
may
even going beyond.
overstand that too. You get me I say?
Yeah, and I'm even speaking of black people, right? And she's correct, brother. We're all black people, and under the Garvey umbrella, Pan Africanism, we're all one people in that sense. But the truth is, there are distinctions. The Southern
Right,
black man when me meet when me live in the South is different from the black man when we meet in New York. They function differently. And if the
right.
man in Georgia can be so different from the man in New York, we ought not to pretend that the man from Kingston is not different from the man from New York. See,
Right.
they're different experiences. But here's the thing about it: no different than when all of us work together with Garvey and George Padmore, Stokely
Right.
Carmichael, and
Right.
so many who were instrumental in the civil rights movement.
Right.
I was
The
watching the.
Booker
I don't
T.
know if you watched the
Washington
Imhotep.
them. Booker T.
Yeah,
Washington them too. Even
yeah,
the WE, the boy,
the
even though
correspondence. Yeah,
yeah, him and Garvey couldn't see eye to eye, he did his contributions as well and
yeah,
stuff like that. But you don't know going
yo,
Lolly Bella man. Enough respect as always in a brilliant mind.
yeah,
I
man, real
always
talk, man. But
appreciate the contribution to the panel as always, family. You see it?
perfect love, brother, and we're grateful for the platform. And real quick, I
Yeah.
mean, like you said, the dialogue is important. We need
Right.
to have these dialogues, whether we like it, and sometimes it won't be as pleasant as we want it, but it's going to work itself out if we have these content to have these dialogues.
Right. Real
So
talk.
respect, seeing respect,
Yeah, man.
Bridget,
Bless up, Lolly
and
Bella.
and one last thing, I'm glad that so many women joined the platform.
Right. Yeah, I
Grateful
was
for
very
it.
impressed. So yeah, that was
Yes,
impressive.
yes,
That was
respect.
impressive for real. Cause
Yeah, man, respect. See,
in a real life, more time I just us men on the panel and we realize that three females there. Big up premium black too. Because premium black check in and a premium black make Bridget check in and Vioni all check in. So at the end of the day, yeah man, once the end is beneficial, yeah man, then we kind of just look at the thing from that perspective. Yes, we disagree on things, and yeah, the zeal is there, but at the end of the day, premium black made Bridget come on the panel and gave us
Yes.
some very informative, reasoning and
Yes.
stuff like
Yes.
that, and some very insightful things. So we need Bridget on the panel more often, Bridget, because you
Yes.
don't know it go. We need the females them on the panel. So big up premium black. So all who
Big
are
up
talk about
Premium
premium black made Bridget
Black.
come
She
up here.
draw
So
out my tongue tonight.
right, and Vioni all, me know Vioni all for what, about 5 years now or more. And Vioni all never ever go on a panel. So big up Vioni all for check into man and hold the fort and reason.
She
So
had my
yeah
husband
man.
coming to check on me like 3. He like, who you here about to fight?
Right.
Oh, Bridget, yeah.
Gratitude.
He
So
came all the way from he came all the
And
way
Bridget,
from
thank
down
your husband. Thank your husband for coming on the platform too.
yeah man.
south.
So Bridget, you don't know it, go
Yeah.
man. Enough big up, Lali Bella. Enough big up, family. Enough respect to the chat. Yeah, man. Please remember, on your way out, yeah, just leave a little like them. Me see whole heap of people. I say, boy, me see, I think a streak, I say, yeah, man, him run out of the bush with that reasoning, yeah. So, to the ones that were in the bush, man, you know, if you stay in the bush, man, you get what me I say? Yeah, man, my platform is more like, yeah, man, everyone is welcome, our reason. You get what me I say? We just know, so we have the emotional intelligence, and we also reason, yeah, man, with some logics, and we don't put we emotions to cloud with judgment. We just reason, and I just say it there. You get what me I say? So big up to each and everyone, who did they hold the foot almost 8 hours now. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Once them really hold the fort, me I tell you, a long time you should close off this, man. But them hold me hostage. Me not lie, because me couldn't cut the live like that still. You get what me I say? So big up. Big up to Premium Black, big up to Bridget, big up to Lali Bella, big up to Real Man, big up to Dory. You don't know it go alien brain Dory, enough respect. Big up to Lord of Kingston. Yeah, man. Solid reasoning, family. You get what me I say? Yes, straight up. Greatly appreciate that. Big up Vioni all. Big up Subi for the check-in as well too. You don't know how it go. Who else? Listen, man, if me not remember on the name, yeah, man, please, yeah, me I beg you, just forgive me. You get what me I say? But anyway, Michelle Clark, big up. Self-made, big up. You don't know it, go. Blagger out, enough respect for the support. Dead D, enough respect. Ever bless, enough respect. Essa Spade, big up, enough respect. Julius Diamond, yeah, man, great mind. Big up, enough respect for the check-in too. You get what me I say? Let me see who else. Jaheim. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Enough respect. Only good karma. Enough respect. All the way in England. Only good karma. I go to 6 a.m. Soon 6 a.m. now. So, say only good karma. They up one night. I listen to the reasoning. Respect only good karma. Maat Root. Enough respect, man. Greatly appreciate this continued support and the interaction in the chat. Robert, Wavy Crook. You know it going on. Them man, they always a drop the sources. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, and Google specialists, so we have to sharp more time to make him know. So here we go on now. That the 1770 time frame there. No, we're not gonna work with that. So big up Robert, always a contrarian more times too. And that's beneficial as well with the reasoning. You get what me I say? Gunners for life, big up. You get what me I say? Jaim, big up. Let me see who else. LTR. Big up. Enough respect for the check-in, you get what me I say? Yeah, man. Let me see who else, Me just I work with who me see, and who Joy Eubanks. Yeah, man, enough respect. Big up yourself. You get what me I say. So ones and ones, please remember, leave a like on the stream. Yeah, man, and leave a subscription if you appreciate the content. Cause yeah, them kind of reasoning, yeah. Now to go on nowhere else, you get what me I say. I just whole heap a little, vibe all over the place and them sitting there. So we just do over a little corner here and go on reason. Streak, big up yourself. I think you said that's your step out of the bushes family. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Gratitude. Oral Donaldson, big up yourself, my general. You get what me I say? Always I check in and support the thing. You get me? So yeah, man, people, man, just leave a subscription, you know. Road to like 450. Yeah, that's how we want to go. We are building things step by step. Yeah, appreciate the contribution. Appreciate the interaction in the chat. Official Jende Ife. Yeah, man. Enough respect for the check-in. As always. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So we just go and build the channel step by step. Big up All Earth Community Autonomy Network. Yeah, man. Some very solid points. Your job family. So enough respect for the interaction as always. Big up Wise. Yeah, Wise did check in earlier. You get what me I say? Yeah, and they check back out still, but enough respect for that as always. You get what me I say? So big up on yourself, Merkaba 360. Yeah, man, big up family. Yeah, man, you done know it go. Enough respect as always. Scara, enough respect as always. Gangali, big up yourself. You get what me I say? I will if I ones and one still, but you don't know it go, man. Enough respect as always. So until time and space permit, yeah, man, you don't know it go, man. We link up next time. Big up on yourself and gratitude as always.